try to do so. Possible, sure. Does he have the liquidity? No. He does not have the liquidity to actually move from his own assets into the banking system and into financial markets. He already had difficulties in participating in Twitter. So it is really a matter of access. It's a matter of banking capability. Could the Russians do it? Nah, not really. They have massive difficulties. Even Gunvor and even Putin's cronies have massive difficulties dealing with their liquidity abroad. So it is hard for them. There are other ways which are significantly more promising. So long story short, if you dissect all the reasons I gave you and look at the intricacies of markets, there are many more risks why markets can be, so to say, excessively volatile and therefore eradicate individual positions. And therefore, for example, you and me as market participants can be easily wiped out if we haven't moved quickly enough. But we don't matter to the market in itself. Neither does the big monkey who's been standing next to us. Just because he's big and powerful doesn't mean that he won't be wiped out when the wave comes. I hope that gives you an answer.
It does. Thank you very much.
On that, I was trying to find a microphone. Oh, and apparently I managed to find a finger as well that went crack. Right. Yes. Well, I've just been looking at this very, very large thing that some troops have been playing with in a field. It's huge. Did you see it, Mockers?
I can't. Oh, you mean the fuel tank?
Yeah, it's huge, isn't it? Because the thing is, when you look at planes and the rest of it, you go, all right, and you think maybe it's only about 6 foot, but it's like the aeroplane version of that giant sausage that gets dragged around on the sea when and is yellow when people go and visit Spain, for instance. Clearly, there's no one sitting on this waiting to go over a wave, so they fly off, though.
It's a real
thing. Sorry, I couldn't find my thing. And yes, it's a very large piece of aircraft fuel tank, I suppose. These are the additional fuel tanks that they strap on, are they? And stop
yes, that's what they do. Sorry, I'm laughing. I won't say why I said it. I'm laughing.
I know why you're laughing, you children. I'm going to bring you some good news. I've just sent you a message there, David.
Oh, yes, thank you.
And it is fabulous news. It's not as many as we would like, but a further 17 children who were reported into Russian-held territory are finally back with their parents in Ukraine.
How good is that, hey?
Yeah, amazing. Some of them are only little babies. One of them here, actually a little tiny baby. So to remove that child from their parents, well, I'm not going to say what I think about that. But these are children from the Kherson and Kharkiv regions. They were displaced further into occupied territories of Russia. But after those areas were deoccupied, thank you, cats, for climbing on me, the Russians refused to organize the return of children. So, stop it. Thank you. So, the parents basically have had to deal with this on their own. They've actually had to set up a rescue mission for them, basically. So complex logistics, constant danger, being in line of fire, having to cross several borders, have eventually returned these children in this mega task, which they put together themselves with Save Ukraine, who are a organisation that specifically try and rescue people. Obviously, it's been quite a trauma for some of the children, some of the older children, certainly. But I would hope that at least that little tiny baby won't remember anything about it.
No, but I think this is on top of they had was it some more earlier this week, or maybe it was late last week, when some arrived, and mums and dads who had been over in Russia as well, I think.
Yes, some did arrive with family members as well. So yes, I think that was 15 children at that time, or 15 people returned, perhaps.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to change topic here. I don't want to be saying this because the French. I mean, here's the thing, right? The sort of French we give one hand, take away with another. But the some news coming out the French of doing something that could be considered nice. Apparently, there are some Ukrainian pilots training on Mirage 2000s. To let everyone know, though, Mirage 2000s are planes from the 1980s, but they are training on them.
Well upgraded.
Okay, well, there we are. I mean, I struggled with saying this, I have to say. That France isn't my favourite place at the moment, but I guess got to give credit where credit is due.
So I am getting preliminary reports of something going boom in Kursk near the airport, which sounds quite interesting. Not a lot of information at the moment, very grainy sort of still camera footage, which I will just retweet so you can all have a look at it. There we go. And it seems that there is a boom in the distance there, and some flashing of lights. Either somebody's having a loud disco or something's going on. Also in the Kursk area, though, we saw this recently, once before, that there was what they call the eternal flame. Recall the eternal flame.
Is that like the Olympic eternal flame?
Yeah, basically, in an awful lot of places they have these eternal flames, and they're to commemorate something or other, and these have oh, I found it again. Sorry. Recently, a young boy was found to have extinguished one of these eternal flames in an act of public defiance. And he did it by dropping a fire extinguisher into the middle of it. And after a few minutes, the fire extinguisher blows up everything inside it, puts the flame out. Now, in this case, it wasn't a child, it was a lady of a certain age, probably in 40s, 50s, maybe. Yeah, she doesn't look like the sort of lady who would normally be a rebel. You know what I mean? She just she's somebody's mum. And so today she decided to put out the eternal flame in the Heroes of the Civil War Park. Oh no. Oh, I'm disappointed now. Apparently, she did it last year, and today she's just been arrested. Right, I'm disappointed now. I thought there was going to be a spate of these eternal flames disappearing, and now I've read the wrong date on it. Never mind. Who was the next person?
Well, I mean, it's still good news, though, right? Stick it out. No, but the question I was going to say was, obviously now, I think, mockers, we need to start talking about them in Russian years from now on, right? As opposed to real years, because we don't know. We just have to say that's, and I think if everyone takes a 2-to-1, I think we'll be there. right? So from now on, if we talk about them in Russian years, they look like 60 Russian years, which means 30 European years, right? So I think that if I'm going to put that forward, right? From now on, when we talk about Russians, we're talking about them in Russian years.
Because we know they've had a hard life. Okay.
Mhm.
I still have no idea who was next.
Oh, nor me. Dr. Nick.
I was just going to say that the Kursk Eternal Flame, the Eternal Flames that they have in Russia are for they are next to the tombs of the unknown soldiers, and they have them in most hero cities. Particularly, Kursk is one. Obviously, they call them hero cities related to World War II. You know, the they call it the Great Patriotic War, you know, so that's what that is. So in a way, it is kind of still interesting that somebody would put out this flame, no matter when it happened, especially just last year. Because I mean, if you think about it, if it happened last year, that was during this war.
It was indeed. It was April.
Right. So, but that tells me is that perhaps somebody did it in a sort of protest and defiance against the war, perhaps.
I would think that it possibly was a protest of the war. Yes. Somebody started early, obviously. Mr. M, go ahead.
Yes, the Russians are complaining. Russians are very upset about Zelensky's arrival in Bakhmut, and they are complaining. Also, they are pushing propaganda and false narratives about what we talked about, what Ukraine would get from United Kingdom. So
the depleted uranium ammunition.
Yes,
yeah.
they
So
are
the same stuff that Russia has and uses. Yeah.
Yeah, they are. They are also. They are now complaining about that. They are already finding these things. Ukraine doesn't have them yet, so it's just like the Leopard. They already have demolished, in their words.
Well, yeah, you know how it is. You only need to mention these things and they turn up in theatre. But it does show you that actually the fact that they're saying, oh, this is going to cause a nuclear war, blah, 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 you're firing nuclear weapons at us. The fact that they've already found some means that, well, it's happened already, mate. So what are you going to do about it? And it would appear that, well, I don't know about you, but I haven't noticed a nuclear bomb dropping on my head in the last 5 minutes. So,
Me
perhaps
neither.
not. Okay.
I haven't also. So yeah. Sorry for that.
Yeah, these things that they shout about on the TV. Obviously, it's you know, it keeps up their morale or whatever, but it doesn't really mean anything.
Keeps them busy.
Oh yeah, it's just hatred in general, isn't it? They've got to the point where they really can't sort of tell the truth, so they have to just sort of keep this same narrative going along, and it really is a case of spin the wheel, pick the person that we're going to, you know, or country that we're going to attack today, and threaten to nuke them. It seems to be that's their, you know, just general way of dealing with things. It's kind of like a little child having a tantrum. And that is sort of how I view it now. Every time I see these, like, you know, all caps flipping threats from them, I'm just like, yeah, okay. I see Yana has popped up to speak to us. Good evening, afternoon, whatever it is.
Good evening, Mockers. Hi, hi. Well, I saw that there were no hands up, so I would like to use this little time to share my personal win. I was just blocked by the independent Dutch journalist Sonja van Ende. Some of you might know her for incredible propaganda, and my ride from my work home in the tram was really hilarious. Goedemiddag, Mr. M. I'm very proud. Thank you very much.
Goeiedag.
Bravo, Yana.
Thank you, Dr. Monique. It's so wonderful to hear this from you. Thank you.
Oh, that's a lovely thing. And yes, you're absolutely right. It's definitely a win. Yeah. Congratulations, my lovely.
Thank you so much.
I'm telling you, there's nothing better, more of a sign of approval from, these sort of vatniks than getting a block. Nothing tells you more that you are on the right side than being blocked from a genocide, apologia loser like somebody like this. So, and she was never a real journalist, at any point in her life. She was just some random, blogger. Oops, sorry, I'm trying to clean at the same time. Random blogger posting, fake news on the interwebs, and then suddenly she wants to become a quote unquote war correspondent. She's not anybody real anyway, and we all know this. So it's just a glorious win. Good job.
Yeah, absolutely. She's a particularly vile person. Now, I'm looking at information here from French media. Is this what you were talking about when I wasn't listening, David? About training for Mirage?
Sorry, say that again. I was digressing. I was looking at something actually about the Mirages.
I refer to the tweet which I shot out on March 2nd in that regard. I put it into the 999. You can put it in the nest if you like.
It might as well be saying refer to my tweet in the 20th century sometime. Axel, I have no way of knowing. I don't even know if we're in April at the moment. So unless you find it yourself and put it in there, I'm going to be of no help.
I put it. Yeah, okay. You
can
find it.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. If someone could remind me what month we're in, that would be wonderful as well.
We are approaching April, but we're not there yet, David, so don't worry.
Thank you very much.
But not yet, because my birthday hasn't happened. It's my birthday next week. Anyway, sorry, just throwing that out there. Not that it matters, because it totally doesn't, but
you brought birthdays up then. So, are you going to tell us more?
No, I would tell. I know what Dr. Nick wants for her birthday.
I want Bradley's, and then I also want Russia to fail and lose, and I just want to witness the Bradleys in action. Okay, and then I immediately want Russia to collapse and fall. That's what I want for my birthday. Short of that, I'd love to see some Bradleys in action. And I'd also like to see some more of these Ukrainian kids come home. That sounds like a fabulous birthday present to me. And my birthday's March 28th, so let's put that out into the universe that something like that will materialize.
Amen to lots of Ukrainian kids coming back. Absolutely.
Well, they've also, what have they kept saying? End of March, end of March, end of March. Well, we'll see what happens at the end of March when the ground conditions may be a little better.
Yes. So anyway, in fairness, I add a little bit. So apparently the Mirage 2000, as Axel was saying, it's updated. Also fires the Storm Shadows. So for anyone who wants to know, so that's nice that it fires the Storm Shadows, and it fires a scalp as well. I have no idea what a scalp is. So if anyone wants his gunny in there, he knows what it is, that would be wonderful. Come up and tell us. Oh, that was my knee, if you heard it.
I blooming did. An end, David.
What the heck? What were you doing?
See, yeah, I'm in. Yeah, just yeah.
This
It did.
is how frog legs sound.
Exactly.
Even my knees don't do that, and one of mine's completely broken. So yeah, wow. I'm catching up with the 300 DMs that I've got, but one of them is quite notable. That well, apparently Rybar, and we all know who Rybar is, don't we? The mill blogger type dude. He's reporting that Ukraine have broken through Russian defences in the southern front.
And I have to say, he's a Russian dude. Like he's like he totally stands for Putin. So if he's saying that,
are we saying in the Novakhovka area?
I have no proper instructions. It just says in the south. And this may be what the Russians are sad about.
Well, a breakthrough in there would be brilliant, right? If there is, I know there was about 2 weeks ago, there was fighting on the other side of the river, I believe, but then it went silent. So I wondered whether it was true or not. But if he's talking about a breakthrough in the Novakhovka area, that would be absolutely brilliant.
Well, we shall wait and see, but he's certainly lamenting the loss of something, and yeah, he seems a bit depressed. And
War Monitor.
that's
Did War Monitor posted that, Marcus? Because War Monitor is also not the War Monitor we know, but the one from the Russians. War Monitor is also posting, and he has a map in it. It's in the nest.
I don't know. There's two of them. Oh, right. It's in the nest, is it? Bear with.
Are you saying for me to check the nest as well? I could do that.
Yes, please, David.
Technology.
Check the nest. It's Zaporizhia. Is it north of south of Zaporizhia?
Yeah, I see it now. Right, gotcha. It's just turned up here now. So, well, yes, sources close to Rybar reporting that Ukrainian forces have penetrated Russian defences near the town of Pologsky. Yeah, okay, that's as good as you're getting for that one. In the Zaporizhia region. So that is the top of the southern front, I suppose.
So of course I keep on calling the southern front the southeastern front. I do apologise. I must have confused everyone as well as myself.
Yeah, but even though that's been posted, there's a lot of denials as well. So I would say it's one of those things that there's like one source saying one thing, there's another source saying another, but Rybar has been known to be quite honest in the cases, especially in his maps. So we shall see what we shall see.
yeah, he's been so honest about at least about Russian losses and stuff like that, that he actually got arrested by the Russian authorities. I think it was last summer at some point. for complaining about Russian losses and lack of supplies and various stuff like this. So that's just something to think about. Of course, still lots of excuses for genocides and various stuff like that. So we're not trying to imply that he's a quote unquote good Russian, but just saying. And sometimes his maps, you kind of wonder if they're a little hopeful, you know. But at the same time, if he's reporting a loss, at least that's usually something that tends to end up being correct, a Russian loss. So
yeah, so it certainly sounds as though it's possible. The problem is, until we get confirmation from the AFU or the General Staff, I suppose, you know, we have to take it with a pinch of salt. But it is nice to hear it coming from their side, because a lot of them don't tend to admit they've made losses, or they say they've taken a place when they quite clearly haven't. They've taken a photograph of the outskirts of it. But when they say they've lost a place, yeah, I think that's worth noting. So, David, would you like me to go back to my fun facts about Russia?
Yes, go ahead, Morris.
Go back to fun facts about Russia, please. That would be wonderful. I'm trying to read and I'm trying to control my phone as well. Right, yes, fun facts would be wonderful. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well, I do have to thank OSINT69 for his dedication to this work, because this has entertained me all day, and it's obviously I'm using it to entertain you as well. So here we go. So he's heard about people, how they dream of traveling the Trans-Siberian Railway. Sounds very romantic, doesn't it? But it turns out it's a week or more of being stuck on a hot, smelly train with no real availability to wash, and having to deal with drunk soldiers who are just looking for fights, apparently. So it does sound terribly romantic, that, when you put it like that. The Russians in general are always the victims of obviously everything everybody else does, apart from you know, well, it says here 99% of their problems are their own doing, but everybody else is to blame, and we've quite clearly seen this in an awful lot of things. And this was from the 28th of January. So, I mean, you know, I think it was about time that we'd learned that. Russians know very little about their own country. Very few of them actually travel, and even less of them have a clue where their borders are. And I think we've noticed that, haven't we, by the general.
I was going to say, I think we have noticed that, Marcus, right? They have no actually idea about what a border is, even, right?
Apparently.
Yeah, borders are just suggestions, Mockers. Come on. They're not like real. They're just like, it's just a suggestion anyway, right? So
Abdullah, do you have something to add to this?
Yes, I do. It's funny that you brought up the Trans-Siberian. I think I mentioned it last year. My father he actually did the Trans-Siberian, the one to Vladivostok, and also he did the one to Beijing, the Trans-Manchurian. I think that's what it's called. Yeah.
No, it's still the they call it. So it's just the Beijing branch.
Yeah,
so they call it.
Did both, and it took about a week each way. and he said that actually the Russians use that as their main mode of transport. It's not a tourist train technically, but God, I wouldn't want to be on that train at the moment with all the bad mix. Yeah, but at that time, actually, we were planning, my father and I, actually, to do it. It was on my bucket list, but I'm not gonna go anytime soon. Thankfully, yeah, I think I'll be away from Russia for a long time until Russia becomes unlikely, highly unlikely. But yes, my father actually did it. Yeah, it wasn't luxurious, but he kind of he wanted to see the real Russia. So if you want to see the real Russia, you have to take the Trans-Siberian. Yep, and that's what I wanted to say, Marcus. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for coming up and adding that. I always like a bit of actual colour. So Russia's oil and gas industry is entirely reliant on foreign companies to drill and service their wells. We know this. And where are they now? They're gone. So that's always going to be something that they need to look out for, I would say. Apparently, it doesn't take long for these things to need servicing because, they're doing quite particular work. And, well, if there's nobody there to do it, how long do you think those things are going to keep going? Yeah, I think there's a crash coming in some places. I'm quite sure of it. In fact, I know they've had to take precautions in some places and they've had accidents in others. So yeah, that's going to continue happening. And I think the people who document fires in Russia will be kept busy for some time to come.
And of course, I was going to add, Mockers, that of course, sometimes there are accidents when you don't take precautions. Just throwing it out there.
Oh yes, we've seen many a smoking accident. Talking of smoking, if you're dying of cancer in Russia, or you're hit by a truck, perhaps, you're going to have to learn to deal with the pain because getting painkillers is almost impossible, even for the Minister of Health, who apparently committed suicide due to the pain he was in from cancer. So yeah, that's something else that you have to deal with. And maybe this is why they give the phrase, we Russians know how to suffer. And if we just gave them some painkillers, perhaps they'd chill the heck out. Actually, no, they'd just take them too much. I understand. So next one. Russians love mysticism and conspiracy theories, don't they just? They use them to confuse others, but they also believe in some of them. Look no further than Putin himself, who uses a shaman to determine if he should and shouldn't do things, apparently even whether or not he should have started this war. And I can only say he needs to sack his shaman if the shaman predicted anything good for him. Or, maybe the shaman has Ukrainian roots. You never know.
Can I throw something in there related just to that?
Sure.
Some of you have heard me talk about this, but it's so hilarious. Some of you, maybe you're new to the space, or maybe you missed it before. Okay, so apparently the day of the invasion, right, was picked because it fell on Saint Ushakov's day, and Saint Ushakov is actually General Ushakov, who was one of Catherine's generals. He was a Navy general, and he was famous during the seizure of Crimea and all of that. So of course, also related to a similar type battle, meaning for Ukraine and yada yada, etc. Right? But he was particularly famous for never losing a battle. He never even lost a ship. Okay. And so it's suspected, I guess, that either Krill or maybe his shaman or both suggested this day based on that. And we know that he picked this day because of that, because he told everybody that it just so happened. And of course, he made it seem like it was like a, like some sort of happenstance or something, right? Last year at that first big rally, he was like, I never told anybody this, but I'm going to tell you all a really special secret. You know, it just so happens that the day that the special military operation began, that it was on St. Ushakov's day. And then, of course, everybody's supposed to know what that means. And of course, Russia has a bunch of people that are not really particularly religious. And so the majority of people are like, on who? What? Like, they didn't even know what the heck that even meant, so only the particularly religious meant. And I guess some people were Googling it, like, what the heck does that even mean? you know? Um, and so that's one reason why I guess that first rally too had a lot of this sort of like mystic and a lot of mysticism stuff like sort of wrapped up in it. And was especially boring. And this new rally that they had more like rock stars and like stuff like that, like because I guess they learned their lesson that the last one was like especially boring and nobody knew what the hell was going on. And because they were talking about all this like stuff that religious type stuff that nobody knew what the heck was going on, because that's the other thing, they like to pretend that Russians are super religious. They definitely believe in a lot of mumbo jumbo and mysticism, but not necessarily. They're only the uber religious believe in the religious part of it. But there are those who believe in other types of mysticism, like ghosts and um, um, mediums and different things like that. But it's like they learned their lesson from that first one, that nobody found that particularly interesting and tried to, kick that other one up a notch. But anyway, so just thought I would throw that out there because it was kind of funny, because it goes to him using mysticism in that way. Oh, and how awesome is it going to be when they get their butts kicked and St. Ushakov didn't bring one home for him for the big win, you know?
Darn that Ushakov, whoever he is.
Yes, I know.
Abdullah, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to add to that, Dr. Nick and Marcus and David. Yeah, the Russian dictator is also known to bathe in deer blood. I don't know if you guys knew that as well.
Yeah, he learned that bit apparently from Shoigu, because that comes from his particular ethnic group or something. That's some sort of like mystic thing from, I think Shoigu is Buryat, I think. I don't remember. I think so. So that comes from some like old mystic thing from his particular ethnic group, and he got that thing from him allegedly. So yeah.
Yes, Marcus, I also wanted to add to the medicine thing. There was not long ago there was high rates of treatment resistant tuberculosis in Russian jails, and what was happening was that the inmates were not getting enough doses of the medication. Someone was shortchanging them, so they were taking these medications without finishing the course of treatment, and a lot of the inmates developed treatment resistant TB.
Well, that just sounds slightly more horrifying, doesn't it? That I'm highly not surprised. Why am I highly not surprised? So apparently somebody here is wanting to get up to speak, and I can't see or hear them. So I am going to send you an invite by DM. And if that doesn't work, then I have no suggestions, because Twitter is a glitchy mo at the moment. There we go. So, David, have you read up on your mirages yet, or would you like some more fun facts?
No, I don't. Here, well, so there's a couple of things. So I found out what the scalp is. The scalp is the storm. Is the French name for the storm shadow. But also the thing to remember is the Mirage 2000s can carry the Exocet. Of course, those of us who are from a certain period in British times don't have fond memories of Exocets, but can only hope they will do the same to the Russians. So yeah, it gives them modern, modern missiles. Gives them relatively quickly, if it looks like, because apparently the learning curve for these things isn't so high, and if and this is important to note that whilst beforehand that we talk about finding all the world has been scoured for different different Russian model planes, is that clearly Ukraine has got a airframe numbers problem, right? So if we can do that and get those airframes into Ukraine, that solves another problem, right? More airframes, which will be a big thing to sort out.
Absolutely. And Dr. Nick, apparently Shoigu is Tuvan.
Yeah, he's Tuvian, and his mother. Yeah, it's in Siberia. It's in the Siberian like oblast, right? So, or in Tuvian Oblast, really. In the Siberian region, and so that's why I was thinking, because it's kind of over yonder way by the Buryats, and they're Buddhist also. But anyway, and his mother, believe it or not, is Ukrainian. I forgot about that little tidbit about him, and look at what they're doing.
You sounded like a mum then, Dr. Nick.
Well, I am, and it's very upsetting.
It blimmin' is. Dan John, things have worked.
Yeah,
Welcome.
I had to restart and do the laundry, and yeah, now it works. I'm quick that way. But anyway, I mean, it's bashing Russia hour, so I couldn't really resist. And I want to challenge Abdallah there a little bit, because you mentioned that if you want to see the real Russia, you have to do the Trans-Siberian Railway. I think that's a lot of wasted time. If you just want to see real Russia, all you have to do is just leave Moscow, drive 30 minutes south, east, west, or north. Then you will see real Russia, which is kind of depressing, to be honest.
It's so true.
Yeah, I drove from Moscow down to. No, I didn't drive. I got a ride, and it was like, I don't know, 600 kilometers. And we stopped in a few towns and villages on the way, and they all looked the same. It was like going back in time. Very, very bad, actually. I mean, it's okay, but that's not the picture they want to give us. What Russia is really like, but that's what it is. It's not Moscow. It's not St. Petersburg. It's depressing, to say the least. So, Abdallah, if you want to see Russia, don't waste your money and time on the railway. Just take a weekend, long weekend, and taxi down south and back again. You're done.
Yeah, thank you, Dan John. Yes, totally. I've never been to Russia, but my main thing for doing I like to travel. The main thing is to see Lake Baikal and some of to be honest, that's the main thing, is just to see that lake. I just love that. I like to be out of the city. So, but I totally agree with you. But my father, he really loved it, and he saw a lot of Russia. That's just. But totally agree with you. I bet, yeah, that just if you get out of the big cities, yeah, you'll experience how Mother Russia looks like. Thanks, Dan John.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it's not like suburbs like in other cities. So it's not like you're going to like a suburb or something. It's like literally like country, and not even like countries like you see in other states where they have like, like houses that have plumbing and stuff. It's not even that.
yeah, actually, my next fun fact about Russia is pretty much on that line. Fun fact number 57. I have skipped a few. Russia has always been behind the West in everything of 5 years minimum, but can go to more extremes. For example, in 2005, Europe, the final countdown, was still a top hit. Do we remember Europe, the final countdown?
Was that about 1984?
It's a final countdown.
Exactly.
This 1984?
Yes,
Someone, is that correct?
something-
Yeah.
No. Sorry, I'm Swedish. So this is actually out of bounds. Europe is like ABBA almost, so you can't say that, Marcus.
I apologise. The example was not mine. Moscow had a huge homeless population, but sometime around the 2018 World Cup, this is going to shock you, they just disappeared. And now, whenever they find a homeless person, they pop him on a bus to Ukraine, apparently. That's pretty fun.
It's also a way to get rid of your homeless people. Not my way to do it, but for the Russians, it's probably no.
That's the Russian solution, hey?
Yes, exactly.
Anyone undesirable, anyone undesirable in your society, if they're not being productive in society, why not make them even more unproductive by, letting them go to their rest? It's up to them.
Marcus, yeah, if I may, is that why Steven Seagal is still a hit in Russia?
Yes, because they've only just discovered his films.
He is a
Or
Russian
Alfred
citizen,
Hitchcock's
huh?
films.
Steven Seagal.
Oh dear. Right. Let's not talk about him. It's depressing.
He's just another Russian citizen, so doesn't matter what he says and what he does.
Whatever happened to that French as well?
Oh yeah,
Jean-Claude
as well.
Oh yeah,
Jean-Claude.
It's like Sean.
Depardieu.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Sean.
yes,
No,
that's it, that's it,
Depardieu?
that guy.
Really?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
With the big conch.
oh, what a... I can't say the word I wanted. What a...
Get.
Disappointment.
I think they got to hit too much to the head that they are acting like that.
Didn't Depardieu, he moved from France so he could be in a little village that's just across the border in Belgium, so he'd pay less tax as well, though, didn't he? Just what a horrible person.
Yeah.
Well, he's a washed
Russian
up
citizenship.
has-been, so.
It would appear we all have opinions on him, but yeah. Unfortunately, he's not a very pleasant chap either. Up to 2008, right? So in 2008, the Russian military would pass on secret information on pieces of paper that were then burned. Is this how we deal with secret information in the Western militaries?
I don't know.
The old style, right? We're going to hear about how they were using pigeons soon as well, aren't we? or secret writing with onion juice, right?
Yeah, or with potatoes. If you cut a potato, you can write with it on a paper and it won't be visible. But if you put it to some flames, it will appear.
Or you could just put it to some flames.
Yeah, not
because the message would be
just keep
rubbish,
it
right?
above a candle or something, and the warmth of the flame would make it visible.
Well, now we all know. So yeah, if you want to teach your kids how to do secret writing, now we know. Prince, did you have your hand up?
I did, but I got myself into watching something for a second here. The question I have though is, this may just be a U.S. thing, but when it comes to Gerard Depardieu, oh come on, pause the video, don't stop. Sorry. When it comes to the U.S. audience and Gerard Depardieu, I would recommend watching The Ridiculous with Anderson Cooper. I believe it's from 2011 when Mr. Depardieu took a public urination to the air, and it is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. And we don't need Gerard Depardieu if he behaves that way in public. So whatever. It's just a funny, hilarious thing, and if you want it, send me a message and I'll send it to you in a DM, and you will laugh because when Anderson Cooper laughs, he laughs like a little girl, and it is the most hilarious little thing in the world.
Sure, Gerard Depardieu, isn't that the one who also played as Obelix in Asterix and Obelix? As the fat one?
That I don't know. I actually never really cared for him as an actor, so I don't know.
Yeah. The answer is yes, by the way, Mr. M. Apparently, a trained dolphin, possibly from Russia, has appeared in Norway. Crikey.
Again?
Apparently so, yeah. Why do you think these dolphins keep going to Norway? Do you think they just like the weather?
I think the fish is better there.
I think they've escaped and they're just like, let's go somewhere slightly nicer.
These spy dolphins.
Yes, they are spy dolphins.
That just sounds too bonkers to be true. It's like spy squirrels.
Maybe those are the dolphins who blew up the Nord Stream.
Yeah, they could have dropped some,
Yeah.
you know, some sort of little bomb package off at it. Who knows?
Now, there is one thing we didn't think about, eh? Maybe we'll have to suggest that to Chuck Farron. He'll have to factor it into his working out. I'm sure that he will find a way to do some slides with nice dolphins on. It'll make us all amused anyway, if anything else. So I can go back to my fabulous facts if you would like.
Yes, please.
Please do. I'm busy listening. I am, of course, aware I'm making you do all the work. I'm very sorry.
I love that you're also wrapped with attention about my Since 69's fabulous facts, and I'm enjoying them greatly, so that's fine. So I'm not reading you some of the more awful ones, I'll be honest, just because they're a bit awful. So that, yeah, I will skip a few. Russians, on the whole, have absolutely zero desire to change their political system. Many, many reasons for this, but basically, because of that, don't expect a revolution. I think we've got to that point where we don't really expect, aren't we? They might like collapse and go home, but I don't think they're going to have some sort of revolution. Apparently, during gym class, at least half of the school children don't do gym, but they do go and smoke, which I'm sure is, yeah, nice and healthy for them. Would you believe that psychiatric help is available in Russia? It comes in two forms. Suck it up, buttercup, and we'll lock you up and drug you so you don't even know who you are. Apparently that's the kind of assistance you get for mental health.
That does remind me of images I have seen 10, 20 years ago about the mental health care in Russia. Well, I think animals would be better off. If you have seen those videos, those pictures, you don't want to go there if you are in mental crisis.
Well, yes, I have a funny feeling just by the general consensus of society and the fact that they will step over a dead body in the street if it's in their way rather than worry about it. I think that generally gives me the idea that they're not going to be terribly sympathetic to somebody having a bad day. Abdullah, go ahead.
Yes, I want to comment. You mentioned psychiatry. Unfortunately, the Russians have a long history of abusing mental health. Anyone that used to go against the grain was considered to have mental illness. Why would anyone go against communism? That was the thinking at the time.
And why would anyone? Of course, it's so bonkers, isn't it? Here's another lovely thing about Russian society. If you're in a wheelchair, which I'm going to assume there might be quite a number of new people joining this group, or have a child with Down syndrome or a disability, you won't really see them anywhere. Russians generally keep these people locked up as there's no schools for them, there's no facilities. However, there is a deaf school in Moscow, so it's generally against the people with mobility issues by the sounds of things.
Like they did 150 years ago in Western society. But
if you don't see and hear, it doesn't exist. Yeah.
But even then, if that was the case, they would be better off as the Russians would be now.
Well, it goes to show the lack of development in a society, something like that. I think that they're not able to deal with providing facilities or just providing in general. I think it goes to show there's been, a healthier society wants to include all people that can be included, and I see anybody who is different or out of the norm, or they look a bit more Asian than we do and stuff like that. There's a reason for everybody to hate somebody else, and I would say that is usually it's the people who are less developed who have so much hatred of everything else. Abdullah, go ahead.
Yes, Margaret. Yeah, I wanted to ask. That lady who's in charge of child services, the lady who's kidnapped Ukrainian kids. Is she married to a priest, an Russian Orthodox priest? Is that true?
Yes, it is true. She's married to a Russian Orthodox priest. She wanted a minimum of 3 children. She's had 5 natural children, I believe, or maybe 4, but then there is another 5 who were adopted. And then she apparently also is guardian for a further 23 disabled children. And at one time, she looked after them very well, and she used to wheel them out to show people how well looked after they were. And then there seems to have come a point where she gathered a bit more power and money, and suddenly it didn't suit her purposes anymore. And these, especially the disabled children who were partially now adults, no longer received the care that they received earlier, shall we say. And that's utterly disgusting. And she is an utterly disgusting lady. Yeah, it's very difficult not to swear when I think about her, I'll be honest.
Talking about hers, I would like to say that on the on the 25th of March, 1 p.m. Pacific time, 4 p.m. Eastern time, or 8 o'clock UTC, we have Kate Levchuk turning up. I just thought I'd advertise that.
Yeah, we're bringing the cult of Kate to the MriyaReport. And I should hope that you would all like to join us. She's exceptionally fragrant, as most of the gentlemen have noticed. And she's also a clever girl. So she's going to come and talk to us, and it should be a great interview.
Yes, she is very clever. I did message her when I was at Trafalgar Square when I randomly came across the event there to tell her if she was near to the sound engineer to tell him to turn the volume up because the volume was very, very low. Yeah. Yes, and I wonder if we may get an all-time record for people coming in to listen to what she has to say.
Well, she has been on before. She has come and talked to us before, and so I know that was a particularly good interview. She's very chatty and personable, and I think that we should look forward to that.
Yeah, very much so. Sorry, I'm going silent because Latin is messaging me. 1 second.
You're quite all right. I can always go back to my my lovely list here that's been amusing me today. So, number 68. A lucky man is one whose pensioner mother is still alive because she gets a pension, and so he doesn't need to work. However, that pension is approximately $120 per month. So that's kind of him there to think about her. Number 69, there is nothing for this because it should not be spoiled with words of Russia. And I think you'll all agree. Although this problem is not unique to Russia, they spread their crappy apartment blocks across the Soviet Union and any other communist type countries. A series of panel buildings have toxic levels of formaldehyde, which will make you sick. So that's always nice to know. Russia used to be a country with thousands of languages, and I think Dr. Nick will be able to attest to this, that the languages that were spoken there from all the different types of people have basically been stamped out, or genocided out. And of course, everybody should speak perfect Mother Russian or whatever the heck it is. And it's now being sped up by the fact that it is illegal to teach other languages that were native to the area now in any schools. And it is also illegal to use other languages that are native to you in the workplace to discourage anybody from continuing those languages. Which, again, is just another part of the general genocide that's going on.
Yeah, and it's the general. Sorry, I'm interrupting. I thought we talked so much. I thought I'll try and help out as little as I can. Yeah, so it's part of the Russian cuckoo, isn't it? Right? The push people out of their homes, stop people from talking, about their cultures, remove every destroy it, kill it. That's pretty much that's what Russia's about. The Russian cuckoo and the Russian disease. Right, it gets everywhere, right? And if there's a way of eradicating something, they will do it. They'll make a law about it. So guess what? Because what they can then do is put more people in prison, and they could make that cycle of people who might be joining Wagner as well, right?
And they also take off anybody from the streets who might be, perhaps prone to speaking out or being a bit of a rebel. Those people, you know, just through something as simple as speaking your own language in the workplace, or in a school to your school friend or your brother or sister. And there you go, you get locked up for that. And it takes you off the streets, or you subversive personalities that, you know, might once work against us.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a number of
Yeah,
reasons.
I was going to say, it's at times like this, I just go, yeah, so the escape from New York style wall around it, right? Keep them in there. Don't let them out. Come back in 30 years, see what's left. I think that's the way forward.
So there's also the strange rules about looking after people when they're poorly. For example, if you know somebody who is a drug addict and you want to assist them into getting better, the only way to do that is to lock them in a room until they either die or cold turkey, because anything else is highly illegal. So that's always pleasant to know. In 2005, 20% of the city of Irkutsk was HIV positive. Now, as a result of this, an organisation of community and health professionals set up a place where they could hand out condoms and do testing. And as the HIV problem started to get better, the police shut it down and stopped collecting data on the particular problem. So that problem just went away, apparently.
25%.
20%.
Gosh. Oh, 20%. Gosh.
A hell of a lot.
That's, yeah. It is, right? It's a huge number.
So yeah, apparently if you don't collect data on it, it doesn't happen. So that's always nice to know, eh? How about a foreigner working in Russia? If you're a foreigner working in Russia, apparently now you need to be tested for HIV and drug tested every 90 days. And if you don't agree to that, you will be deported. So for some of the people, isn't there that guy Andy Korbiko or Koribiko? Or you know what? I don't care enough to say his name properly. But that guy, that little Weasley dude, isn't he somebody who is a foreigner working in Russia? Do you think he has to have them tests every 90 days?
Oh, I have no idea. I think those figures are just so big that you'd probably be going. I'm just not having sex in that country, right? Not even. I appreciate you. There is always safe sex, but just don't have it, right? That's probably the safest thing to do.
I'm not
or
sure
safer.
that
Don't
Andy
even
Guy,
go, right?
yeah, I'm not sure that Andy Guy has any opportunities anyway, to be absolutely fair. Abdullah, go ahead.
Yeah, Marcus, I don't think it has anything to do with safe sexual practice. Every 3 months testing means someone wants to police the workers, because I bet they're paying for those tests. Remember yesterday I mentioned that in the inmates at one point there was about almost 3/4 of the inmates had like either TB, HIV, or hepatitis B. So I think they're just trying to police the workers.
You know what? That sounds so true. Yeah, it really does. But also, there are other concerns about being a foreigner in a Russian land. For example, an Armenian living and working in Russia, if they don't have Russian citizenship, well, sucks to be them, because you end up being targeted by the police and shanghaied into the army. And I believe we've actually seen that happen to a particular guy.
Yeah, I think we have, haven't we?
Yes, and like he says,
sucks to be him, because that was somebody who wasn't even a Russian passport holder. Bit naughty.
It is, but I can see that Latin is here. Latin, should we do a sound check for you? Oops.
I like the fact that you just knocked something over.
I did.
Good evening, Latin. Can you hear us?
Go on, try speaking, Latin. Give it a try.
That's not great
Oh,
news. Is it?
no, it's not, is it? Oh dear, Latin. Yeah, this is apparently Latin is saying he's hearing two mockers. It's being mocked twice. There's the thing. Anyway, get yourself a cheap iPhone. That's what I did. Latin fixed my problem. £29 on eBay for an iPhone 6S. There we are. See, I splash out, and this is what I do for the MriyaReport.
And we're very glad you do. Shaggy fella, go ahead.
Yeah, you may notice my PFP has changed a little bit for raising funds for Norman Brigade by getting these things done. But I was just wondering, I've been around a few spaces, wandering around. Did Zelensky visit Bakhmut or not?
Zelensky visited soldiers from Bakhmut at a location nearby. That is the official statement, I believe.
Ah, okay. All right, gotcha.
So, yeah, so I don't think we could say he was actually inside Bakhmut. I think his advisors and armed forces would not have let him go there.
I was thinking if he'd gone in there, that would have been mad. But yeah, nearby is good enough, basically. But hell.
Yeah, he's still got massive clangers as far as I'm concerned.
He does. And whilst we're talking about Bakhmut, I'll say this. So it's interesting. So the Marine drones, there's a new version of the Marine drone that's developed, and they've called it Bakhmut. So they are they are carrying on the troll. It's absolutely brilliant. They just been bombed by Bakhmut in Sevastopol.
Is that like the Raccoon's Revenge type drone that NAFO kind of got? And Snyder got.
So the original drone was a bit black, and it had these strengthening bits across the bow. But what they've done is they've made something a bit more streamlined, and it's grey.
Oh, cool! I haven't seen that one yet.
Well, I'm about to tweet it, so it'll be on my timeline. Why don't I do something sensible? We got a thing called a nest, haven't we? Mockers. What do you think? Should I put it up in the nest?
You're a genius.
I am. I am. I can't help it. It's just one of those things.
I was going to say, it's entirely up to you, considering you're a co-host. So, yeah, Latin is having a bit of trouble connecting, unfortunately. I can't do anything about that right now. So, I can provide you with a bit more fun and games from Russia. And,
go for it. Go for it.
Just shout me when Latin comes back. So, how about being a resident of St. Petersburg, but you want to visit your friends in Moscow for a couple of weeks? Well, without the proper registration papers, you will be fined for being somewhere other than the city that you reside. It's a very controlled environment with regards to whether you can move around or not. And I would imagine there's probably bribes involved in those papers of being obtained. So yeah, that sounds fun, doesn't it? No high school diploma, not a problem, my folks. Just call the number on the ads that are pretty much everywhere, and for a small fee, you can pass your diploma. Well, if only we'd all done that, hey? I imagine they'd be in a terrible state. Yes. So
how about you want to go to a club and have a good time? Yeah, people might want to do that. And I believe Russians are very, very into that sort of thing. They especially like to go out to nightclubs and dance and drink when things in Ukraine get bombed. Yeah, those guys. So anyway, apparently going out to a club and having a good time also might turn into what they call a mask show. This is where police in masks raid the place, and if they decide that you might be on drugs, they take a look at your pupils, and if they decide that yeah, you look like you're off your face, into the paddy wagon you go. And that's a great way for them to make their quota of arrests for just rounding up the druggies. Shaggy fella, do you have something you want to bring in on this?
Yeah. It reminded me of a question I had for you a few hours ago when you were going through your last list. So $100 for a policeman to shuffle off the mortal coil somebody of your choice, should we say? So how does that work in Russia? I suppose that if you've got more than $100, you could maybe persuade the policeman to shuffle off the mortal coil the person that wanted you shuffled off the mortal coil. Is it, if it's like double the amount or whatever?
I mean, is there honor amongst policemen with these things as well, where they just know I've taken the money, I won't take more money and go and kill someone else?
I've been reliably informed the word honor doesn't exist in Russian, so I don't think so. Allegedly.
And whilst I'm on a roll now, there was something about it. If you look at the nest, you should probably see a tweet I've just put in that says volunteers showed a new version of the Ukraine military. It looks like Jaws exiting the water at speed. But Jaws, obviously, with Bakhmut, tattooed onto it.
I conquer. It is there. I'll give it a read.
Exactly. It's comedy every day.
Yeah, you even managed to put it in the nest. Well done, my man. Well done.
I'm a genius.
There are more fun facts from Russia from 1969, and I can probably manage to finish them. I think so. I've been told that people are enjoying them, so I will carry on until you tell me to shut the F up. So next, let's see. Imagine you're a medical student from Africa. Well, you better not go onto the street on Hitler's birthday because you will definitely be beaten up and just possibly killed. Oh, and by the way, the guys that are doing it will be Navalny supporters, but not only them. Anyone might attack you, which is nice to know, isn't it? Always good to feel safe on the street there. Walmart had some interest in doing business in Russia many years ago, but they decided that they were against it due to corruption. However, it is fun to note that they are very active in China. So, yeah.
Walmart, Carrefour's very active in China as well. It was a place everyone go, let's go to Carrefour. Carrefour's French.
Noted. But yeah, that's just something which I think is quite amusing, that they operate quite deeply in China, but Russia's apparently too corrupt for them. Advertisement for apartment rentals. Now, I've heard about this before. Well, often say something like Slavic only. They don't care who you are, they just care what you look like. So if you are able to get away with passing as Slavic only or Slavs, then you'll be all right. You'll be able to get an apartment, but apparently not if you are not from one of the preferred looks, shall we say, which is, again, just part of how terribly racist they are. So, shall we go to university? We'll go to university. If you're living in a dorm room in the university, be prepared to be treated like a child. The doors will be locked at 11 p.m. and if you're not inside, you sleep outside. Having worked in a university in Russia, treating first-year college students like children is quite a good idea because men don't really grow up until the age of 25. I have noticed this in Western countries as well, so yeah, that probably is a good idea. Not my story, but told by a former student. He was from Belgrade and decided that he would take his new car for a spin. On the road, an ambulance. Hang on, 1 second. Oh, basically, yeah, he ended up in an ambulance because he pulled the car over to the side of the road into what he thought was a puddle and fell into a 1 meter deep pit with the car. So that's quite funny. There's quite a lot, but we'll go on to number 89, I think. Oh, here we go. Yeah, number 89. You can go to jail for 15 years just for saying the word war, but if you murder somebody, 2 years. Make that sense.
Sorry, you only get 2 years for murder.
You can receive as little as 2 years for murder, yes. And that's very comforting, isn't it?
Oh, I mean, it depends on how you look at it, really. I'm just throwing it out there, right? If you're on the list of you're thinking, that's not really making people think twice about doing something, is it?
It isn't the deterrent you think it might be. No, apparently not. Shaggy fella, go ahead.
Yeah, 2 years, 2 years and $100, I think it is. And I just want to confirm with David this Western thing. So, David, have you grown up yet?
Say that again. It all went for a moment. I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, on the boys grow up when they get to 25 allegation. Have you grown up yet? Because I can confirm that I kind of haven't yet.
Well, sort of not, but sort of am, right? I mean, what do you think, right? Have I grown up yet, mockers?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to comment right now.
I don't think boys ever grow up, really. I mean, that's a cliche, but I think there's quite a lot of truth in that.
Yes, well, we were coming, but who knows, right? Who knows? I do know that. I mean, because I was the youngest person in the army when I joined, 16 and a couple of days. So I did chat. I grew up quite quickly at that point, right? But as opposed to whether you're grown up, that's very, very different.
Yeah, those are very different things. You're right. What do you think are the 3 most popular reasons why a woman might be attracted to a man in Russia?
Money, money, money.
What if you're not in an area where there's rich people?
People who have more money than other people.
A cow or an animal or some land or something, maybe.
No, what the ladies look for, you guys, you've got no clue. What the ladies look for is a man who is not a constant drunk, one who cooks is a massive bonus, and one who doesn't beat women is highly valued and very hard
Jeez,
to
is it
find.
that easy? Cook. I mean, yeah, if you throw in they've got a job, is that are you a sure thing? That's they get your coat you've pulled moment, is it?
Instant Russian bride there, yeah. Instant.
Oh, God. Well, there we are.
Yeah, so they are the traits that Russian women look for in Russian men. And I think they're still looking. Not all Russian men are drunk, would you believe? I know it's hard to believe, but some are actually quite bright. And maybe, a scientist might come up with a great idea. However, if they do, it is very much to their benefit to keep absolutely silent about it and flee the country, because otherwise their academic work will be stolen from them and they will be crushed by the state.
So in the early days when Axel was probably there in sort of 1990, early mid 1990s, when Russia, we thought was, and we were hoping that Russia was going to go the good way. A friend of mine was working out there for one of the big four consultancies, and he had to have 2 bodyguards that went with him everywhere. Right? Not a place to be, really, is it? Not a place to be.
Well, here is another thing. Russian men are actually scared of women. This is a statement that Osin69 is making. He was present at his child's birth, which is apparently a very difficult task in Russia because in most cases they really don't want to. Some Russian guys I told about it were all reacted in the same way, that it was absolutely gross and why would I want to be there? And I think that goes some way too. Also, the level of education, that if you know about these things and you know they're not horrific, then it might not be the most pleasant experience in the world, but some people do actually want to be there, believe it or not. However, generally as a rule, men are just not allowed to be anywhere near a woman giving birth, and for a few days after, apparently. I don't know if that's to give them a rest from their alcoholic wife-beating husbands. Maybe it's a blessing in some cases, hey? And apparently men are not supposed to help take care of babies. If you turn up to work sleep deprived because your child's been up all night, you will get berated by your boss because that's not men's work. And it says here, while most Russian men hate homosexuals with every fibre of their being, apparently, most Russian men are all raised by a same-sex couple, his mother and his grandmother. So why they're terrified of women so much, that might explain it. I don't know. There's more. Number 98.
It could explain many things, couldn't it?
It actually could, yeah. So number 98. I once watched a car crash happen right in front of a policeman who was directing traffic, and as soon as it happened, he looked at his watch and walked off. Now, my brother is a policeman, and I know for a fact that if something happens at the end of your shift, that is not the time that you clock off. You unfortunately have to deal with it. So I absolutely love that.
That's not what I heard. I heard that something only gets done unless there's overtime involved. Tell him that when you speak to him.
I'll mention it to him and wait for him to laugh. But yeah, apparently just checking your watch and clocking off is perfectly acceptable as a policeman in Russia because it saves on the paperwork, right?
Yeah, of course it does. That's the way to do it. Is if you ignore it, there's no paperwork. I suspect now, though, right, car crashes probably come into the purview of a bonus fee because you found yourself a couple of culprits that could be sent to Ukraine. So I guess now they'll be all over it. There'll be a rush to try and get them.
You know what? That sounds like that might actually happen. Yes. So anyway, if you're in a car crash and you move your car out from the middle of traffic, forget about insurance paying up. Oh, no, 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 no. You need to stay absolutely where you are, even if people are having to drive around you, and wait for the police to write a report. And because of this, there is a massive amount of traffic jams, would you believe? Because people absolutely refuse to move their cars out of the way if they've had a crash. Which, on its own, it is just hilarious. It must cause quite a lot of disturbance in some very built-up areas, I must imagine. So, I'm just skipping through a couple that I don't need to really bring to you. Oh, here we go. Word has it that starting in March, you will need an exit visa to leave Russia by car or bus. And that's probably going to benefit the rest of us. Did that actually come to pass? Do we know if that came to pass?
I don't know, but I'm amazed at the that. So presumably, if you go by mountain bike, it's okay.
I wonder if that explains all the mountain bikes at the border of Belarus. No, that was something else. So apparently, if you drive around Russia in the winter, be prepared to fill your wiper fluid approximately 5 times a day. They claim it's because of the climate, but other northern countries do not have the same problem. So what's that about? I can only suggest that the wiper fluid may not be of good quality, perhaps. If you're in Russia for any time, you seem to get used to how grim and dirty the place is. However, drive across the border, even to Belarus, and you'll immediately notice how clean and beautiful it is. Which I think we've seen ourselves. People in Belarus go out in the street and, they sweep the street outside their houses, and they're very sort of, community minded in that way. They keep the place very nice and clean around them. And in Russia, it's the absolute opposite, isn't it? Gosh, everything is broken as far as I can tell. To be fair, I am surprised they have not fallen apart already.
I mean, yeah, it is amazing, isn't it?
Oh my goodness gracious me. Latin.
Hey, Mockers, is it working?
Hey, yes, it is.
Wow. I defiantly.
Everyone, give him a round of applause to Latin, please. Round of applause now.
I defiantly refused to bend over backwards for Elon and his minions until they fix this. So hopefully that's where we're at. So has there's this report in the French media, I think, from the last 2 hours about Mirage 2000s. Has that been discussed? Has that been touched on at all?
Well, it has, but you do it, right? And I also sent you another. Oh, and we got a Hint 69 here with his hand up as well. Wonderful. I sent you another link, by the way, if you haven't seen it, Latin.
Yeah, would that be the one about the Ukrainian Air Force spokesman saying that? Well, it's kind of a denial. It's not quite. It's a little bit ambiguous.
Yes, it is. But listen, go for it. We've been waiting desperately.
May I just interrupt just before you go? Just to say a personal thank you to Hint69 for the incredible thread, and maybe he does have an answer for me about those visa passporty things. Go ahead.
I'm upset. You got it, and I didn't. Oh, okay.
Yeah, what was the question again about passport thingies? What?
Yeah, you said in January that they were. I've lost it now. Here we go. If you're in Russia, no. Where is it?
that they at some point in March it would be required for them to have a type of passport to leave.
Okay, so
Is it
this
so?
was, they had set the law. I think it was in place this March, and it's for over the ground transit across the border, and it's supposedly just for like shippers, people who drive trucks and stuff, so they can get in line to leave, but they need to apply for it like 5 weeks ahead of time. But there's no wording in the law that states that this only applies to trucking. So a lot of people are worried that very well will apply to just anybody driving over the border.
So again, it's one of those ambiguous laws that could be twisted to somebody's advantage or disadvantage, depending on whether or not they've paid the correct bribe.
Yes, very much so. That's how Russia is. And I want to say thank you for reading this thread all evening and afternoon. I was taking a nap earlier, and I woke up to your voice, and I was like, I know those words. I know what she's talking about, and I was very, very pleased that I had to jump up and just say thank you.
Well, thank you for giving me content, because the lovely Doman had to clock off early today, and I was like, oh goodness me, what am I going to talk about? And so yes, you brought me some joy this afternoon, and I've had lots of good feedback, so thank you so much for that. Okay, David and Latin, you may go ahead. My apologies.
Okay, maybe Latin's gone, I've had enough.
No, it's all good. So, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Can you hear
can.
me? Okay. And by the way, mockers, that was like really freaky hearing two of you earlier. I don't know what was going on, but I was hearing two mockers. It was crazy.
Me and my evil twin.
So you got
That's
to be
what I
careful
was
how you
thinking.
say that as well, right?
I thought I was hearing some kind of out of body experience. It was weird. Anyways, so the Mirage 2000 is this is a report coming from Figaro, which I take as, unless somebody in Europe can tell me otherwise, I've always understood it to be a fairly respectable newspaper. So I take it as a credible source. And there had been other. I mean, none of this. It's not a surprise to me. I think there had been enough signals coming out of France since at least beginning of February that this might be happening. And obviously, it's not a confirmation yet. Nothing is confirmed as far as I'm concerned in this conflict until we see a picture of a Mirage 2000 in Ukrainian Air Force markings. That's when I would say, okay, maybe we might be onto something. But having said that, it is something that I think is in the works. I've felt for quite a while that this is a contribution that France is interested in making, that they are in a position to make, and it actually really plays well politically, especially, as we've always said, that because procurement is political, as we have just seen with the MiG-29s, as if there was any more evidence that these are highly political processes. And so with the Mirage 2000, do you want me to just go over quickly what that would bring to the table and what exactly we're talking about? Is that okay?
Absolutely. Yes, please.
Okay. So unless something has changed, what we would be talking about, at least initially, would be legacy Mirage 2000C interceptors that were retired from the French Air Force last summer. So these are aircraft that were built in the mostly in the early to mid 80s. They are not multi-role technically. There's a little caveat to that, but I can explain that in a minute. They are primarily an air defense aircraft, originally armed with their internal cannon, infrared guided short range missiles, and beyond visual range radar guided missiles. Now, the longer range missiles that they used to carry were retired a few years ago, and the French Air Force decided to keep operating some of these because there is an upgraded version called the Mirage 2000C F5 or 5F. That one gets confused a lot between the two, but they actually have very significantly different capabilities. Those are not on the table as far as I know. It's this batch of early block, let's call them in American terminology, early block air-to-air missile that it used to carry. So what the aircraft currently is armed with is the internal cannon and the short-range missiles, the Matra 550s. It has a very decent radar. It also has a pretty decent and recently updated, and within the last 10 years or so, 5-10 years, updated electronic countermeasures suite, which would probably be very, very useful because that would be an ECM kit that was designed specifically to combat Russian surface-to-air missiles and air-to-air missiles, and radars. So that could be useful. These aircraft, if they're delivered, if the Ukrainians get them, will be used, they can be used very effectively in kind of what would be referred to as a point defense role in the defense of fixed targets, civilian infrastructure, civilian population, critical infrastructure, power plants, that sort of thing, against cruise missile and drone strikes. They would be quite effective against that. And they could also be integrated with the French provided at least one surveillance radar about a month ago, or at least announced they were going to. Those would be completely compatible with each other. So the only thing I'll add about capabilities with these aircraft, we know that there's this rumor. It seems to be well founded, but we'll see, about Americans trying to integrate the AMRAAM medium range air-to-air missile onto MiG-29s. That's put that one aside. We've heard that. That's not confirmed yet, but it's possible. To me, that increases the likelihood that somebody might try to do that with the Mirage 2000, because being a French radar versus a Soviet radar might make it easier. There might be some commonality in equipment. That's just a guess, not being a radar tech, but I think it's possible. They could also try to integrate the later Mica is a later generation beyond visual range missile, which the upgraded Mirage 2000C in the French Air Force flies. They may try to integrate that. That would transform its capabilities, because then that gives it quite a bit more reach. But late in its service with the French Air Force, these legacy 2000Cs were modified to carry laser-guided bombs. Now, that is potentially something the Ukrainians, if they get their hands on these aircraft, might want to look at. They'd have to get a hold of those weapons. They don't have Western laser-guided munitions that we know of. But there would be some challenges because, first of all, the way that the French did that fit, they didn't integrate any kind of targeting, like a pod, into the aircraft, so it can't designate the target. So that has to be done either by another aircraft, a drone, or somebody on the ground. The one on the ground, I think, would probably be quite feasible, assuming they get the equipment that's compatible with the Mirage and those laser-guided weapons. So the other problem is that typically that weapon is released from medium level, at least medium altitude. And as we know, that's not something that is really happening right now, given the air defense situation. So it's a possible, very useful thing if they were to get those weapons. But at the very least, as a way to increase air defenses against cruise missiles and drones, and we just saw, I believe, yesterday another one of these horrific attacks on civilian population, then that takes pressure off of the remaining Ukrainian MiG-29 and Su-27 fleet. And it would also, it's also important to remember that just like AMX-10, like all these other systems that we've seen on the ground, that it would mean just a further opening of that door towards eventually what will be, I think, I firmly believe there will be a Mirage 2000 delivery. I think it will be France's kind of their take on this. It will be their contribution to the air effort, because they really don't have much more to contribute. But it will open the door even further. The MiG-29s last week, I think, were the beginning of that creaking open of the door. And then eventually we will see the coalition of European, of NATO countries supplying surplus F-16s. So I thought that in January that this is where we were going, and I still believe this is where we're going. MiG-29, Mirage 2000, more or less symbolic with some operational capability, and then NATO F-16s. And then down the road, speculation. But I think that's our roadmap for now. What we're looking at.
Oh, that's brilliant, isn't it?
It is. I mean, where it's going is that we've heard enough from the governments of Denmark, Netherlands, and I don't know if there was an official comment from Norway, but definitely some signals. And between those three countries, we can easily see somewhere in the 40 to 50 range of F-16s. So the Mirage 2000 is not strictly symbolic. It isn't just something that really won't have any role to play. If they get it, if they are indeed training on it, it is an aircraft that will contribute to the air defense. It will help to defend Ukrainian civilians and critical infrastructure from Russian attacks. Full stop.
And carries will take Storm Shadows as well, right?
No, Mirage 2000C does not carry Storm Shadow. That the only French aircraft capable of carrying that I know is the Rafale. I'm not sure if they modified the Mirage 2000. Which version is it? It's the D, I believe. It is the strike version of the Mirage 2000, which is a two-seater. They may have. I'd have to check on whether they've done that integration. But no, the Legacy 2000Cs do not carry that.
Oh, that's annoying. I reported it as because I was reading someone else's tweets, right? So, all right, okay. But as you say, within the air defense scheme, and this is just another item that goes on the list. It gives them a tick, and it means that it's filling a hole even where shortages of something else might be happening, right?
Yeah, because the Mirage, the MiG-29 fleet, which is one of the primary air defense aircraft, one of the two that the Ukrainians use, they've seen pretty heavy attrition. And they've had aircraft lost in action, and they've also had, I'm sure, aircraft they've had to retire because of just wear and tear. So that's a finite fleet. It's getting boosted now. It's very important, right? By this pretty much the remaining aircraft that former Warsaw Pact nations operated. Su-27 is a little more precarious because it's much harder to get them from anywhere else. None that we know of right now. So any bolstering of their air defense capability, the Mirage 2000C in its current form probably would not really play. I can't see it playing a major role because of its lack of beyond visual range missile. I can't see it playing a major role in any kind of offensive, counteroffensive activity on the part of the Ukrainians. But it frees up other aircraft that are more capable, that would otherwise be further back, flying combat air patrols to defend against cruise missile and drone strikes. So that's where I think even 12 aircraft, even if that's the number we're dealing with, and they do indeed end up in Ukraine, it's going to help. It's going to help a lot.
Of course, and I think, didn't you say that they had a cannon as well?
Yeah, and for something like a Shahed, a cannon is definitely possible. You have to get a little closer to it. There was a MiG-29 in the fall that tried to shoot down, well, it did actually shoot down a Shahed, and then ingested bits of it when it blew up, which is not good for a jet engine. And I think that MiG-29 was actually down. The pilot did eject. But that could well be something that because it's a new type of threat. At least in the fall, it was relatively new, and the Ukrainian pilots, I'm sure, have probably figured out a way to take them out and minimizing that threat to the intercepting aircraft. We haven't heard much more of Ukrainian aircraft being downed in that kind of engagement, and so my feeling is that it's probably it was a case of having to get used to it and develop tactics for it. So the 30 millimeter to the twin 30 millimeter cannon could be very useful for an aircraft that or an aerial target that is kind of just cruising along and isn't really doing much.
So my thoughts wasn't the Shaheds, it was more along the lines of their cruise missiles, right? So the which go along at 600 odd knots or something like that. So it would be a pretty easy thing for a Mirage to pick up, right?
Yeah,
or
given
not.
I mean, as long as they're picked up on radar or a ground observer passes on the information, however way they're able to intercept it, and once it picks it up on its radar, the 2000 has an excellent radar. It would be able to the pilot would figure out one of the two ways to get at it. It's a little bit like, I mean, David, I know you being British and mockers, you might have, I'm sure both of you might have learned about this in school at one point, but back in the Second World War, when the Royal Air Force was taking on V1s, which were very
I know
similar
the story very well.
Right, and you can actually see some of the. I think on YouTube you can see some of the gun camera. The early intercepts, they actually were very dangerous because these things were exploding, just like the cruise missiles and the drones that we're seeing now. And they actually had to develop methods for to do this without endangering the intercepting aircraft. Anyways, that's another story. But it points to the idea that with new weapons and new they have to develop tactics, and I think that's part of what was happening in the fall, is that they were still unfamiliar with aerial intercepts of these drones, and I think now they've probably. My feeling is they probably got it down. They know what they're doing.
That's great. I mean, as I said, it's just another weapon in the armory, isn't it? And as you say, I mean, the bit that it really comes over is it means that if they can or they are able to use, put less strain right on the other airframes that they've got that could be used elsewhere, that's got to be a positive, isn't it?
Yeah, the rest of the interceptor fleet is so the legacy Soviet stuff is pretty busy with the air defense role. They are running combat air patrols. We know that the Air Force has confirmed that recently in an interview, and they are doing a lot of that at lower level. The closer they get to the front, the further down they have to fly. And you can still fly a combat air patrol at lower level, but it puts you at a great disadvantage to Russian aircraft, for example, that might be several thousand feet higher than you with a look down, shoot down radar. Anyways, that's another subject that we've touched on before. Maybe not for now, but it does free up that. And that fleet is also very busy with the suppression of enemy air defense ongoing role with the American supplied HARM missiles. So anything that takes pressure off of that fleet, and let's add to it, it is possible that MiG-29s are carrying JDAMs now. We have no official confirmation of that. We have no visual confirmation of that. But there are strikes that are happening that we're seeing on video that I know. I'm talking about it with the guys in the back channel. They're looking at it, and there's lots of credible opinion out there saying, yeah, that one could be a JDAM. And we have the confirmation that JDAM is in theater. So if they are delivering JDAM, that means they're doing it with a Soviet platform. Unless they've really kept very, very well secret some Western aircraft in service, which I highly doubt right now. And MiG-29 would be one of the aircraft that could carry JDAM. I think its flight character, at least for daylight strike operations, it would be, it could be useful because it was used during the Cold War as a toss bomber for nuclear weapons. It was a secondary role. They could toss bomb I believe it was, well, I can't remember the model number, but it was a free fall Soviet nuclear bomb. And I think they could, from the point of view of aerodynamics, I think they could do it pretty easily. So anyways, that if MiG-29s are in fact, some of them have already been modified to carry JDAM, and again, no confirmation on that, that would mean even more strain on that fleet. And any aircraft, plus Mirage 2000 opens up the door to Western aircraft. If they are delivered, they will be the first Western combat aircraft delivered to Ukraine. And that is very significant.
Yes, I was trying to find my microphone. Yeah, it's very hugely significant, isn't it? As we call it, well, I've been calling it cracking the seal, isn't it? Right when you've been out drinking, the floodgates open, and hopefully we'll start getting something. And if there's 40 odd F-16s that could go forward, because we talked about the magic number of 30 airframes could make a significant difference, and so 40 is a number better than 30, isn't it? So that's very good news. Of course, we just want this to happen now, but we've got all the limitations that we all know about, right? So, but yeah, that's potentially really good news. Wonderful.
We've got some hands up, so I'll go to Prince.
Just when I, realized that I was sitting here waiting and closed the document that I wanted, there's a quote actually in the French article that has me wondering. It says, according to the Ministry of Defense, now this is the French article, so I would assume it's the French Ministry of Defense. The training of pilots themselves has not begun, only military air personnel. Now, what could it be that they're training mechanics and things like that before they even start training?
Well, yeah. I mean, look. I mean, I'll let Lassin answer this, but as well. But you would go, look. Things like this are complicated factors, right? So it could be that if you know, for instance, it's only going to take 3 months to train the pilots, but it'll take 6 months to train your mechanics, etc. Then that's what you would get on and do. You would train the ground crew quicker, or get them in more quickly. And it might be even easier to slot them into training as well. But then they've got the question of what language they're learning in, etc.
David, I think you're exactly right. The for every modern combat aircraft that operational, the pilot, for every pilot, there's quite a few people on the ground in supporting it, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if that's where they've begun doing this. It would be the first Western fixed wing combat aircraft that the Ukrainians would be looking at operating. And yeah, I would say definitely the maintenance support side of it they would probably want to get that in place first. I honestly, I don't think the pilots are going to have a major problem converting to this type. One of the things to consider is the cockpit. The 2000C legacy aircraft, they never it was never updated in what's called a full glass cockpit. In other words, it doesn't have 2 or 3 large multifunction displays, which complicates if they did, it's modern, but it makes the transition a little bit longer because the Ukrainians are not coming from that kind of aircraft. Their Su-27s and MiG-29s are mostly, you look in their cockpit, it's mostly dials. It's an older layout. So it would probably accelerate I think those guys, and they are guys. I don't think the Ukrainians, by the way, have female combat pilots that I know of. I could be wrong, but those guys would, I think, be able to transition to a 2000 C model fairly quickly. Now, if we get into F-16 MLUs down the road, midlife upgrade, or F-16 AM, that it would be a little more complicated because those cockpits were upgraded. They do have large multifunction displays, so that would just lengthen it a little bit. But I think it's well within the capacity of any experienced fast jet pilot to make that transition.
Well, it would, if they're training the maintenance people, it would also give deniability to the Ukrainians that pilots are being trained at this point. So both articles could be true if you read them carefully and see the nuances in them. The article that Baraktar won, Special Herson Cat posted saying that the Ukrainian defense minister, I believe, denied that pilots are being trained at this time. So it makes it so that both articles could be true at the same time. Regardless, training starting even with mechanics or ground crew or whatever is a really good step because it's leading to more stuff. Thank you.
Well, Prince, wouldn't you agree? I think everybody here would probably agree that when you look at every system that's been transferred, pretty much every system that's been transferred from the West, in the time leading up to it, until full confirmation of it being in theater, it's been nothing but nuance, right? From the Ukrainians, from the West, you have to really, in hindsight, you see things more clearly, but it's really about nuance, isn't it? The way things are expressed.
Always has been, hasn't it? Right? They've, you've had to really read between the lines to get anything, and then afterwards you go, "Oh yeah, that's what it meant."
And yes, I would totally agree with that. Thank you for having that little conversation with me.
Luca, go ahead.
Hi, Marcus. I think one thing you said that Ukraine doesn't have like laser guided bomb, but aren't JDAMs laser guided? And if they're not, like, how are they guided?
JDAMs are GPS guided, and so there is, as far as I know, the Ukrainians do not have laser guided bombs. They have some laser guided missiles. There's a version of the KH-25, which is a Soviet legacy missile. We have seen those on Su-24s, and possibly on some of their Su-25s have been carrying them. Limited strikes. Our friend Alex has Ukrainian sources that indicate that some of those laser-guided KH-25s may have been fired essentially as unguided rockets in the general direction of targets. Because again, whether it's a missile or a bomb, it has to be designated somehow. So that's all we know about that. But they definitely do not have even Russian, or definitely not Western, laser-guided free-fall bombs. They're essentially glide bombs that are guided by a laser
Besides
designator.
the designator, like being laser guided as compared to GPS guided, is that the idea that you are like less prone to jamming, like such as like RF, GPS type of jamming?
Yeah, GPS guided munitions, I really don't know much about any capability for jamming those. Laser guided, pretty much I don't think you can, once the weapon is launched, and assuming that the target is lit and nothing happens in between or up till the point of impact, I don't think there's much you can do to jam a laser guided munition. GPS, I wouldn't say for sure, but I don't think
Got it.
so.
Thank you.
Unless you interfere with the well, I guess you could interfere with the GPS itself, right? But that probably there could be something there. But honestly, I can't answer that question fully for you.
Okay,
Sorry.
got it. Thank you.
I was mixing some eggs for an omelette, right? And then, yes, well, that's absolutely brilliant. And Mockers, are you able to do a 5-minute turn whilst I finish my omelette? Is that okay?
As you're right in the middle of your culinary experience, I can do that. So yeah, there have been some things going boom. And I thought I might just bring you those. So let me just get back to the first one, because there it is. There's a big fire in Samara, Russia. Now, this obviously is not one of the central regions, but it's quite a big place. And what's on fire is quite interesting to me. This is Chelyabinsk's house in the intersection of, oh my God, Krasnoyarskaya Street and Leninskaya, apparently. Emergency services are on site, but they've not been able to contain the fire. And I must say, it's a particularly beautiful one. So, yeah, this is one of their sort of like historic sites. And, well, it's historically burning right now. I just wonder if that was difficulties with wiring or something like that. And we've also received more information from the train partisans. The railway infrastructure on stretches of Tatarstan or to Tatarstan. On the evening of March the 20th, unknown partisans in the city of, oh my God, Nabazheny Chelny destroyed another signal box, which led to them having to make some timetable changes. And a few days earlier than that, I saw there was successful action in the same thing, setting fire to a signal box, particularly in Perm, in the Tchaikovsky settlement, apparently. Oh, and in Chelyabinsk. These happened around March the 17th. So, all things burning in Russia. And I don't know about you, but it does make me a little bit tickled to see the whatever it's called, the this historic site burning. I can't remember.
Thingamy Bob. Thingamy Bob Mockers.
There you go. Chelshev's house. Sorry, I had to find the tweet again. But yeah, Chelshev's house. It's not Chelshev's house anymore. It belongs to the fire. The entire roof is on fire, which reminds me of a song, but I'm not going to sing for you. You won't enjoy that. And yeah, it doesn't look good for putting that out, to be fair. It looks pretty flambéed. Prince, go ahead.
Now, speaking of princes, the Prince of Wales, which is really weird to say at this point, because, you know, he was born on my birthday. And I've watched this young boy grow up, and he's not a young boy anymore. The Prince of Wales, William, made a trip.
I used to teach him fencing. I thought I'd put that out there.
What's that?
I used to teach him fencing.
You did?
I did.
That is fabulous. I was so excited. I mean, I was still, I think, in like middle school when he was born. I'd have to look, but I was so genuinely excited when he was born, and that he was born on my birthday. So I've always felt a very special affection for Prince William. But he went to Poland today to visit British soldiers who are helping to defend there in Poland, right by the Ukrainian border, to help to run the air defense systems and things like that are stationed there. And I also saw, I'm looking for an article that confirms it, but it also says that he visited a Ukrainian refugee center while he was there. So I like the fact that the royal family, the king, I don't know what the king has done. I can't think off the top of my head. However, we know that the Princess of Wales, Catherine, went to visit Ukrainian troops in Britain not too long ago, within the last couple of weeks, all dressed in camo and looking, you know, like she was just one of the people who belonged there. And now today, Prince William has gone and visited. Even though they're British troops, they're really helping to support Ukraine in this situation and visiting refugees. And yeah, it was one of the benefits and bonuses I got when I got my Canadian citizenship a few years ago. And anyway, but it hadn't occurred to me that getting my Canadian citizenship would mean that I would be, at that time, of course, a subject of the Queen. And when I read the citizenship oath, I just started crying. It was a very sweet and very emotional thing. So it's nice to see the royal family supporting Ukraine in this way, even though they're usually very quiet about their opinions on things. They're doing some things that, you know, well, everything they do is sort of high profile, but I would say they're trying to do it under the radar and being very, very supportive of Ukraine in this situation. And I know what the king did. The king met President Zelensky when President Zelensky was in Britain, was in London. So, all right. So that was just something I came across that I thought would be nice to share on the space as something that's showing support for Ukraine from the UK.
Also, the king went to visit some of the troops in training. Apparently, it's only around the corner from his house, so at least he didn't have to travel far. But he did at least go and visit them.
You're right. I forgot about that. I saw that a couple of days ago, and I didn't note it, so it didn't stick more in my memory. But yeah, I remember seeing that also.
Yeah, so they try and stay out of, you know, sort of the political nuances, shall we say? But they're certainly showing support to the royal family, and so they should.
It's very nice. I like it, even though I'm really having a hard time. I know I hear Gunny do it on a regular basis, and some other people always call, saying queen instead of king. It's a very hard adjustment for people after so many years.
Yeah. How's your omelette, David? Have you cooked it yet?
I'm eating it. It's an omelette. It's very quick. I was talking away to a dead mic, as it were, and going, yes, it is. I was behaving like my mum, basically. Just before she died, I used to give her headphones, and I've got headphones on as well, right? And there she would mutter away to herself because she's listening to the radio. So it's pretty much exactly what I'm doing. Yeah. So a good thing to note that basically the royal family have always been very involved with our military. Sometimes that's an annoyance because you have to polish stuff and you have to make yourself presentable for a parade, which is always a bit of a pain, and especially for someone like me who was whose ability to march was or lack of ability to march was legendary, to the point where my RSM ordered me never to march on his square. I did not complain about that. But yeah, they're quite involved. It's interesting. A bit of a note, though, is that with yes, exactly.
Would you please explain the function of a
I've just seen the
sergeant major to the public?
I think we've always done this. The RSM is basically the person who so you have your CO, your commanding officer of your regiment or your battalion, right? Obviously, with a regimental sergeant major, that would be a regiment, right? And he's the most senior NCO, right? Because although he's a warrant officer, right? I don't want to make it too complicated, but he's in charge of all discipline and making sure people do what they do, and there are very few people who don't listen to him. Normally, a highly experienced individual, 20 odd years of experience, something like that. Anyway, but the point I was going to go to was the air defense guys that the Prince was visiting are the guys who are doing Sky Sabre, which is our new air defense system, which is in Poland. Adding more detail. Sky Sabre is a very, very modern air defense system, and apparently can hit something the size of a tennis ball doing over Mach 1, so going quite quickly.
Sounds pretty accurate. Shaggy Fella, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question for David, and I just remembered it, and it's been nagging me for nearly 40 years. So when I was in the Air Training Corps, I used to have to bull my shoes, making them all shiny at the end. Why is it called bulling? What's it got to do with a bull?
I've never really thought about it. I have no idea. That would be a thing for Wiki, wouldn't it?
Yeah, maybe Axel. Axel knows this kind of stuff. Maybe Axel. Any ideas?
No, we don't use that term. In Germany, we don't use that term.
All right.
I mean, we understand the American terminology for shoe shine and stuff, but we don't use bullying.
It remains a mystery. I will continue to try.
We would say it depends on how you do it. If you really want to get them shiny for a say high formal parade or guard, then it would be Hochglanzpolieren. But that's it. And don't forget that with modern combat boots, that was nigh to impossible given the type of the leather.
Yeah, I mean, we use spit and polish and a soft cloth, and a lot of time, basically.
Yeah, but you also, it seemed to me always that your combat boots somehow had a leather which was more given to actually being done to shine. Ours was, I don't know, useless. I mean, of course, the guards, they had different, they had different components for their purpose.
Yeah, German combat boots are not the sort of thing you would want to be bullying up, right?
No, you've seen them, so you know exactly what I mean.
I warn them.
If you get them to shine, you have added beeswax and stuff to it or something.
Yeah, and look, I mean, normally we'd have a nice undimpled. In the days of DMS, it would be a toe cap that you would be shining up as well, right? But the polish just breaks off. Whereas the Americans they just get ones made like that, right? Here you are, just buy it. It's nice and shiny. Put a bit of pledge on it, and you're fine.
I remember doing it on a pair of combat boots. Not that I ever saw combat, but a pair of boots with dimples on. The way I got that flat was with a spoon, a teaspoon, warm it up a little bit. Well, heat it up a little bit, and then kind of press down on the dimples, and that got it kind of flattish. And then just do the old polish, the bulling bit on it. So I did do on a pair of boots.
Yeah, you sneaky.
Yeah, it's genius level stuff. Don't know what happened.
Now that I've finished my omelette, I should probably look at some information that we can talk about. We've talked about the planes. We've talked about the drones, the sea drones. Did we talk about the?
Can I
We
just
support.
highlight the fact that we spoke about the planes here on this space. We spoke about the Mirage at the end of the first week of February. I will have to check exactly whether it was a Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, but I think it was a Thursday. And right after a segment and before we went into a discussion state at night with, I think, with Chuck, and definitely on the 1st and 2nd of March, because we then created one little thing, which the next day when the opportunity arose and Nuno was with us, and we spoke about planes, including, oh la la, the Mirage, I then posted it. So you heard it here first, because we had a little French bird sing a little song.
Yes, and I did actually. I was going back into my neurons and trying to go. I do remember you talking about it at some stage. But either way, the good news, right? If they do arrive, we need to link hands together, murmur a couple of magic words, and hopefully they will arrive. Because at the moment, that's what it's taking to get new stuff into Ukraine, isn't it? A bit of magic.
Well, the French need to do something which they can do, because there's very little else they can. So that's what it is.
Yep. Clicking on stuff. Oh, prisoner exchange I'm seeing with Noel is not really saying a lot. Yes, I'm running out of topics. If any, oh right, no. Here you are, our lovely David Farrell. Russia's top 5 persistent disinformation narratives coming out of the United States Department of State. Right, and let's click on that, and then I'll tell you what they are. Eventually, I don't have the quickest computer in the world. Number 1, what do we think number 1 is in their disinformation narratives? What's the top theme? No one's talking. Okay. What? So biolamps.
Biolabs, you know, where we make all the fellas.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, did I just give away the secrets there? My apologies.
No. I'm saying no, it's not that. Theme number 1. Do you want to know?
Go for it.
Theme number 1 is Russia is an innocent victim. I know. What I should have said is the comedy show, right? Comedy excuses for disinformation narratives, right? Russian government officials falsely portray Russia as a perpetual victim. Of course, they just look like victims all over, don't they? Always, when they're shouting, screaming at you, telling you they're gonna kill you. That's absolutely the definition of a victim. And its aggressive actions are a forced response to the alleged actions of the United States and other democratic allies and partners. To further these claims, Russia turns one of their favorite labels in an attempt to hit back. What do you think their favorite label is, Mockers?
No,
Innocent victim?
well, obviously.
No, other than innocent, I'm reminding you, I'm giving you a clue. Innocent victim, what's the thing that they always claim that people are being?
Dave, you're going to have to finish this yourself because I've been here 14 hours.
I know you have, right? And I'm making you suffer because what you've just known, I should have told you how to.
I'm going to replace Mockers now. Don't worry.
No, don't replace. So keep it here. Right. So Mockers.
Did you say 14 hours? That's not even half a shift.
I know.
I know it's very lazy of me today. Yeah, I had to go off you two.
And this is the point where I told you I had a really nice cheese and mushroom omelette. It was wonderful. Anyway, no, here you are. You didn't get that right, and no one else. Oh, Shaggy, what do you think it is?
Oh, I put my hand up for something else. You carry on.
I know what he's going to say.
Yeah, I found the list.
Go on, Luca.
Yes, anymore.
How about Nazis?
Nope. Okay. There's two. Russophobia.
NATO encroachment.
Russophobia.
Okay, good. And then comes NATO encroachment, right?
They don't give me the second one. This article's not very good. Right. Anyway, it was written by the state. That's probably why it's not very good. But anyway, after invading Ukraine in 2014, the Russian government and state-controlled disinformation outlets began to accuse anyone who questioned Russia's actions of being xenophobic and Russophobes. That's very interesting. For example, Russia claims that the international community's negative reaction to its invasion of an independent country was simply because people feared and hated Russia. Well, I mean, they're sort of right. Well, not with the fear, but we do hate Russia, though, don't we? According to the chart below, this isn't going to help you because I can't describe it. Just see the chart below that they've created is lines going upwards with the rate of Russophobia. Okay, then number two, theme number two. What do we think theme number two is? Shaggy?
The Mockers has left and legged it.
That hit. She's going to have a very long sleep. Alan, go on, chop. No, okay, failed.
So wait a minute. You're looking for number two.
And you're not allowed to read it either.
I'm
right.
not?
So, okay, good. Theme number two.
Okay, this is the top second disinformation from Russia.
That is correct. It would be if you get it right.
I'm going to say they don't tell the truth about their history. They change it all the time.
You see, historical revisionism. You sure you didn't read that article? Right. Anyway, well done. You get a gold star for that, Alan. And so when history does not align with the Kremlin's political objectives, Russian government officials and their proxies deny historical events. Well, yes. Holodomor didn't happen, did it? Or distort historical narratives to try to cast Russia in a more favorable light. Because, of course, Russia won the Second World War, didn't it? For example, 1939. So I've got ahead of myself. Non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Nazi Germany, also known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and we've discussed this several times, which helped precipitate World War II, is politically inconvenient for the Putin regime. in 2020 in an attempt to minimize and rationalize Stalin's decision to align himself with Hitler. Putin published a twisted version of the start of World War II, downplaying the Soviet role. There's not a surprise. It's not our fault. We weren't involved with the Nazis. Theme number 3. So we've had, I'll remind everyone, so we don't go over. So theme number 1 was Russia is an innocent victim. Theme number 2, historical revisionism. Theme number 3.
Cultural appropriation.
No.
David, where is this article?
I'm not telling you. Oh, I know that's a cunning way of saying I found it and trying to convince me that you're not reading from it. I know.
Okay.
This is just wheels within wheels, isn't it? Right?
So you were a spy, weren't you?
Yes. I did some spying, but anyway, that was in a bar. Anyway, theme 3: the collapse of Western civilization is imminent. Russia pushes the false claim that Western civilization is collapsing and has strayed from traditional values. Oh, that's very interesting. And we've had another. Mocker's come back. She wants to join in. I'm just adding you now, Mockers. See, this is how exciting it is. Mockers has come back to get in on the action. Right. Russia pushes false claims that Western civilization is collapsing and strayed from traditional values because it works to ensure the safety and equality of LGBTQI plus people, and promotes concepts such as female equality and multiculturalism. Well, we know that they don't like equality, and they certainly don't like multiculturalism. I was sent a DM a little bit today. They said they thought that Russia has managed to kill off something like 11 languages and 15 sort of cultures or something like that. That's a big number, isn't it? This values-based disinformation narrative evokes ill-defined concepts, including tradition, family, values, spirituality. Right, number 4, what do we think that is?
They don't like LGBT and stuff like that, and revolutions of various colours and whatever.
Did you say T?
They don't like LGBT and stuff.
No,
and coloured
but we've
revolution.
just... Come on, Shaggy, get with the programme. We've just covered that one.
The coloured revolutions are Americanly sponsored.
Yes. Oh, you've read it right. Popular movements are US-sponsored colour revolutions. You're cheating, aren't you? Right. Okay.
I am.
You're going to get a demerit for that. But here's the thing, Shaggy. Though, regardless of cheating, you still got it wrong initially. What happened there?
I was just a feint. It was a feint. It was a feint just to throw you in. So you thought I was a genius.
Right, okay.
Right.
The Kremlin has difficulty accepting that all individuals should have the human right to freedom of expression. Well, they have a problem with the right of just living, don't they? And the government should be accountable to its people. That is certainly not something that Putin believes in. Russia has accused the United States of either instigating uprisings or plotting color revolutions. In Georgia, Kazakhstan, the Kyrgyz Republic, I thought that was Kyrgyzstan. Oh, is Kyrgyzstan maybe is different? No, Moldova, Ukraine. I don't know what the other colors are. So obviously I know about the Orange Revolution in Ukraine. Go on, so give me the other colors. Oh, I'm assuming is that the red and white revolution in Georgia? Would that be correct, Alan?
I think that I'd go with that. I can't give you the other colors either.
Nor me. What's the color of Kazakhstan? Is that a light bluey color?
I think it was lavender.
Okay, I can go with that. I quite like that cut. The Kyrgyz Republic. Oh, Mockers, you've got your hand up. You are allowed to talk. Just join in. I know you want to.
Well, I just came up to say that I have updated my Android app to 9.81.0, and it works. So congratulations to Android users. When you get the most updated update of 9.81, your spaces will work again. So that's all I really wanted to say.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mockers. See? Came back to do that. That's how dedicated you are. Right, so we still...
One last thing.
Go for it.
Good night, folks. I'm off.
Oh, and good night to you as well, Mockers. We're missing you already.
Mockers, these short shrift shifts. I'm so stunned. Thank you for everything.
Anyway, so we've got to the point where...
Does that mean Alan is coming up because it's already late?
I don't know. Is it late?
Well,
I don't know. What is it? It's probably early for you, isn't it, Alan?
Well, it's tea time for me.
Okay.
But I'm ready to come up anytime. And I think the color of the Kazakh Revolution, I'm just doing this from memory, was the Rose Revolution, possibly?
Oh, hello. That's good. Right, okay.
Well done.
And what would be the Moldova colour?
It would have to be something like dark yellow.
Iwana's put a hand up, but I think that might be cheating. Iwana.
Yes, I'm cheating. I'm looking on Wikipedia. In Georgia, there was the Rose Revolution, the first one and the second Rose Revolution. In Abkhazia, which is also part of Georgia, was the Tangerine Revolution. In Ukraine, we know about the Orange Revolution. The Purple Revolution, it is cited to have happened in Iraq, and in Kyrgyzstan, it was the Tulip Revolution or Pink Revolution. There are others like Lebanon, the Cedar Revolution, and Blue Revolution in Kuwait, and so on. So these are events that happened after 86, something like this.
Okay, but what was the colour of Moldova? I think that's orangey colour, isn't it, as well, is it?
It is not listed yet. I don't know, grape revolution.
Oh, grape. All right, okay. Well, there we are. Right, so these baseless accusations often target local and international civil society organisations, as we know that this is what they do, as well as independent media that expose human rights abuses because they don't want anything like that. And we know the number of reporters that they've locked up and had murdered. The Kremlin seeks to deny that people in neighbouring countries could have agency, dignity, and independent aspirations to advocate for themselves, just as it denies these qualities to the people of Russia. Okay, we have number 5. You, Shaggy, are disbarred from saying what this might be. What is theme number 5? I know, Shaggy, this is what happens when you misbehave.
David, I'm going to go with the Americans never landed on the moon.
Oh, well, sort of. I'm just getting. You know, I'm going to hold it out there to see if we can get a better description.
So I'm close. That's what you're saying?
Well, yeah, you'll so you will understand when I, later, right, when we go into it. I mean, that's a sort of false narrative, isn't it? The bit they're talking about. But
okay, let me try again.
Yes.
In any fantasy Russia tells you is reality.
Oh, yeah. Okay, right. You see, I think you've been cheating. But anyway, yes, reality is whatever the Kremlin wants it to be. Right. The Kremlin frequently tries to create multiple false realities and insert confusion into the information environment when the truth is not in their interests. And I think we can say pretty much 100% of the time, the truth is never in their interest, is it? Right? And truth in this definition is obviously something that whatever they say it is, right? Often intentionally confusing, Russian officials make arguments designed to try to shift the blame away from the Russian government's role, even if some of the narratives contradict one another, because they don't care about that. Oh, we've got some more hands up. Prince, I'm going to go to you first.
All I've got to say is that when you do software testing, you never test it just once. So this is the Android phone that I borrowed from somebody, and I was able to install the 8.1 from the App Store, and it worked perfectly. So I just hopefully that's
it. Sorry, Prince. I was going to say, is this you pushing a Kremlin reality there? Is it? Sorry, I couldn't help that.
Yeah, you're funny. So yeah, I just thought since Mocker said it worked, I tried earlier today and I didn't get the right update. And now a few hours later, the right update was available in the store, and it works just fine. So just software testing, you got to do it more than once. And I'm going to drop down and go to my iPhone because I prefer that. Thank you.
Okay, then we're going to go Shaggy. We need to get you back onto the theme message, though. You had your hand up.
Yeah. I mean, I think we learned 5 facts. We learned some details. We learned there's a couple of cheats in here, me included, and I reckon Alan as well. And I was just going to mention the IMF and the money they've loaned. I was just going to change it slightly, but you carry on.
Well, thank you very much. Sky Kiss, you want to get in on this the question and answer session?
Well, I'm a little foggy on what precisely is the topic of conversation. I put my hand up because of and Prince answered the question. Because I've got a friend who's never been to spaces, and I've been telling her about spaces. And last night I was sending her like screenshots.
Okay, let me stop you there then. So you're not on this topic. I will tell you what the topic is. Russia's top 5 persistent disinformation narratives. We'll finish this and then we can go back to you. Is that okay? Right.
Well,
okay.
No,
What do you mean, no?
Well, no,
I'm the boss.
I have to make phone calls.
Okay.
You're
well,
not
come back
making my
later.
phone calls for me. I will come back later. Thank you.
Yes.
I'll listen. Thank you.
We should go back to where we were. I'm all agog now. Often intentionally confusing, Russian officials make arguments designed to shift the blame. However, in time, presenting multiple conflicting narratives can itself become a technique intended to generate more confusion and discourage response. Other elements in Russian disinformation and propaganda ecosystem, such as the abuse of state-funded disinformation outlets and weaponized social media, help push multiple false narratives. That's really quite interesting. So, to recap, theme 1, Russia is an innocent victim, Russophobia. Theme 2, historical revisionism. It would be better if I could actually say that word, right? Changing the facts on historical events. Holodomor is a prime example. Theme 3, the collapse of Western civilization is imminent. I mean, you can see that that narrative all within, they don't say it here, but it's all within the cryptocurrency, and the financial systems are going to fall to pieces. And in some ways, they sort of are at the moment, aren't they, Axel? Theme 4, popular movements are US-sponsored color revolutions, and this, I guess, fall into another factor is where they feel they're the victim, aren't they? Russia is victimized. Sorry, the USA is victimizing Russia. And theme 5, reality is whatever the Kremlin wants it to be. So it's been a bit of a learning event for us. And Luca, you have your hand up.
Yeah, it's because I think these are all like very understandable. I am really surprised though that my answer didn't fit in any of the 5, because every other day I pull up some news that has like Russian propaganda in it, and if there are people or countries or organizations that are mean to them, I often see the boilerplate answer of, "Oh yeah, but you're Nazis."
It's interesting. I suspect I'm just making a guess here that the Nazi bit isn't involved in here, because it would be quite a long explanation to people explaining that in actual fact Russians think of Nazis in a different way as we think of Nazis, right? So and then the person writing this would probably think, oh gosh, I'd be probably another 5 pages of explaining this. But I do agree with you, right? But you are a Nazi. Don't listen to him, right? And that probably fits a couple of criteria.
Agreed. Thank you.
No, pleasure. Oh, Adam.
Oh, geez, that was fast. I was going to say, yeah, I think definitely maybe the Nazi thing fits into the everyone hates us victimization thing, because that's what they see as Nazis, is just anyone who doesn't like what they do. And I would also add into that, and I don't know if it fits into one of the 5 categories, but I would say the idea that they are the final bastion of traditional family values in the world, even though they have the highest abortion rate and the highest infant immortality rate, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, look, I would agree. Look, victim playing the victim is the other thing that we need to be in. It's probably number 6 in that list, isn't it? I'm going to do something sensible. I had a couple of people DM me, and so this is a world first, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to do something sensible. I'm going to put this tweet, if I can find it, into the nest.
I'll do that, David.
Oh, it's David. I found it on David Farrell. David Farrell.
I have it bookmarked. I'll put it up.
Oh, that's wonderful. It's a good read, by the way.
I've DM'd you the article, David, and I would say that number 5 covers everything else, basically.
Sort of. Yeah, I guess it. Yeah, I guess it does. Right. I mean, I of course have the article, but I was looking for a tweet so I could put the tweet into the nest. But that's good. Someone else is doing it. I'm all good with that. That's wonderful. Right. So where else are we? I'm looking at some messages. Right. Yes, that's you. Okay. Yes. And yes, I've had messages saying the Nazis as well. I think that's I mean, maybe we should just tell them they should have had a list of top 6, and it would just be Nazis as the other piece. Right. Oh, Alan, I've only just noticed you've quietly snuck in as a co-host. Welcome.
Glad to be here with you, David. Yes, I snuck in while I wasn't cheating. But now, once the article is in the nest, we can all cheat for the next go-around on the quiz.
Yes, I know. Yes, I could find another one about the Russians, the top 5 something lies that they have. See, I think. See, here, I mean, I dread to think. So, Mock has spent 14 hours or whatever, doing this. My brain is mush after a good 3 or 4. Occasionally, I can keep it together if someone else talks and provides content, and I'm able to talk about it. But at the moment, I'm a little bit of a loss. Did you have a little bit of content while I try and find something useful?
Well, we can first go to Shaggy, whose hand is up, and then
so it is.
Yes, and then I'll summarize the attack on Zaporizhia and what we know about that.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much. Shaggy.
Yeah, so did we mention the IMF and the Ukrainian authorities reached a staff level agreement on a 15.6 billion extended fund facility arrangement? Has that been mentioned today?
So you faded out for me. I don't know if you faded out for anyone else. Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah. Did we talk about the IMF loan that Ukraine's going to get?
No, not since I've been on anyway.
Okay, March 21st, which is yesterday. So the IMF and the Ukrainian authorities have reached a staff-level agreement on a set of macroeconomic and financial policies, which will be supported by a new 40-month extended fund facility arrangement. So total of 15.6 billion US dollars, or 577% of the quota, whatever that means. So,
Okay,
so
that's quite good.
a big chunk of Wonga to help underpin Ukraine, basically. So I think that's very good news.
And what's the limits on what the money can be spent on?
I don't know. I haven't read all the article yet. Some 4-year economic program. Yeah, I'll send you the article, and then you can have something to talk about in a bit after Alan. I'll drop.
But I'd have to read that. I was looking for you. You need to summarize it, Shaggy. Here you are. Okay, right.
I'll read it and then stick my hand up when I've got a summary in my head.
Okay, well, we've got there is one little thing. Sorry, Alan, I was going to say this one thing. I did have some DMs that we were talking about where the word bullying came from. There were some people who messaged me, said it's come from the bullshitting. But here's the thing: is because bullying is something. It's a pre-World War One, right? In the UK, was bullshit a World War One term? I'm just throwing it out there. I'm seeing something that says Wikipedia. I haven't read the article, but I'm just wondering if the terms. So maybe in the US that's where it's come from, and it didn't come from that in the UK, but there's still the same term. Who knows? Oh, Chris.
No, I don't know, David. I was just doing a mic check. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
And that's it. Back to you, Alan. I'll do some more reading.
All Chris wanted to do was know if we could hear him. Maybe that's his way of testing the new Android update. So I have followed the news a bit today, David, and I'm sure, of course, we've discussed the attack on the residential building in Zaporizhia, and I am just looking.
No, we haven't discussed it.
Oh, okay. Well, the Russians hit a high-rise residential building in Zaporizhia, and one person was killed, 34 people were injured, and 29 have been hospitalized. But this is part of Russia's terror campaign on Ukrainian civilians. This would have happened. The missile attack would have taken place, well, much earlier in the day here, several hours ago. But that is the latest update I have in terms of casualties from the strike in Zaporizhia. And this goes on every day, of course. I mean, settlements in Sumy Oblast are shelled every day. The Russians shell Kherson from the south bank of the Dnipro every day, and they launch as many missiles as they possibly can against residential targets. They send drones against every city in Ukraine, practically, focusing on Kyiv. And I believe there were 4 missiles aimed at Zaporizhia, and the Ukrainians intercepted 2. And that's all I know from Zaporizhia at the moment.
Yeah, I saw the picture. There's a video as well of it hitting the apartment, isn't there?
Yes, it's. I mean, it's unmistakable. I mean, there are no military targets in the vicinity. Russia is simply carrying out this terror campaign against Ukrainian citizens every single day. It's a war crime, and the only way to stop it, of course, is to give Ukraine everything it needs to defeat the Russians. It's the only way to stop it.
Yeah, exactly right, and it's what we're all here for as well. What news of what's happening, and how we can in actual fact help that.
So I'm sure you talked about Zelensky awarding medals to soldiers from Bakhmut. He didn't do that in Bakhmut, but he did it near the Bakhmut front line. I can tell you've talked about that because that's what the title card says.
Yeah. Well, although we didn't talk about the medals being given out, we talked about he was there and how he stopped off at the petrol station to have a coffee and have a NASA, etc., etc. And in actual fact, how he defines what a guy, right? Ace Rimmer, and just how different he is from Putin, right? But there's not surprise, right? Because he sort of defines what being a Ukrainian and Putin.
David,
Oui. Yes.
May we imagine one of the three goblins: Sunak, Scholz, Macron, at that gas station.
Oh, yes, yeah, they wouldn't, would they? Right there's the thing. I think that's the statement, isn't it? They just wouldn't. Sunak, the Macron, Scholz. I think they're all people who are very, very concerned about their own personal safety.
Well, Macron would ensure that he is definitely photographed by people, not with people. Scholz would probably hide somewhere, medium background, with his big bag, making sure that everybody else has paid their bills. And Sunak, slightly more wooden and smiling when people hug him, always worried that he's breaking his last bones.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Oh dear. Yeah, no, I mean, look, he sort of demonstrates. I said he demonstrates the qualities that we see in Ukrainians all the time, which is wonderful, right? Leading from the front, I think we call it.
And I would say, David, that Zelensky is different from any other world leader. You can choose any world leader, compare him or her to Zelensky, and Zelensky stands above them, just in terms of courage, in terms of clarity, in terms of inspiration. I can't think of anyone who is like President Zelensky at the moment.
No, nor me. I don't think anyone else can.
If you see his press conferences and his wit and his charm and him being fleet of foot and at the same time being able to turn it up and dial to 11 immediately if necessary, and being super serious but smart and quipping, the last ever leader I've seen who could do this offhand was Ronald Reagan.
And before that, I'd say it was John Kennedy, who's renowned for it.
Yeah. By the way, if I may say so, what a conservative by today's standards.
Yes, he was. And everyone was conservative in 1960, from what I recollect.
What a great environment.
Well, it...
I knew I could tease you with that.
There was confusion even in 1960.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Alan, sorry.
I think, we could probably say that by comparison to some politicians today, Eisenhower was a liberal.
Yes, very much so. I agree. Absolutely. And this is the interesting thing, that he was significantly more liberal in also many ways, and very spendthrift as well, because he simply didn't care about it and he didn't understand it. He was not George C. Marshall. Marshall would have been the better president, no question.
You know, George Marshall would have made a great president, but he served Eisenhower really for his entire life, both in the military and in the administration. It's an exceptional partnership, Eisenhower and Marshall, so that the two of them were better than any one of them could have been doing their job on their own.
Isn't that so often the way, right? When you get a good team, because they sort of they contrast each other, and sometimes you will end up with the best out of both people.
Well, you could, of course, end up with Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, and then you have the exact inverse.
Well, you know, Marshall gave up so much for Eisenhower. Marshall desperately wanted to be the supreme commander in Europe, and FDR, once he had decided on Eisenhower and had struck the deal with Churchill that the supreme commander would be an American and not a Brit. Marshall obeyed. I guess maybe that's part of his military background, but he sacrificed for the greater good and for the success of others around him, for the success of the military and the war, and then for the success of Eisenhower's presidency. I think he's a remarkable man.
Absolutely. Notably, also, if I may add, Marshall was definitely, at that point in time, the most high-ranking military man, but the one who was able to communicate, as opposed to Eisenhower. Marshall was the one who could communicate with Congress, which is why I'm not quite sure that the decision for Eisenhower was a decision which was taken without concern for Marshall being the better man for the Hill. I think there's discussions among historians about it. With my limited knowledge and having only read, 20, 30 books about this matter, the data cuts off, the data indicates that there was good reason why FDR was quite safe in his bet that Marshall would help him more on the logistic side and organizing the war in the US and helping deal with what was a bit of a reticent part, both in his party as well as a very isolationist wing in the Republican Party at that time. And he did this. I mean, this man did it. If we could get, I don't know. I mean, Tom Cotton just simply didn't have the rank. If Tom Cotton would have been, say, a brigadier, he would probably carry more power. And but then again, he would have had to serve a lot longer. He wouldn't be as young as he is now. But if you had someone who in Congress currently had that kind of stature and could, carry people along, that would probably help a great deal. Because that's what you need. Actually, that's what President Biden probably needs now. Someone who can communicate. We're back to the same topic. It's all about communication.
Yeah, Joe Biden needs John McCain. That's who Joe Biden needs. He doesn't need Tom Cotton, and Tom Cotton is no John McCain.
I didn't say he was. I'm just saying, if you think about who came out of the woodwork in recent days and weeks, and since January, February, there's not so many Republicans who have served in the recent wars. Cotton is one of them, who have served in the recent wars and who are capable of communicating complex things in a simple fashion to both their compatriots as well as the general public. They need to find someone, one or two.
Well, this is one way in which the U.S. Congress has changed. There are fewer and fewer members of Congress who have served in the military. Now, the ones who have, I think, deservedly are fashioning reputations. I would point out Jared Golden, who's in Congress. He's a conservative Democrat. He's a former Marine. And he's the one who is spearheading F-16s going to Ukraine from the United States.
Yeah, he was early on that ticket. I agree. Just imagine what happens to Ukraine after victory. How many of those who have served will continue to serve in future in government, and be it in the bureaucracy, the administrations, and in parliament?
Well, a large number of them will. It will be a lot like Congress in the United States from the 50s and 60s, or I would assume Parliament or the Canadian Parliament from the 50s and 60s, or the Australian Parliament. All of these chambers were well served by military men with records in the service. In fact, it was practically a precondition for election in the United States. And not a bad precondition to have, considering the military budget or the defense budget is the largest that must be considered in Congress every single year. I just want to go to Peter and then to Prince. Peter.
Hi guys. Yeah, I mean, it's heartbreaking every time we hear another block of flats being hit by Putin's missile pushers. I mean, what a cowardly act. But I suppose it kind of does show a kind of hole in the air defense system, because Ukraine's such a big country and you can't possibly fully cover every single town and city. And it comes back to hitting the launch sites, I'm afraid. I mean, I'm picking at you guys because I know nothing about military missiles and stuff like that. It's what really makes sense to me. And I just wonder, are we any further along with getting any long-range missiles from anybody? I know Ukraine sends drones, but I presume drones are very slow and should be an easy target. And it doesn't appear that the kind of Russian air defenses are that brilliant. So it'd be very useful to knock out these blasted launch sites. What do you think? I mean, can you give me some information?
Well, I believe the missiles launched against Zaporizhia today were air-launched missiles, so they came from Russian fighter jets or bomber jets. In terms of long-range missiles for Ukraine, all I know, it is a topic under continued discussion. And long-range missiles could come from the United States, from Britain, from the Netherlands, and it's simply a topic under discussion. You know, the interesting thing about drones, Peter, is because drones do fly at such a slow speed, they often evade air defense. Now, Ukraine is building a defense specifically against drones launched against their cities. And of course, we know that the Patriot systems on which Ukrainians have completed training will be arriving, I'm going to say within, if not within a matter of days, within a matter of a few weeks in Ukraine. Where they will be positioned, we don't know.
Do you have any news on the aircraft? I know Poland and Slovakia are sending MiG-29s, and that I read that.
Peter, the only thing which we know is the process is continuing every day. Here and there and whatnot, a little piece of information comes out both in local media as well as in Ukrainian media. But what is the case is definitely that the process is continuing. And that's actually the good thing. I mean, you know this. If you've seen aircraft maintenance, it's process. Everything is process and protocols, and they're in it, and it's being done. That's good. So give it a few days, and they'll prep it further.
That's great. Thanks, Axel.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Peter. And Latin has promised to come back and talk a little bit about jet fighters, including the MiGs that are arriving or could come to Ukraine, and especially the role they might play in air defense. And with that, we will go to Prince and then to Shaggy. Prince.
Yeah, speaking of fighter jets, I've seen like 3 or 4 tweets just in the last half hour now, with quoting saying that Jens Stoltenberg of NATO, has allowed the transfer of F-16s. Now,
It doesn't have anything to allow. It's not his role.
I wasn't quite finished. When you go and dig and find the source article that these people are saying is the source of this, it specifically says that the NATO head Jens Stoltenberg did not rule out member states going further, but that does not. There's not been no decision. There's no implication here that permission has been given.
NATO does not give permission.
Well, yes, I understand that. What I'm saying is make sure, check your sources. Don't just go all excited saying F-16s are going to be provided, or NATO says it's okay to give F-16s, which, as you point out, it's not their job to give permission to do that. But I could see people getting excited about this. So it's just a dose of reality of check your sources and make sure that they aren't twisting the words into something that they want it to look like. So that was
100%. You're completely correct, Prince. And sorry that I interrupted. I was just trying to highlight that essentially this is all about process. And if you think about our guest yesterday in the evening, this is so. I mean, we were actually quite lucky if you think about it when we had people on yesterday. It doesn't really matter. It was Bidiana and Lily who definitely hit it out of the park, but William Alberti just made it very, very clear that there are certain processes, there are certain procedures, there are things being done in a certain way under a doctrine, with protocols, under regulations, according to laws, according to a certain prepared design. That's how we act in the West, in the free world. This is how we've built things. That's how you build redundancy and institutional memory and resiliency. This is how you create 4I principles, institutional control setups, and this is how you make sure that things can be done under stress quickly without too much friction. You always allow for the extraordinary. Yes, of course. We're actually quite flexible if you think about it. And if you look at how NATO and the EU, for example, have coexisted and collaborated and worked in parallel with each other without much overlap, but in support of each other in the last year, you can see how much flexibility there is within these structures. But all of this is based on existing protocols. This whole war, despite all the procrastination, despite all the incrementalism which we constantly deplore here, still shows that our systems work. The only thing which doesn't work is the political will to use the systems, the existing protocols, the existing doctrine, our existing resilience and capacity to the full extent. Because technically, we can speed up things you have no idea. Jeff Fisher said it quite rightly. If you ask the wrong questions, you get always a delinquent and no answer. If you ask the question in a different way, the SPO or the logistics brigadier will tell you how shit can get done within the existing system. We're good at it. We're really, really good at it.
Well, I think what we're really good at, Axel, is bringing nations together in coalitions. And these are not just national leaders, but officials high up in the administrations, like defense ministers and defense secretaries. In this particular coalition supporting Ukraine, they are absolutely essential. They have very frank discussions. And I think that at Ramstein, for example, they are and need to be convinced about. And that's why need to be convinced about. And that's why once a month and with many additional calls in between are so important. And it's also, it has been educational to watch one nation push another nation to action. I would say that Poland is the nation leading that effort in a way. Poland has pushed other nations to action, and very few nations in a coalition of this kind can drag them down and hold them back. Not even Germany can do that any longer. Even Schultz has an inkling of the urgency that is now necessary, I think. Shaggy and then Soren.
Yeah, just on the drone thing, to answer Peter. I know this one drone hit in Zaporizhia during the daylight, but there was another one that hit during overnight in Rishichiv in the south of the Ukrainian capital, which hit a high school and 2 dormitories. And that's one thing I've noticed over the last month or so is they've started doing more of these at night rather than just in the daytime. So obviously at night it's a lot harder to hit these things. You're not going to get somebody with a manpad in the middle of the field taking a cruise missile down and maybe seeing these lawnmower drones in the sky and be able to shoot them down with planes. So they seem to, just to me, I don't know if anybody can confirm this, they seem to have changed tactics a little bit to do more of them at night rather than in the day. So harder to spot. Just one more thing, I updated my Twitter app now as well, and yeah, it seems okay. So 81.00 seems good, and that's it.
Thanks, Shaggy. Glad you have your Twitter app fixed. Your audio is cutting in and out a little bit. I bet that doesn't have to do with the upgrade. It's probably just your connection. I want to go to Soren and then to Hunter. Soren.
Hi, guys. Good evening or good morning. I'm in Germany.
Moin, moin.
Yeah, moin, moin. Excellent. On Zaporizhia, I talked to a Zaporizhia resident today, and she told me that Ukrainian Air Force officials have confirmed, at least that's the state of the afternoon in Germany today, that it was Tornado S multiple launch rocket system, which launched the rockets on Zaporizhia today. At least that's my latest state of information. And this is a successor of the infamous Smerch system, yeah, as far as I know, and quite a modern thing. It's guided rocket artillery, yeah. And this means that Russia is attacking residential areas in Ukraine with guided rocket artillery. So that's not something where you can speak about an accident or so. Yeah, it's guided for Russian circumstances, of course, yes, but it's guided. So they are attacking this targeted. Yeah, they are targeted attacking civilians. Not new for us, of course, yeah, but just another proof of this. And I know this street, I know this area in Zaporizhia quite well. Everyone in Zaporizhia knows it. It's the second most important street, I would say, in Zaporizhia, yes, going alongside the river. So there's one main street in Zaporizhia, Soborny Avenue, and this is a parallel street, a little bit more set to the banks of the Dnipro River, yes, following the river parallelly, where the river is crossing the city. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows this block. And this is an entirely residential area. There are dozens of the 9-story standard blocks standing there. Yes, so normal residential area in the city center, right at the banks of the river. And on the other side of the road, there's a big supermarket and there's an epicenter construction shop market. So nothing strategically important or so. So they are targeting this willingly. And yeah, that's what I just wanted to share with you because I heard about air-launched missile attack. Maybe in Zaporizhia, it's more the case that Zaporizhia is really attacked by ground-launched systems, as far as I know from friends in Zaporizhia, because the front line is quite near. Yeah, So this this tornado system has a range of I checked it today, about 70 kilometers. What I learned, and this is also approximately the distance to the front line, right? And that's a big problem because the pre-warning time for citizens in Zaporizhia is zero. Actually, the air sirens go on after the missiles impact. That's the reality of citizens in Zaporizhia. They cannot even protect themselves. They cannot hide. They cannot even go to the basements if they have some, because air raid goes on after impact. And the Russians are doing this with rocket artillery or with S-300. They don't even waste their more expensive systems because they have other capabilities there so close. That's what I have to say.
Soren, thank you so much for that update. I really appreciate getting corrected on this matter because it's important.
And Søren, can I just add? It clearly shows that this fits within Russia's way of waging war. They want to destroy the Ukrainian population. They want to create terror for them to leave Zaporizhia.
Yes.
So that if and when they were to attack Zaporizhia in future, which they may still believe that they could, that there are fewer people in the city, that they would push out more than they kill the rest. Killing them now doesn't matter to them because that is part of their war aims.
They want to kill, they want to depopulate, yeah, and they want to hinder refugees who have left Zaporizhia, like the woman I talked to today. Yeah, she's a refugee from Zaporizhia, living in Magdeburg. Hundreds of them we have here. Yes, they want to hinder them to go back, because now 1 year after the war, every refugee is thinking about, because they all want to go back. It's a minority that doesn't want to go back. And they are all thinking, most of them have families, have children. They are all thinking now, do I really get very much involved here, learning the language, taking on a job, and so on and so on, yes? And Russians know that, and they don't want them to go back to their home country. And that's why they are doing this.
Yeah, that's exactly. If you remember when we had our friends on the Helsinki Commission here, they highlighted this, that this is well known, even in the corridors of Congress in the United States, that this is a classic Russian depopulation strategy. And somehow, just somehow, European media hasn't quite woken up to it. Søren, now that you're in Germany, how does German media react to everything? Are they still in the nuclear scare about how should I put this? Are we still talking about tank ammunition?
You mean the DU ammunition or what?
Yes.
Yeah. I read some articles about this. I think it's a topic some media took it up, and of course, stupidly as always.
2 days of German television, right?
Yeah, because the narrative is, of course, what about the British nuclear ammunition? They don't even go into the depleted and so on. Yes, and they don't recognize, of course, not that the Russians are using this for months now in Ukraine. But I would say it's not a major topic. But I'm still reading some stupid articles about nuclear escalation. Yeah. By the Russians, but I have to say that if you ask about the nuclear topic, it has left a little bit the main focus of the media attention at the moment.
So now the Russians only have to tell people that they have been shooting from their rocket artillery at Enerhodar at Zaporizhia, and all of this comes back, right?
Yes. Of course, it's still
because that's what it's for.
Yeah. I would agree with you here. Yeah, right. But I have to say that since the ICC issued this arrest warrant, yeah, I see a little bit change in a little bit. Maybe change is too much, but you know, one of those famous media generals, Mr. Fahd, yeah, this stupid guy who was.
Please explain to people here in the
Yeah,
in the world
we
community
have
why
some.
he is such
We
a
have
despicable
some.
idiot.
Yes, we have some. Not active, but ex-generals of the German Bundeswehr who are, since the war started, going through German talk shows and other media productions and explaining the world to and explaining the war to the German population. And it turned out, and I really didn't expect this, that this is really, really bad. I mean, if you have such generals and ex-generals, it's like Michael Flynn, like Flynn in America. Yeah, guys like this, I would say, taking on a very pro-Russian position. Yes, repeating Russian narratives. Some of them even having been inside or on the payroll of the Russians, like Mr. Kuyat, and he was a former four-star general in the German Bundeswehr and Generalinspekteur. Yeah, is it chief of staff, or how to explain, how to translate this into?
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah.
If the equivalent would be general, if you're Generalinspektor, you're the equivalent of General Milley.
Yeah,
because we don't have that kind of joint operation. But yes,
but we don't have this joint element, right? But the highest German soldier, let's say, yeah, he was on the payroll of the Russians, serving in the think tank. And guys like this, I would say it's a handful, maybe 5 ex-Bundeswehr generals who are now going through the talk shows, but really frequently, and media like to invite them very much because it's a circus, yeah, and it's about quotas and selling their shows, yeah, and that's why they really like it. And Mr. Fahd, Erich Fahd, is one of them, and one of the worst, I would say, because he was dismissed only some years ago, and he was serving under Angela Merkel as her supervisor, personal supervisor in military things, so in a quite influential position. And he is really repeating Russian narratives. And from the months before the war started, he is always saying, Ukraine has no chance. The Russians will win this. It's about the masses that they have. Yes, it's an unlawful war, but we have to acknowledge that the Russians will win it because the pure masses, and you know about the Soviet doctrine and so on and so on. And just recently, he also joined a petition, let's say, of really very, very left and right wing people here in Germany who plead for a ceasefire in Ukraine and more or less a frozen conflict. Yes. And he signed this thing, and he also showed up in at a big rally in Berlin at the Brandenburg Gate, and this was about, I don't know, 5 weeks ago or so. Yes. And this was discussed in German media very widely, and everyone knows about this initiative, let's say. This guy, Mr. Fahd, he now, 2 days ago or so, announced that he will not give any interviews anymore. And for him, this business is finished, let's say. And business maybe is not even the wrong term here, because of course you get paid for talk shows. And he was invited many, many talk shows in the last months. And I think personally that this has to do with the arrest warrant of the ICC, because that that maybe is a message also to people with a kind of a serious reputation in the past, yeah, that now it's really about repeating the narratives of a war criminal. And of course, we all know that Putin is a war criminal, but now it's official, let's say, somehow. Yes. And for some of those guys who grew up in institutions some things are only official if they got the stamp official. And now this has the official stamp. And now I think some people are really thinking about, okay, do I really want to stand in this edge or not? And maybe this is one of the positive effects of this ICC decision, which I really, really welcome very, very much.
Germany has many good generals. Many,
Yes.
many good generals. Mr. Fahd was elevated into his post after having served for 2 years in the State Department of the first ever green baseball bat wielding, formerly foreign minister. And then as a member of the Christian Democrats, became what we would call a referent, the speaker for security policy and defense policy in the Christian Democrat Union at a point in time when Angela Merkel was reorganizing the party after having lost to Gerhard Schröder and the eponymous baseball bat wielding Mr. Fischer, the terrorist of the streets of Frankfurt in the early 1970s.
Come on.
He did. This is proven. There's no question. He tried to go against it in court. It's proven. Please, let's stipulate it. If I, at that young tender age, had a baseball bat and had a policeman on the ground, and I myself had a motorcycle head, head on, and were wielding a baseball bat, and
Actually,
hitting a
I
policeman
was
on the
just
ground.
mocking you a
I'm
little
sorry.
bit.
No, please.
I know
let's
that
keep
you.
it clear. Let's keep it clear. If I had done this, you and I would not be speaking today because I would have been in prison.
But Axel, if Joschka
he became
Fischer
the foreign
would not
minister
have
of
been
Germany,
our
and
foreign minister.
Mr. Fahd was serving under him at the State Department for 2 years, and that's very important because he served in those 2 years when Mr. Fischer disintegrated German defense policy from the State Department seat in collaboration, in coordination with Gerhard Schröder. And he did this nonchalant. And the funny part is Mr. Fahd is such an insidious centrist. This is the guy who wrote he wrote a book. This was, so to say, this is his parting gift. If there ever was a PhD he would have written, which he hasn't, then it would be this. He wrote about strategy and security policy perspectives in the works of Carl Schmitt. Now, Carl Schmitt is a very important figure in terms of the development of law within the German-speaking countries, but he was also a bloody Nazi. And he does so in contrast, of course, of Carl Schmitt. And it's a very, very interesting perspective, but he's also the what we would call armaments control policy officer within the German Bundeswehr. The guy has a very strange view as to life. He does not speak Russian perfectly. He does not understand the region at all. He has never fought in battle. He hasn't led anything since running the staff of a tank brigade. He has never been in charge. He's been winning every medal, every kind of recognition at every university. He's been in general staff. But the guy is not a warrior. It's one of those rear generals. This is, David, remind me, how far was General Melchett behind the front?
Axel, I think David is
David is looking for General Melchett. At least 30 miles.
Axel, I have to say one thing.
Seriously.
Can I say one thing on Joschka Fischer, please?
Yes, please.
And I will be short. One thing, and not about Fahd now, and it was a mistake to. By the way, I didn't know that Fahd was also advising the foreign ministry. But I have to say, on Joschka Fischer, whatever happened in Frankfurt in his student time, Joschka Fischer as the Minister for Foreign Affairs, without him, we would not be here with our German positioning at the moment in this war. And that's what I'm really saying. We would be with the 5,000 helmet. We would only be there because Joschka Fischer opened up in his time being the unofficial leader, because he was never chief of the party of the Greens, when we had the Social Democrat and the Greens coalition in the end of the 90s and the beginning of the 2000 years, when there was the aftermath, let's say, and then of the Yugoslavian wars and the Kosovo war. He was the one, and the Green Party in the coalition was almost dividing on this question, because it was a pacifist party before, yeah, stupid pacifism, I mean, right? Not reflected pacifism, yes. And it was Joschka Fischer, and he was the only one who was uniting is too much, but hindering a total split of the party, and by that also a total split of the German government in the question of intervention in Kosovo, most of all. And this was very important, that we made this step in the German history and policy after war, from a total no to any interventions to interventions with our German Bundeswehr. And this was an emancipation, let's say, also of our positioning in the world policy after the Second World War. And this was made, like it or not, in a green social democrat government. It was broken up there for the first time.
They had the crisis.
And Joschka Fischer was the one.
They had the
because
crisis. They had the crisis, and they were in government.
Yeah. But
So
it
they
was
deal with
him,
it. It's
and
their job.
I visited all these party conventions that time. I was there. I heard all the speeches of all the lefties in the Green Party. I know this party really very, very well, and I'm still a member of it. And inactive, let's say, but I'm a paying member, let's say, right? Yeah. But that time I was very.
So you have to explain where you come from.
But actually, I have to say,
you are from the side of
one.
Bündnis 90.
Yes.
You are from the side of Bündnis 90. That's different. Explain to the audience, please, why we are in agreement, and we find this also funny.
I'm just saying, and I'm coming to this point, Bündnis 90, but it's also going to be complicated. He was the one who was leading us into this direction, and without him, we would not be here. That's why Fischer really has also his honors, let's say, in what we are seeing now. Without him, it would not have happened, because the Greens would not be there where we are now. And as mentioning Bündnis 90, it's a little bit complicated story. So the original origin of the Greens in Germany is the peace movement. I don't like this term, but I don't have a better one. And also the anti-nuclear movement in the west of Germany, yes, before reunification, before the fall of the wall. It was founded in the 80s, I think in 1980, the Green Party in Germany as the Greens, coming from this direction. So emancipation of women's movement, anti-nuclear and peace movement. Yes, and also sour rain, so the environmental protection. Yeah, let's say these four directions came together as the funding myth, let's say, of the Greens. And then in the 9 years later, in the Eastern German opposition groups and the movements and the social movements, and then later the parties that were founded in Eastern Germany, there was the movement of Bündnis 90. Bündnis, Alliance 90, yeah, from 89 to 90, looking forward, Alliance 90.
Many people who were disgruntled with the atrocious treatment of the Soviet-occupied zone government, of nature, the environment. Nobody here understands, unless you look into Russia. When we see the images from Russia today, or if we make jokes about Xi swimming through the Yangtze, the poisoned Yangtze. The Soviet-occupied zone had a government, a so-called government, under Erich Honecker, which poisoned the landscape, and people were wary of it. And a large amount of the discomfort in the population, which led to the upheaval also in the countryside, came from there. So Bündnis 90, what Sören just described, has a more civil society and an anti-government or anti-centralist government from the ground up. If you're in America, you would join hands with them because you'd say, hey, these are my kind of guys. They are here in the community. They do the work. That's the kind of movement they were.
And also,
that they joined with the Greens is historically funny.
And also, Axel, which is important to say, an anti-communist. Because they were the ones.
Absolutely.
They were the ones.
Yes.
And that is what the healing element of the Bündnis 90 in the Greens, because the Greens from the West, coming from the West, often had this romantic understanding of communism, and we want to go to Cuba and, this, because they didn't know it. But Bündnis 90 guys who were in the opposition in Eastern Germany, they knew very well Stasi, Putin in Dresden, and all those guys. There were many of them have been experienced imprisonment or interrogation by Eastern German Stasi, Secret Service, and the police, right? So not all of them, of course, but many. So many of them came from the church. Many of them came from I don't want to speak even of oppositional groups because there have not been any official oppositional groups. They were all being crushed and suppressed. So this anti-communist movement came together with the green, a little bit naive movement. So this crude mixture of topics came together, found together, then in 1990 or 1991 somehow, and they were united. They came together and they united to Bündnis 90 Die Grünen, Alliance 90 the Greens, from the West and the East. And the party today, then it was opposition for a long time, and then on the national level in 1998 under the infamous and really tragic figure Gerhard Schröder, they formed the first government, and Joschka Fischer became foreign minister. So this was the first time when the Greens on the national level, Bündnis 90 Die Grünen, came into power as a governing party. And today they are still in power as a governing party. Of course, there were interruptions in between. And it's still called Bündnis 90 Die Grünen. There have been some attempts to rename it just to the Greens, but it's still officially Bündnis 90 Die Grünen, but of course known as the Greens. Okay. Little excursus.
Thank you very much. No, I think this has been helpful. I know from time to time we have to do this because it's important that we clarify what is the playing field and where things come from. Thank you for that, Sören. Much appreciated. Alan.
It's very informative for me. This is the only way, or one of the few ways, not the only way. You can never depend on one source, but all of the voices here from European nations help me understand European politics and the coalitions and the parties in a way I have not been able to understand before. So as an American who wants to be informed about Europe, the most important community of nations that we can be allied with, looking to the future, this is stuff I need to know. G-Man, you could...
Alan?
Yes?
Yes, sorry, I apologize, Alan. I need to ask G-Man a thing.
On G-Man. G-Man and Axel, go ahead.
Axel?
Yes? How far away was General Melted?
Oh, at least 35 miles.
Thank you. That's an honest Tommy answer.
Yes, sir.
And G-Man, maybe you'd like to tell us why he was 35 miles away.
Well, that would be because he's a general. And generals in those days were donkeys. Well, not all of them were, but certainly in this depiction of Blackadder, Melchert is certainly a donkey, not even leading the lions.
There you go.
That's a dangerous thing for a donkey to do, lead lions.
Really?
G-Man, did you have a topic you wanted to move on to?
No, I just come up. I just come on and I was listening to the discourse, and then I heard the question about 35 miles or 30 miles. So that's why I come up. I'm just going to sit and listen.
But see, sometimes the sorcery of our beloved British humorists who came up after Peter Sellers and the likes simply works perfectly for each and every topic. There is nothing better than quoting Blackadder on the fly.
Oh yeah, Blackadder, Faulty Towers, Monty Python. It all comes from the same. I mean, an awful lot of it comes from the same cloth. If you don't start me, but I guess because the number of during the Second World War, the number of soldiers who were also, I'm thinking of Spike Milligan, Harry Seacombe. They were just ordinary soldiers, but their experiences colored some of their comic work later.
Absolutely, and this is the interesting thing. If you look into early radio after the war in Europe, it was both very dark, but also very, very resilient with sardonic, ironic humor. I don't know, Alan, what we can find in the more prosperous United States at that point in time in the 1950s and 60s, but I can definitely assure you, if you go into British radio or French radio of the 1950s and 60s, you will find massive, humorous, completely anti-establishment and ridiculous humor.
You would be looking for Ernie Kovacs in the United States, Axel.
Well, then we should be looking forward to what Ukraine brings up front after victory.
I think they already have. I've seen some comics. Obviously, I've seen some work coming out already. Yeah, it's bound to. So it'll be a rich tapestry.
Well, don't forget where Mr. Zelensky comes from.
Yeah, well, of course.
Doing it and producing it.
Yeah. Yes, very successfully too. And am I right in saying that he was more popular in Russia than in Ukraine as a comic?
No, I think that's unfair. It's just that the contracts which were signed at that point in time, because some of his comedic performance and what he also produced was extremely visual, and at that point in time, that lent itself to the transition in television and professionalism. His company, as well as maybe 2 or 3 others, but definitely his company, and Søren will be able to opine on that too, produced at that point in time extremely high quality product, and which had a different tone and edginess, which you wouldn't find in Russia easily, and therefore NTV and everybody else could fit it into their programs, which is why he, for example, also appeared at New Year's shows, don't forget, in Russia, and all that kind of jazz.
Yes.
The Ukrainians are considered to be, different and edgy and funny and, all these ridiculous things. And their product was so good that they were taken in like as if they were the traveling gypsies.
Yeah, there's a chauvinism there, I suppose, as well. which they exhibit and have done over the years.
Well described, Axel, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Oh,
And
excellent.
now it's just another level. It's just a completely new seriosity, you know? It's not something completely different. It's not, I mean, of course, the content is different. And Zelensky developed a lot. And in this 1 year, even more. Yes. But it would be unfair to say that he has opportunistically changed or something like this. You know, it was simply another time. And I think that's why I couldn't describe it better than Axel. And I think to go even more into detail, we would have to speak with a Ukrainian. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, that's excellent. That's good. Great summary. And you know, it's another aspect of his career that is difficult enough for an outsider to really understand, especially not speaking the language and all of that. So, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, G-Man, and thank you, Axel, and thank you, Soren. I just want to ask folks here to please retweet this space. We are MriyaReport.org, reporting news from Ukraine 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And if you have an opportunity, please go to MriyaAid.org, where you can make a contribution that will deliver humanitarian supplies to Ukraine and medical supplies to soldiers on the front line. So please do retweet this space. If you want to join the discussion, you can do that by tapping on the mic icon. That's the microphone icon at the lower left of your phone screen. Request to speak will bring you up. When you arrive, press the heart plus icon to the right of your screen and raise your hand, and we will call on you in turn. David, I don't know if you are with us or not. If you are with us, just grunt or something. Yes, I think David is away. Well, no, David is raising his thumb. He is with us, but I think he is otherwise occupied from what I understand. So is there news coming in? It would appear something is happening at the dam in Nova Kakhovka. I'm going to take a look at that. Prince, you may be following this story. I'm not sure. You're not here at the moment. So what is happening? The Russians have stopped releasing water. At least that's what the latest reports say. So I guess that is good news of a kind, because the dam there does provide a cooling pond for the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. There is also continuing a news blackout from the front lines. I will take a look at the maps Chuck Ferrer has posted from Bakhmut and from Avdiivka, and I'll put them up in the nest when it's time to move on to a quick review, but of the military situation. But it's very difficult to see through the fog of war today, as it was yesterday, as it will be for the coming days. I think the impressive thing is that President Zelensky came very close to Bakhmut today, met soldiers from Bakhmut, awarded them medals. Zelensky was not actually in Bakhmut. That would be a stop too far. But as I say, he was very close to Bakhmut, certainly within earshot of of artillery fire of the action taking place in Bakhmut. David, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alan. Yeah, so I can give you a sort of update. I hadn't. It wasn't until Prince Heather had messaged and went, "Oh, did you know about that?" I didn't. What I did know is that I mean, this must have been 3 weeks ago that they'd opened up more of the gates to let more water out, and so it looks like this is good news in that they've stopped it. I suspect, in actual fact, it didn't. They weren't going to be able to empty it this way, in that they've had quite a bit of water, as we discussed, right? So whilst they've not had a lot of snow, but all that would do is change the water over a period of time as opposed to total water. So I suspect they've probably just gone, you know what effect is it actually having, and it may have an impact on them. Further west, in Kherson and that area, right? So close it off, because guess what? It might make things very difficult for them later. At a guess, if that helps.
Yes, thank you, David. Sounds like a pretty good guess to me. And there hasn't been a lot of snow. It means there's not a lot of runoff from melting winter snows, but there still has been rain.
So the only difference that it changes, right? Obviously, if you have a lot of snow, that means there's a huge buildup of water, right? But but it doesn't change the amount, over time, if you see what I'm trying to say. So let's say, for instance, you had 3 meters of snow and then it melts in 2 weeks. Obviously, you get a lot more volume at that time. But if it doesn't snow, but it carries on raining, there's a possibility you may, in actual fact, have more water over that 3-month or 4-month period, if you see what I'm trying to say.
But isn't it true, David, if you have a big snowpack, as it melts,
more water over a shorter
contains
period
more
of time.
water
Yes,
than-
but I'm saying over a 3-month period, for instance, right? So there wouldn't be much of a difference between the amount of water. Making sense?
Yes, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, so that's what I was really talking about. So, and of course, when you're talking about huge volumes of water like this, then you're talking about changes happening over longer periods of time. But the point I was going to say is it is entirely possible, though, if it did, because you've got the snow build-up, but obviously the water isn't going anywhere. It's possible you could have had more water over that period of time, because it may just have rained more, and therefore it would have run off more quickly.
But of course, there haven't been huge snows in Ukraine over the winter. It's not like the snowpack in the Sierra Nevada, for example, out in California and Oregon, etc. At Groundhog Day, you came up. You haven't raised your hand. Shaggy, you came up and you haven't raised your hand. Do either of you have a topic? You both do. Groundhog, you're first.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you all. And excuse me if this has already been covered. Today was one of those days at work where I just wasn't able to tune in, but this has just been heavy on my heart since I saw this morning where President Zelensky had tweeted a video of an apartment building in Zaporizhia being bombarded. It looks like maybe it was an S-300 or something. Is this something that happened today, or was this a prior video?
It is something that happened today, about 9 hours ago, by my estimate. There was also a strike in a suburb of Kyiv, and Ukrainian civilians have been killed and injured. I think the situation in the suburb of Kyiv has grown worse in the course of the day in terms of the casualty count. I think 8 people were killed in the suburb of Kyiv. To the best of my knowledge, there are 4 people who were killed in Zaporizhia, but 34 people are hospitalized. So this did happen today. It was we just discussed this with Soren. He corrected me. Originally, I thought these were air-launched missiles, but in fact, they are ground-launched missiles, Smerch missiles from a Russian missile system. So these ground-launched missiles are probably somewhere in Zaporizhia Oblast. Soren was mentioning the range is about 70 meters, and that's about as far back from the front line in Zaporizhia as you can get. So hopefully the Ukrainians will find these launch systems, track them down, and eliminate them.
Oh, well, that is terribly heartbreaking. Thank you for that information. Another thing that's also saddening about it, much like some of the mass events that we have here, as you know, I'm sure Alan and I'm sure everybody, whenever I did a quick news search about it, I didn't see anything. Really, all I could find was still going back to President Zelensky's Twitter feed, and he had shared some posts even prior to his post. So basically that's not good, that the world is starting to become complacent about it. And then it's also frustrating, of course, because Blinken just said that China was trying to give them diplomatic cover, and it makes it feel that way. I have another comment about a different topic. So for now, if you'll go to Shaggy.
Thank you, Groundhog, but please stick around. It is disheartening to learn the news of the world does not cover Russia's terror campaign against Ukrainian cities, because there are strikes every single day. Artillery strikes into Kherson across the Dnipro, artillery strikes in Sumy Oblast up around Kharkiv, and of course missile strikes like the ones launched on Kiev and Zaporizhia today, aimed primarily at residential buildings, at citizen infrastructure, power plants, gas lines, water supply, etc. These are war crimes. And the world must see this news every single day to be reminded of what Russia is doing and how Russia conducts war. Not only to be reminded, but to be emboldened to speak out about it and to contact their elected officials about what we can do. And what can we do? We can send all the weapons Ukraine is asking for. A Shaggy, and then I hope I will welcome up Colonel Fisher. Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. On the snow runoff thing, I mean, all things being equal, if you got just rain and no snow melt, then it's just going to be just rain runoff. If you got rain and snow melt, you're going to have more runoff. And if you've got just snow and no rain, then you're just going to have snow melt. So all things being equal, you're going to get more when the snow's melting and it's raining. That's kind of how I see it. Logical. It's like global warming. I mean, you got ice caps melting, so sea levels rise because there's the same amount of water in the world, but the ice is melting. So
It's not a static system.
I didn't say it was a static system. I didn't say no. It's not a static system, but all things being equal, that's why I put that phrase in there. I mean, if it rains more in autumn than it does in spring, then that might counteract the runoff. I don't really know if it does or not. That will be a factor. Anyway, just my 5p worth.
Okay, thank you, Shaggy. Welcome, Colonel Jeff. What do you have for us? Well, I don't know if Colonel Jeff can. Oh, Colonel Jeff can hear me. Go ahead.
I can, and I just want to check in. It's a little bit late out here, but I had an event in Vienna, and I was driving home, and I thought that I'd check in and see how everything was going. And I love the discussion on snow and rain and everything water. H2O is a magical thing depending on the temperature. But if there's anyone out there that had questions for me, or about my last guest on the Dish with Fish on Tuesday, which was a great guest, right? We talked a lot of things about nuclear weapons, nuclear inspections. So I thought I would check in really fast and see how you guys are doing. If there's nothing for me, I'm happy to jump right back down.
I have some things for you, Colonel Jeff, aside from your comment about water. Depending on the temperature, whether you can skate on it or swim in it, it is a magical substance. But Colonel Jeff, I'm wondering if you are following the pressure in the U.S. Congress to release F-16s to Ukraine. This is something that Don Bacon a few weeks ago came on to discuss, and subsequently signed on to a bipartisan letter urging the Biden administration to release F-16s. Any updates on that? Have you heard from Congressman Bacon?
I haven't, but I officially I haven't. We back channel stuff, but I did hear from Congressman Nunn. I had him on as well last week, as a matter of fact, and he too is signed on, right? So, there's this middle majority on F-16s that's really starting to gain traction. A wonderful thing, and it's unfortunate in American media because I think you've got the fringe left and the fringe right, and depending on which news source you choose, these guys suck a lot of the oxygen out of the room. And there are really good people in Congress that are doing good things on both sides of the aisle. I do believe that. I often ask people, when they say, "Hey, well, Congressman Getz said X or the squad said Y." I'm like, okay, so can you name me 10 other congressmen? I mean, there's 465. Just name me 10, right? And what you find out is they can't. And maybe that's a self-reflection that people should have, is if you can only name the ones that are continually quoted in media, maybe there's a little homework that's due on all sides, right? So, but there's good news, right? That I understand today that Ukrainian pilots are being trained in the Eurofighter. I also understand from a few days ago that there's a press report that says the 2 Ukrainian pilots that went to the United States that were getting training have done exceptionally well, and it's very clear that the training requirement for them will be far shorter. And then news came out today that said that the Ukrainian air defense guys knocked it out of the park with respect to training on the Patriot, which is phenomenal. And they finished it in, well ahead of what was the anticipated time. So not surprising to any of us on MriyaReport, but again, one of those nails in the coffin for those who are still continually locked in this position that we should not be helping Ukraine because they just can't do it. They just can't accept it. They can't do the training. They can't support the logistics. The Eeyores of Winnie the Pooh that continue to raise their heads, and we have to keep whacking them down like moles.
Yeah, so I think it's unclear whether or not the 60 Ukrainians, and that's the number I've seen, trained on Mirages, are they maintenance crews? Are they pilots? Are they both? But even if they were only maintenance crews, you certainly wouldn't be training Ukrainians on a jet that they wouldn't be flying very soon, is the way I look at it. And Colonel Jeff, I am doing my best to get Jared Golden onto your show. He is the congressman who launched the letter in the U.S. House, the bipartisan letter urging the Biden administration to release F-16. So hopefully you'll get him as well. And Congressman Golden is a Marine veteran. So I think the conversation with him, if we can get him here, is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, I'd love to have him. Thank you so much for helping me work that. I love this, right? I mean, there's so many people that come to me and say, Fish, who you should have on your show is Steve and Bill and John and I'm like, oh yeah, bring them. I'm ready. Let's go. Let's make Dish with Fish a 3-day-a-week event, I'm happy to do it, right? I think that these are all good things, and these are all people that should be on. And the more that we can get information out there, I'm the better. So, or I believe it's better. So thank you so much for doing that. I truly appreciate it. Hopefully we can get them on. You know, so I think we need to remember there's sometimes people out there that, for really shitty reasons, do, you know, nefarious things. And you know, sometimes I believe that those that are opposed to F-16s aren't doing it out of they're doing it for reasons that, frankly, they don't make sense to me. You know, and it frustrates me. So I'll leave that right there. I think you know, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. I'll stop right there. But this is good stuff, right? And so thanks. I appreciate the help.
I always listen to the dish with fish, but the show makes me hungry. First of all, I think about what's in my dish. What am I going to put in my dish for lunch or dinner? And it also makes me hungry for more news and more folks who support Ukraine, who have these great conversations with Colonel Jeff Fisher. And Colonel Jeff, remind me, the dish with fish is Mondays and Wednesdays?
No, right now we're only one day. It's only on Tuesdays, and it's on at 1600 UTC or Zulu time. And because of the recent time change in the United States and the non-time change in Europe until this Sunday, I don't want. I'm not going to speak out of turn. We literally got caught off guard with that one with Congressman Zach Dunn. It was very funny. I was walking around with my wife, and Axel wrote me. He's like, dude. Congressman Nunn's already up. Where are you? And I had to recover very fast, which we did, and it was a great show. But it was quite funny. You know what? That reminds me. I have to reach back to Congressman Nunn because he promised me that he's going to get me a Democrat to come on to the Dish with Fish because we're trying to keep everything open and honest and fair. And I don't know if he's come back with to my staff yet with a name yet. So thank you for reminding me of that. That's a good thing.
Well, I had the date with Colonel Jeff bookmarked and book ended. I said Monday and Wednesday. The show's on Tuesday. That's how far outside the time zone I am. And Jared Golden is a Democrat, by the way, so that would give you balance and a leader of the coalition in the House. So hopefully, you know, within a week to 10 days, we'll get them on with you. It would be a great conversation. So have you heard it in a just the top line headline that Ukrainians are being trained on Mirages? And I did, as I said, I heard the number 60 Ukrainians. Do you have any more news about that, or simply that they are being trained?
No, I don't know how. I don't have any knowledge on that, but I would say that, yeah, I think we need to. We need to temper a little balance, right? And I'm not saying that the way in which a French flying squadron is built is exactly the same as a U.S. one, but you know, for 24 jets, that's the relatively staying 20 to 24 jets is what the U.S. would have. You're going to have probably around 50 pilots, and you're probably going to have 300 ground crew. So, you know, a squadron's a pretty big thing, right? It's 350 people, 24 jets. And so when we're talking about 60 people, it sounds like a lot, but it's really only like an initial cadre. So whether they're all pilots or whatever they are, we just have to remember this. Let's temper our excitement. Let's be excited that, you know, the French are actually out there doing something. That's awesome. And you know, I would also say that it's there from a military industrial complex. There's an interesting debate going on, right? And these are all behind closed doors. And I think that our listeners will really appreciate this, right? You have this ever approaching idea that F-16s might be going to Ukraine. Okay, that's good, and I'm a fan of that. But if you're the European defense industries, be it Germany or France or Sweden, you're in your parliament and your president's offices every day saying, dude, this is it is a monster opportunity for us. Imagine if Ukraine doesn't buy F-16s, but buys 300, Saab Gripens. What a freaking boon for the Swedish economy and for the Swedish government, or whether it be Mirages or Eurofighters, whatever it is, there's probably going to be 300 jets bought, and they're probably not going to, go with the whole massive dissimilar airframes. So they're going to buy F-16s and F-18s and Eurofighters. They're probably going to try and get unity in their construct, and they're going to go with one airplane. So as the push for F-16s continues, they're sitting there going, these defense contractors are going, dude, I don't want to lose this one. This is literally a golden BB for us, right? So is there any way I can convince my government to move forward? And to be fair, a month or so ago, we saw this, right? The UK came out and said, well, we're not going to send Eurofighters, but we're going to start training some guys in them. Or, so that there was all these nations that were inching towards helping, but not really getting into the fight. And I'm beginning to think that the French are like, okay, dude, we've got to get in front of this. We've really got to get in front of this. So it's a fascinating dynamic that's happening behind the scenes. I completely understand why it's happening. I know I've seen it happen before when I worked in the Pentagon. So yeah, it's fascinating. It's really, really, I love it. I mean, probably our listeners don't love it anywhere near as much as I do, but I think it is impressive.
But isn't it astonishing also, Jeff, that essentially both, specifically the Germans, who are absolutely competent in participating in aircraft manufacturing, completely fail to understand the historic opportunity? And isn't it absolutely malfeasance that the Swedish government is not pushing its own industry to utilize that opportunity harder? I mean, it just shows you what kind of a lack of commercial acumen is there.
Well, I don't know. I mean, actually, you could be right. I mean, we don't get to see everything behind the scenes, so I don't want to take too much. I don't want to smack governments too hard. I don't dismiss that this Saab Gripen is in the Swedish, that the back channel offices begging. But I wonder how much Sweden really wants to play this, right? The Swedish, politicians have to play this a little differently than others, right? They really want to get into NATO. So how much do they start giving to Ukraine, knowing full well that they need to get Turkey and Hungary they need to get those votes, right? Hungary just came out and actually didn't block, but they voted no on the big, security package of Ukraine. If you're Sweden, you really can't get out too far in front and say, we're going to start sending Saab Gripens in at our own expense, hoping that you can get into NATO when Hungary is going to go, dude, what the hell are you freaking doing?
But isn't that a passive and lukewarm appeasement strategy? If you assert yourself and if you say, you know what, Hungary, Turkey, thank you very much. We're a candidate for NATO. We are one of the strongest nations economically and industrially. We don't care about you. You are nothing because you evidently haven't really performed. You are nothing. Industrially, Turkey, you are nothing compared to us in Sweden. Hungary, you are an appendix of German industry. And you are subservient to Russia. So what? Please let us wait. It doesn't matter. We have a security guarantee from the White House already. You know it. We know it. We're going to deliver 340 airplanes to Ukraine. We will deliver the best possible aircraft there is. We'll deliver one of the leading multi-role fighters. Watch us. That's how you conduct assertive policy.
Sure, because
then they can't be denied. They can't be denied. Who will deny them if they are the leading nation? Who on earth will deny them later? Everybody will rally to the cause and push Turkey harder. They need to lead from the front. You only win wars by leading from the front.
Yeah, dude, it's a great strategy as long as all the politicians in Sweden are willing to be voted out the actually next election, right? Because the truth of the matter is, if they go out and they say this, the people of Sweden will sit there and say, "Are you on crack, dude? We want in right now. We don't feel safe." So either they convince their people that that's a good idea, which I don't think they're going to be able to do, or they come up with another strategy.
But they are safe. They have the security umbrella already. It has been given.
Yeah, the United States and Sweden have a very, very close relationship. And that is public. That's not private. But I would tell you that I think the people of Sweden want to be in NATO, and they don't want to see their politicians playing games. Unfortunately, look, you and I both actually are in the same train of thought. The problem is that the general propasses and voting constructs and voting entities and nations are nowhere near as willing to be belligerent and pushy and assertive. Belligerent's probably a bad word there. I apologize for that, right? But as assertive as you and I think they should be, people are like, "What are you doing, dude? We just want in. Don't be a jerk." That's how people vote. I mean, I've seen it in numerous nations.
So, Colonel Jeff, what's your? I mean, we're Mirages, F-16s. That's about the future. That's down the road. What do you think about help that Ukraine can get right now? It's coming in the form of MiGs from Poland, from Slovakia, and Sukhois, I guess, from Greece. Does that make a difference to the Ukrainian Air Force?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it helps, right? It's every little bit helps. And every time they get more capability with aircraft, they're buying back more air superiority, which is great, right? And air superiority can be defined by time or region or whatever it is. These are good things, right? If they weren't good things and they were going to be actually a hindrance to the Ukrainian government, Ukraine would say, "Hey, dude, they're no good." So this is really good stuff. I counter that by saying, there was a big press article that came out of the United States that said, "Holy cow, the United States has made a huge shift. They're actually going to use older Abrams, and this will get U.S. Abrams into theater much faster just by modifying the old ones instead of waiting on the new ones." And now the timeline's no longer, a year and a half, but we're looking at 8 to 10 months from now. And I'm like, that's not fast enough, right? I mean, 10 months from now, we're back in another winter war. What's the point, right? So I don't know. And what I don't understand is, why is the media helping them, right? I mean, the headlines that come out is like, Abrams faster. I'm like, okay, yeah, compared to our nation, our nation. They're almost bankrupt, right? People need it. Frustrates me.
Yeah, it frustrates me too. And that's why MriyaReport is so important to me, because I get news here and a different kind of analysis here than I can see in US media, whether it's in newspapers or television or what have you. But I agree with you, Colonel Jeff. Where are the really talented, brainy journalists that we used to have? They were able to report the news and do analysis. And I think so many of them would agree with you. Abrams in 10 months as faster, F-16s in 1 year is faster. How does that help Ukraine today? And Ukraine needs a lot of help today, right now. If there was any way Ukraine could be supplied with enough weapons, with enough trained soldiers to win this war in the next 8 months, then you're really talking.
Yeah, I agree. It's I've done what I call bar napkin math, right? Where you flip over the bar napkin and you start doing math. I honestly believe that if you were 12 on, 12 off, and there were no weekends, and the U.S. was totally committed to F-16s, that you could have F-16s, at least an initial cadre and the first few jets, going into Ukraine within 3 months. I firmly believe that. I've done the math. I can share my math if need be, but I think we could be at F-16s in 3 months. And the only thing that stops that from happening is political will. And whether that's President Biden himself, who's adamant against it, or if it's his National Security Council and some people whispering in his ear, it really doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, it's the U.S. position, and he's defined it. And I'm hoping that we can, whether it's MriyaReport or whatever it is, can kind of turn him around and get him to come around. That'd be great. I am driving up into a mountain. You're probably going to lose me in about 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. While you're driving, Colonel Jeff, to join us. So before we lose you, I'm going to go to a few hands who I think are for you, and we'll keep you with us as long as possible. G-Man, Clyde, Polly. G-Man, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I'll let the other ones go. Go ahead.
Clyde.
This idea of 8 to 10 months is ridiculous. I mean, General Keane was on TV last month and said we have 2,000 Abrams in pre-positioned stocks in Europe that are ready to go at a moment's notice. And we can't spare a couple hundred. I mean, this is a joke. That's all I got to say.
I agree with you. Polly.
Yeah, thank you, Alan, and good evening from Finland. To the previous topic with Axel and Colonel Jeff, I would just like to point out that, in my humble opinion, when Sweden gets the news that Finland is in NATO, I'm quite confident that they could easily make the bold statement that Axel made previously. Just shipping stuff to Ukraine, because at that point Sweden is quite well covered. Only thing they need to worry about is Scotland. So that's just my 2 cents on the previous topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Polly. Colonel Jeff, you still with us? Colonel Jeff may have driven out of range, sadly, but as soon as he has a connection again, I know he will rejoin. Meanwhile, G-Man.
Yeah, I remember what I was going to say now. I'm pretty sure that it was either Sweden or Finland or both that Britain signed a bilateral treaty with, basically giving them our nuclear coverage prior to them coming into NATO.
This is what I referred to when I said the nuclear umbrella. That's exactly true.
Yeah. All right.
Colonel Jeff is back. Well, Colonel Jeff may be back. So Colonel Jeff, if you can hear us, and if you get a connection as you drive up the mountain, and why isn't your connection better the higher you drive? But F-16s do not depend solely on the United States. There are thousands of F-16s deployed around the world. Countries are upgrading to F-35s that they are purchasing from the United States. And the United States doesn't have, from what I understand, the right to veto a transfer of F-16s from some countries to Ukraine. Colonel Jeff, if you can hear us, join in. Otherwise, Axel, I know you're either going to correct me or give me more information.
You don't transfer F-16s without consent. But you can you could say that I want this, and you won't be denied. But if you were to deliver it, well, you can't. You will never propose as a recipient of F-16s. You will never propose to ship them to the people who shouldn't have them. So, in this instance, there is no such thing as a formal barrier for the process.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to me. Colonel Jeff, when you're back in Signal, let us know. Meanwhile, Groundhog, you had an additional topic. I hope you can remember what that was, because it was several minutes ago.
I do, but we have Colonel Jeff here and Powley and Axel's here. There are a lot of people that have a lot of other more insightful comments. I saw Dimitri's tweet today about apparently some bad PR that a friend of the space is getting, and I don't want to say anything out of line or cause drama, but basically my initial thoughts on it were, if somebody has done something wrong, they typically get charged by authorities. Like anybody can say anything, and obviously Twitter is not the most sound platform for information sometimes. So yeah, I'll just leave that there.
You're right about that. And if someone has done something that they shouldn't have done, they can also own up to it. But yes, we unfortunately have lost Colonel Jeff. We do have Polly with us. We have Axel, Shaggy, G-Man, Peter, etc. But and I do thank you for coming up, Groundhog. Polly, do you have any additional speculation about Swedish policies once they are in NATO? How is their defense budget, for example, going to change? What will their commitment to Ukraine look like after being approved for NATO membership?
Thank you, Alan. That's very kind of you. You ask me, and I'm really happy that I'm here without the Swedes and Norwegians, so I can comment on their behalf.
So you can finally riff on the fact that they're never spending enough.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right. So, a few points. They currently have, well, how to say, the government formation is quite all right. So they have a right-leaning government that are, how to say, pro-military more than they are against, but they are not like Finland. So what they will be lacking, in my humble opinion, for the next, let's say, 4 to 6 years, it's real commitment and real investments in their own military. In my humble opinion, the Swedish military industry can, and I think will benefit, and it will flourish. But unfortunately, the decisions and the culture that was made and instituted during the last 20 years or 25 years in Sweden, it doesn't turn quickly. So in order to change, it will take some years, and I hope for the best. And I think this may be something that Sweden will look to us and other NATO countries how to ramp up with the spending and with the training of their forces. Yeah, that was my
Is it fair to say, Polly? Is it fair to say that the Swedish supertanker, which, as we all know, turns slowly, is currently still in dry dock?
Yeah, it's now like they are putting the first logs onto the ship. They're trying to get it out from the dry dock or just open the floodgates. Maybe the first floodgate is like it's a bit rusty and they are trying to get it open. Yeah, the floodgates are not open at the dry dock yet.
We have a Norwegian who can help you make fun of the Swedes if you like.
That's perfect. But there is Denjon here. Denjon is from Sweden, right?
Yes,
but
Polly,
he's Swedish. He will defend that.
it didn't take longer than 1 minute for the Swedes and Norwegians to appear. Thank God.
And Polly, I know you're from Finland, but it's important to get comments from the new NATO partners, both Finland and Sweden. And so with that, we will go to Denjon and then to Jorn. Denjon, please.
Ach, Axel, was sagst du?
Irgendeiner muss sich doch ein bisschen ärgern.
That's all I had, Axel. I'm sorry. Okay, so Sweden and NATO. Sorry, and defense budget. So my understanding is that there's a commitment now to spend up to 2% of the GDP, and you know, Swedish GDP is quite big, small country. And the target is to do it before 2026. And I think the money is not the problem. The problem is the organization, to have the organization in place to handle it, because it's quite thin at the moment. So I think the ambition is there, but the question is if it's possible. I guess you can just buy material and have it done, but the organization is the bottleneck. That's my understanding. I don't have all the insights, but that's my understanding.
And then, John, when you say organization, are you talking about in industrial capacity?
No,
are
no,
you talking about
no,
it's administrative and political?
No, the actual, you know, military, the defense organization. So soldiers, basically, and officers and that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Jorn, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was in cryo sleep, but when Polly says that he's happy about there being no Norwegians and Swedes, we come up. And what then John is talking about when it comes to organization, it's simpler than that. It's the sort of thing like how many Swedes do you need to change a light bulb, and that kind of thing. Yeah,
101. One who does the job and 100 who discuss about it.
yeah, and you also need the people to hold him and turn him around so that it goes into the socket. Yeah, then John knows more about this than me, so I was just going to step in if no Swedes arrived. But Sweden has always had guarded this territory through strength. Just see the pictures of how many Saab Wiggins they had back in the days. They had a massive air force. But after the 90s and the end of the Cold War, they drew it way down. And correct me if this is wrong then, John, but I think Sweden was one of those countries that had a wake-up call around 2008 and the invasion of Georgia in a bigger degree than many other countries, including Norway. So they have a little bit of a head start of rebuilding their defense, both industry and their forces. So even though they almost quit the whole thing, they've been on a positive trajectory the later couple of years.
Well, you have to admit, we know how to get a conversation going here at MriyaReport. Just ask a Finn about Swedish defense policy. Then John, go ahead.
Yeah, and Jörn is right in many of the things he's saying, except it's the other way around with the light bulbs. Actually, we are the smart ones. They trying to catch up. But I mean, that's how it is. But
that's why you have smart discussions, as I just said.
Exactly.
One Swede is enough to do it, but you have 100 Swedes to discuss as to whether he should do it.
Yeah, brotherly love, you know. Regarding 2008, I'm not sure 2008 was the year we woke up, you know, because I think I have to check now when we stopped the conscription. But that was after 2008, if I'm not wrong. And then it was restarted again in, when was that, 2017. I think the wake up was 2014 with the Crimea, if I'm not wrong. But
it was.
Yeah.
It was. I think Gotland one battalion was introduced back to Gotland in 2017, and then there was a regiment in 2018.
Yeah.
Not that we are watching or spying on you, but still we are looking.
We don't know anything about what you're doing in Gotland, but there are 7,000 boots, you have 9,000 rifles, and they go march in that direction and stuff. But we're not watching.
Shaggy, do you want to get into this conversation?
Jag heter Shaggy, jag bor i en lägenhet. Skål Tommy fan. And what's happening with the Challenger help that the Sweden's given the UK? I read about the other day. Is it a big thing or just a little thing?
Can you repeat, Shaggy? Because I was still processing your Swedish there. Vilken lägenhet var ligger den? No, but can you repeat the serious question?
Yeah, the serious bit at the end was I read an article briefly about the UK asking Sweden for help with something to do with the Challengers. Challenger 3, sorry, Challenger 3, I think it was, some contract was awarded. Do you know anything about that?
No, unfortunately not. That's all. But well, you know, there's Hägglunds and others. So yeah, could be. And BAE, of course.
Right, all right, I'll have a little dig around.
I'm sorry, I don't have information about that either. Where exactly do we want to go from here? Axel, can you, well, Peter, please go ahead. And then Axel, you and I will think about how best next to continue the conversation. But Peter, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just saw a video of the pilot who hit the drone being decorated. I don't know if anybody else saw it, but I mean, he was a fine figure of a man. I wouldn't have thought he looked like a fighter pilot, though. I mean, he was kind of a bit Billy Bunterish. And
he could fly fertilizer and you know, stuff like that. Spray.
Yeah, but I just wondered if he was being given an award for precision flying to go and hit a drone. I mean, he could have taken his own aircraft down. He was just very, very lucky he didn't. And I don't know if it was a general or whoever was giving him the medal. He looked so detached from the whole thing. It was quite funny. But no, he didn't fit the image of a fighter pilot. Definitely not. And just talking about when you're talking about rain and snow, I don't know, when I was kind of flying my own jet around, it's they get covered with dust and dirt, and I love a rain shower, to purposely stick it through the middle of a rain shower. But the very best, just as a tip, if you're ever flying anything, is to fly into a snowstorm, because it really polishes the plane beautifully. It's like going through a million little polishing bits, which you come out the end and land, and it's the whole paintwork is absolutely gleaming. Anyway, I was just giving a little bit of light relief to it, so thanks.
We can fly through many a snowstorm as long as we are de-icing the plane. DB, go ahead, please.
It doesn't cause an icing problem.
Yes, it does. You got to be real careful about that. Avoid the dew point when you're up in an airplane. Just three things, since I guess it's a little bit open forum topic. Wouldn't mind different people's perspectives as we watch the propaganda flow. I mean, from my perspective, there's two bits of good news and one bit of bad news. The bit of good news is, of course, the desperation of those old tanks being brought in, the T-55s, which is a symptom of a Russian problem. So that's a nice thing. And of course, the other bit of good news was Zelensky feeling comfortable enough to get so close to Bakhmut. If I understood correctly, according to Chuck's map, he was right in the middle of it. The third bit, which is kind of sad propaganda, I don't know if anybody has a perspective on this. I'd love to hear if anybody has a view. It's sort of what's going on in the Twitter space in terms of James Vasquez, and if any of that is real or what on earth is going, or if that's a disinformation campaign or something. It seems unfortunate. I don't know if anybody has a perspective, but because we're fighting the battle in the information space, I'd always be curious to know if anybody has a perspective on that sad bit of news. So I'm throwing a grab bag of things in here, Alan. Sorry about that, but you seem to have opened up the agenda a bit wider. No need for a comment on the first two bits. I'd like to know if anybody has a comment on the third bit, which would be a bit unfortunate, or what exactly is going on behind that. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I guess I did throw the forum open. I don't really have anything to add to the third bit, DB. It's something that is just up to the people who are working it out. I guess that's what I would say. But what I do want to do is welcome up Latin to continue our discussion about jet fighters, because Latin has some key information for us just in terms of what jets we should be talking about. Latin?
Actually, thanks, Alan. I just wanted, first of all, to ask Axel a question. You there, Axel?
Right here. Well
okay,
fed,
so when it,
finally seated.
okay, so ready for a question here. In the back channels, we were discussing some of this Mirage 2000 thing, and I just want to be absolutely sure about what you were, what you had been communicating to us, that a friend that you were in communication with, was that a list of if a squadron were to be raised on a new type, was that the sequence of training for different trades that you would expect? Was that what we saw there?
Yes, the trades, and meaning in this case, maintenance, ground crew, controllers would start first. And this also has to do with the fact that the unfortunate event with the Dassault is that you need to find people who at least halfway speak French.
Right. Okay. Hang on for a sec, guys.
No problems. No, but the key element is that, yeah, I think that the friends in Greece have made significant progress in converting things into English language for most of their maintenance staff. However, there's a couple of things which, yeah, remain in French. And as you all know, the French nation prides itself of calling a computer an ordinateur, and all sorts of little tricks. So you start with the maintainers early in order to be able, after a few months, to deliver a product, which is why the F-16 will come earlier.
Latin, are you back?
Yes, I'm good. I gave somebody the dessert that they were asking for, so all good for now. So
that's on the most important function we all have.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so on the Mirage 2000 thing, because Axel, I like to be cautious about these things and not jump to conclusions. I based on what we're hearing right now, and even the comment that supposedly was made by Yuri Ignat, Ukrainian Air Force spokesman, would have been earlier this afternoon Eastern time, so kind of evening Ukraine. All right, despite that comment, that's not an absolute denial that there's anything happening with Mirage 2000s. I think he said no pilots are training,
which is completely fine.
Which is completely fine, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, I do believe, I've been following this ever since I first heard any inkling of this back in probably sometime in January, and I'm sure I'm not alone. But you got to kind of follow each file carefully, and comments that are being made by government and the reports that appear in media. And I've been convinced since at least the end of January that Mirage 2000 is going to play into this. Of course, ideally, you standardize a fleet. That's the ideal, but we know that the politics of this will drive a slightly different outcome. Probably a fleet at some point that will be predominantly F-16, But for political reasons and for you know what I mean, right? For reasons of showing
No, of course,
that
I
it's
get
not
it,
just
and it's fine. And nobody
yeah.
says. Don't forget, in the Second World War, the Royal Air Force and the Americans flew what? The Royal Air Force flew what? 11 different airframes at the same time. So what?
Right. Yep. And Finland, when they were fighting in their struggle in the Winter War, received quite a mix of aircraft from friendly countries. So yeah, we've seen this before. It's happened in different.
Yeah,
And this
and
is
everybody will now try to lecture both you and me that, of course, now in the world of the 21st century, everything is more difficult. And da da da. And you and I know that this is all bullshit.
yeah, because we've already had enough indications, especially on the F-16 side, that it can all be done. It can't be done tomorrow, but it can be done a lot faster than by the book. Especially when you have people as motivated as the Ukrainian ground crews and air crews are. But I don't know, Alan, if you want me to mention a little bit of what this particular aircraft would mean to the Ukrainians, because it is significant, especially with some of the news that we unfortunately started to get again in the last 24 hours. Do you want me to just touch on that?
Yes, and
Hit it.
this is the capability of the Mirage specifically, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's just
let
like
him make it specific. Make it specific to today. Would this interceptor have been able to interdict or at least say find ways of attacking rocket artillery 70 kilometers behind the lines?
no,
See,
Mirage
and that's
2000C
what
would not be able.
exactly. It can't
No,
do that at all.
no. In its current configuration, the way unless there's been a change, so we have to go with its configuration as we know it when it was retired from the French Air Force last summer. It would be useful as a point defense aircraft to target drones and cruise missiles. Now, also any fixed wing that might come, but only at short range, because it only has a short range missile that it carries now. It currently does not have a beyond visual range missile, which was retired a few years ago. So it is limited in that sense. But to be further back from the lines in a defensive role, guarding critical infrastructure or civilian population, armed with, it's got a very good radar still, and armed with its Matra 550 missiles, its infrared short-range missiles, or the internal cannon, it would be very effective in taking out some of these aerial targets that are being lobbed at Ukrainian civilians. And it would take pressure off of the MiG-29 force, which we know is the mainstay of Ukraine's air defense, is busy with suppression of enemy air defense with the American HARM missile, and possibly, but absolutely not confirmed, possibly could be part of the use of JDAM at some point. But again, not confirmed. But even with those other two taskings, the force is probably pretty busy right now, given the attrition they've suffered. So an infusion of, okay, we've got the MiG-29s coming from Eastern Europe. That's great. 12 Mirage 2000Cs there is a symbolic value to it. There's no denying that. But it's also not strictly symbolic. They're not useless. I'm sure the Ukrainians will find a use for them. There are two.
Could they fly AirCap? Could they fly AirCap in the north?
In the north of Ukraine?
Exactly. Protect the airspace in Ukraine, be an interdictor and interceptor for missile attacks and the likes when they are up in the air, in between Kyiv and the line of attack to Belarus.
Yeah, for sure they could. Yeah, absolutely.
See,
I guess where you're going. I guess
And
where you're
that's it.
going with that is kind of a secondary front, right? Like some.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, look, they could plug a hole somewhere in the air defense system where the Ukrainians feel that they needs to be bolstered, right? That's the role they could play. They're a very effective modern fighter. There are two variables that would really change the picture, and I don't think either one is crazy idea. Okay, the first one would be, could they try to integrate a beyond visual range missile into it? Well, yes, they could, because the French fly the upgraded version, which has a different medium range missile on it. That would require some work, but technically completely feasible. AMRAAM, I think that again, with some work, they could. And if there's already rumors, let's call it what it is. It's rumors of AMRAAM being integrated into MiG-29. I think the 2000 would probably be less of a leap to integrate it into a Western radar, but it would still require some work. The French Air Force, late in its service of that aircraft, the 2000C, began using it with laser-guided bombs. They were using that primarily in Africa. The aircraft cannot designate its own target, doesn't have a targeting pod integrated into it. So they would have to have a target designated by another aircraft, a drone, or from the ground. And from the ground is very, very much doable. I think they have that capability to designate for the laser-guided version of the KH-25 that the Su-24s have been flying. So the problem there would be how that weapon, typically, that type of weapon, typically is launched at higher altitudes. And they can't do that right now. That'd be very difficult to do. Does that mean that they couldn't find a pocket, a situation where they could pop up to that higher level and use it? It's the same calculus with JDAM, by the way, with using JDAM. Well, that's entirely possible. I don't know if you can toss bomb a laser-guided bomb. I don't know. You can toss bomb a JDAM, and that's where you go lower level, pop up, and throw it essentially at the target. So those are variables. Those the Ukrainians do not have laser-guided bombs in their inventory. Certainly not the ones that the Mirage 2000 was flying with the French Air Force. Now, the only other thing I'm going to add, other bit of information that I thought was interesting, the report. One of the details of the report that I thought was interesting was they didn't just say where they're training. They mentioned two bases, Mont-de-Marsan and Nancy. Now, that's interesting because Nancy is where the remaining Mirage 2000Cs, slightly different variant, the French are still flying. That's where they are, and they have their two-seat variant there. Mont-de-Marsan is where they fly their 2000D. That's the strike model. They may have a few 2000Bs there for transition. That's possible, but I just thought it was interesting that they would spread what sounds like a fairly small group of well, we don't know. We don't know how many people might be there. But anyways, I just thought it was interesting that and I don't want to read too much into it, but it was something that I kind of noticed, that those two bases where two different variants of the 2000 are being flown currently by the French. The only other factor I'll throw in is that when Greece bought the Rafale a few years ago, as I understand it, and I've read in a couple of sources, that deal included returning a number of their legacy Mirage 2000s to France. And as far as I know, that's where they went. They were returned to the manufacturer as part of the deal. So could there be that there are other legacy 2000s kicking around in France? That is, as far as I know, that is possible. But yeah, it's speculative, but that's based on the information I have right now. But yeah, so partly, potentially we can look at this as political and symbolic, but these are hardly junk aircraft. These are aircraft that would contribute, once operational, would contribute to saving Ukrainian civilians from air raids. And that is, I don't care what aircraft. You ask the people on the ground. I don't think they care whether it's a MiG-29 or a Mirage 2000. If there's more aircraft helping to intercept those damn things that they're being lobbed at apartment blocks, that's always going to be a good thing.
So, Lat, I have a couple of questions for you. When you talk about getting up to a higher altitude to launch a JDAM, are we talking 10,000, 15,000 feet or higher?
No, it's not extreme high altitude. It's not like the altitude that an airliner flies, like around 35,000 or more. I think for JDAM in Iraq and Afghanistan, I think typically, I may be slightly off on this, but I think it was around probably between 5,000 and 10,000. I think somebody might be able to correct me on that, but I think that it was more like medium level. And but that's not the way they're going to be able to do it for sure in this. Not for the most part. It may be happening already because we're seeing videos that I know I've looked at them, and actually, that we've kind of discussed it in the back channels, and there seems to be agreement that some of those that we're seeing right now, some of those strikes, there was one just a few days ago, could well be JDAM. It has all the look of it, but or at least what we would expect.
They look significantly different from what you would expect with what is the declared inventory.
Yeah, it's like one impact. Some of them appear to be quite deep. because of the amount of dirt that's being thrown up. So that kind of depends on the angle at which a munition like a JDAM would come down. They just seem a little big, don't they? They seem. It all started with that one that we saw that supposedly was training about 3 weeks ago on a Sunday night that video came out. And as soon as people saw that one, they was like, no, that's something different. That we haven't seen that yet. And so, anyways, we have the confirmation from the U.S. government, right, that they are in theater. Ukraine has them. So supposedly, if they're there, I think they're using them. That would be my bet. Maybe on a limited scale at this point, but to your question, Alan, with the Mirage 2000, that laser guided bomb capability is not something I would expect them to. I'd be surprised if they were working on that right now and trying to work that capability up. Probably the priority would be to get them up and running as part of their air defense network.
And my second question is this: it's interesting that the information we received and saw, it's public information, the specific bases in France where the Ukrainians, not pilots, are training. We know what Mirages are deployed to these bases, so we know what the Ukrainians would be working on, right?
Well, more or less. The only variable there is that the Mirage 2000B Bravo is the two-seater, the trainer. And you would expect to see those. I would expect to see them in any base that operates a 2000 variant, no matter what, for transition. So that could be what's happening, because there's not a ton of those. And I know that the French were holding on to them when they retired the earlier ones last summer because they transition. So it just could be that, because remember that this is being done. I don't know if the French are still transitioning pilots to the 2000 because it's on the way out. That both variants that are still in service. It looked as though they were also operating Rafale, which it looked as though they were also operating Rafale, which I'm pretty sure they're probably transitioning. It's already a stated goal of the French Air Force to go to a complete Rafale force. So, I wouldn't doubt that there could be now. If we've heard nothing about another variant, like I've said a million times, variants matter, and the difference between a 2000C and a 2000D is tremendous as far as capability. So we have seen nothing. To be honest, we haven't had anybody in the French government or anywhere else ever specifically say Mirage 2000C that I've seen. It's all been just discussions with the Ukrainians about possible training, and the assumption has always been that it would be the Mirage 2000s because those are the ones that are on the way out, and the black were already retired last summer. But I would be ecstatic if there were to be any news of 2000Ds. That's purely speculative at this point, because that's a strike aircraft. That's an aircraft that would be, the 2000C would be something they would use defensively right now. The 2000D is something that, if once up and running, once operational, that takes time, that's a totally different ballgame. That's an aircraft that they could use in offensive operations, hitting ground targets.
And my other question, and I have a couple of questions. A two-seater is for training purposes only? It doesn't go into combat?
Well, most Western combat aircraft, the two-seaters are combat capable, but typically you wouldn't see them used for that unless maybe in the case of a national emergency. So in the case of the 2000, it's the 2000 Bravo, the B model. The 2000D is a two-seater, uses the same airframe, but it has it's a totally different, very different weapon system, different radar that has ground mapping mode. It's an attack aircraft. But if you look at it from the outside, it looks very similar. It's essentially the same airframe of 2000B. So it's the B and the D. There used to be one called the N, which was also a two-seater. That was nuclear strike. Those were retired a few years ago.
So I have also seen reports that Ukraine is trying to open discussions about F-18 Hornets. I mean, this might just be a way to put pressure on, hey, if we can't get F-18s, maybe that makes the F-16 just a little easier to do. How does an F-18 Hornet fit into this discussion? How does it compare to a Mirage what is an F-18's capabilities?
First of all, I got to ask you, what's the latest? Because the latest I ever heard about F-18 was the Finnish Prime Minister, which was shot down right away.
Yeah, that's useless.
So there's nothing new on that front. Is that
No,
was just
the Finns cannot and will not deliver this. It's complete crap. She spoke out of turn. She
right?
doesn't understand military. She has no bearing on this discussion. She will be voted out of office anyway, so it's completely irrelevant.
Okay, so there hasn't been any update, like any change, like anything new on F-18s from anywhere since then.
No, the only F-18s which could be given are Spanish.
Right, the ones that are in Canaries. And we've heard nothing about that. So yeah, I think, Alan, I mean, I could get into a discussion on F-18s, but I mean, unless they're on the radar, realistically, I'm not sure. I'd probably hesitate to do that.
Because we would be here for 2 hours fawning over the F-18s, and then have to tell you that unfortunately this fantastic aircraft will not come into force. So it's completely useless. It's like talking about the F-15 Strike Eagle. It's not going to come. So we shouldn't be talking about it because it's beautiful. By the way, it is a 2-seater and it's fucking awesome.
It's incredible. Yeah, its capabilities would be transformative, but no, they're not happening.
Okay, I'll throw that idea out. Much like the Finnish Prime Minister, I am apparently irrelevant, and I think even I can be voted out.
You're not irrelevant at all. No, nobody said this. We're
No.
saying that the proposal she made is so stupid. It was so useless. It was created as I don't know how you can say this, but it is such an offhand adolescent comment. You can't imagine. It had she lost literally every hope of still finding a way to clawing back the election by being so absolutely untrustworthy and unreasonable.
But Alan, I will say that when the Spanish Prime Minister last visited Ukraine, he did mention aircraft in the news conference with President Zelensky. So as Axel said, that is one of the potential sources. There is another one, which is Australia, because they're getting rid of their last legacy Hornets. Suffice it to say that it's a very modern multi-role Western fighter that it's a little old now, but extremely capable. It would, if there were to be a way, if there's any way that it could end up on the radar here, I'm sure they would snap it up. And it's one of the ones that the Ukrainians have mentioned by name consistently over the last year. So I think that if anybody offered them even a small number, they would take it.
Wanted them, Latin, if you remember, I wanted them from the very beginning because they're cheap, cheerful. The old A and Bs are completely fine. Yes, they're long in the tooth and they've been worn down and whatnot. Nobody cares. That's why they were available. Get them quickly. If they had started the dang process last year in April, as they could have, these things would be flying already.
Oh yeah, no question. But Alan, I think it's a fair question in the sense that you're kind of, if I understand it properly, you're probably looking at it from the point of view of kind of the spectrum of Western multi-role combat aircraft, which is not huge, right? It's not like in the middle of the Cold War where there were so much variety of types. NATO and the US are really down to, you can almost count them on one hand, the types. There's been a lot of consolidation. And F-18 is one of them. And the legacy 18s are on the way out. There's the Super Hornet, which for Ukraine, that might be a possibility of some kind of future acquisition, something for much more long term. Definitely not right now. But in terms of availability and capability, it's definitely something that would be incredibly useful. But just that I don't see it, since the comment from the Finnish Prime Minister, I don't know of anything except for the fact that the Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, did mention it when he was there. But we haven't heard anything since.
Well, we'll wait for news about it then, and you know, until we have that news, Axel and Latin are right. It would lead to a 2-hour conversation, and we would be foaming with eager optimism about delivery of fighter jets. But there's no question that Ukraine does need fighter jets. I mean, they're getting MiGs, they're getting Sukhois, and this will help add some force to their current air force. But it doesn't give them the additional capacity that they would have if they were to receive, for example, F-16s, which is just a much more capable jet fighter. I was looking at the comparison between F-16s and MiGs. It's amazing how much better an F-16 is. Latin?
On that last point that you made, Alan, yes, especially when you're talking about the upgraded early models, even the original A models, the kind of upgrades that have been done, like in particular NATO, the midlife upgrade that they received really transformed its capabilities. And that would be the great thing of if this European coalition forms, to provide them, because they're all the same standard, and that'll really help with maintenance, with operating them. But the only other thing I was going to mention was that it escaped me now. So sorry. Let me middle-aged guy, lots on my mind. I'll hold off for a sec. I'll try to see if I can remember what I was going to say.
Okay, keep listening, Latin. We have a couple of hands who I think are interested in aircraft. Shaggy and then Peter. Shaggy, go ahead, please.
Oh no, I've just kind of I found the information on my Swedish defence industry will help Britain with Challenger-3 tanks, and actually it was just a small 2.5 million subcontract from Sweden's MilDef to supply generic vehicle architecture from their facility in Cardiff in Wales. And that's it really. So I was just closing that loop. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Shaggy. Peter.
Yeah, just a few questions. What happened to the UK 54 Typhoons, which were not needed, which could have been put in? And I thought there were quite a few F-16s around Europe without having to come from the USA, which were available or could be released if they were upgraded. Because that makes a lot of sense, and I just wondered with the F-16s, which I've kind of brought up before, that they could have their major maintenance done in Poland, and they could be flown into operational bases equipped with missiles, and they do their sortie, come back to the operational base for minor maintenance, and then for major stuff go back into Poland. So they've got all the maintenance crew already. There was that American F-16 veteran pilot who offered to come and fly for Ukraine, and he stated that he had loads of other vets who would be quite happy to do so as well. I mean, what's happened with all
that? Latin?
Well, a couple of things to unpack there. As far as this idea of foreigners flying in the Ukrainian Air Force, it isn't happening yet, and that's all I can say about it. In theory, it sounds great, and I think it's amazing that there are people willing to do that. The same way that there are experienced soldiers that have gone to fight with the Ukrainian army. So I don't know about the legalities of it and whether the U.S. government would allow it, or I don't know any of that stuff. But I would love to see it. That's all I know, is that there is no real progress on that. It's just with this one gentleman saying that he would be willing to do it. Good for him. As far as the maintenance side of it, yeah, that sounds very doable to have Poland involved in it. One of the important things to remember about, you mentioned the coalition, kind of the European sourcing of F-16s, and the way it's starting to shape up to me right now, Netherlands having been the first to mention it last year, but it would be, I think we're looking at Netherlands, Norway, Denmark. Yeah, those three for sure. I'm not sure if Belgium still has any, because they're the same standard, the same MLE midlife upgrade standard. Belgium might have a few kicking around, not sure. Belgium could play a very important role, and they've got an aviation facility, a company called Sapka, which actually built a lot of the European F-16s, and they do maintenance on it. They could play a very important role in getting all the aircraft up to speed. None of these aircraft that come from NATO inventories would have to be modified heavily or changed. They're to the same standard, and as far as Western weapons like AMRAAM and JDAM, they're plug and play. They're ready to go. It's just a matter of getting the ground crews and air crews trained. So that, and I think that's where we're going. Look, I kind of formulated this and I expressed it a few times on the space back in towards the end of last year. But this is the way it's starting to play out the way I kind of figured. MiG-29s coming from like empty, everything that's left in the former Warsaw Pact of MiG-29s. That's pretty much happening now. Because I don't think Bulgaria is going to give up theirs, and who cares? They've only got about 4 of them operational. And then I always was convinced that France was going to play a role at some point with Mirage 2000s. That became clear by January, and then F-16s ultimately. And I, to me, the signaling from the U.S. has always been they want Europe to make the move. I don't think they want to. That's what I mean, there may be other parts of the calculus. I know there may be issues of escalation and all that when the U.S. administration is thinking about this, but I'm convinced that one of the things they're considering is they want to see their European allies make a move on it, and then I think they would approve it. In fact, I think they said already that they would not stand in the way of European countries
Yes,
donating.
that was communicated at Rammstein 7.
Right. So that's a pretty clear indication. They're saying, "Okay, you guys do it," because that plays, I think, that speaks to the domestic politics side of this, right? Where, well, this has all been discussed. I mean, Colonel Jeff was talking about that a little while ago, and I totally see it. It's people in the States who are maybe saying, "Well, we're giving too much, and why aren't the Europeans giving more?" Whether that's perception or fair, that's a whole other discussion. But anyways, I think that's what's driving some of this F-16 debate on the U.S. administration side.
And Ramstein 7, that was 3 months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, just quickly, what about the idea of having the maintenance done in Poland where there's already experienced, licensed engineers and maintenance crews, and then kind of moving them even with the civilian? I was going to ask.
No, it only works for depot maintenance. You need to have them in theater, Peter. You have to have them closer. You have to have them on different bases. So you need to have first and second level maintenance you will want to do in Ukraine, and depot maintenance, as you may wish to call it, you would do in other locations. Poland could be one of them, but I think that quickly pointed out, for F-16s, you would actually fire them back to Belgium.
Right. And
Axel, just one question about that. Good evening, everybody. When those planes fly in or they fly out, they could be tailed by a missile per se, just out of, just say from Russia or somewhere.
Won't happen. No, it won't happen.
Well, I'm just saying, if it flew out,
you can't tail them. You can't tail them without having an aircraft in theater. So Russian aircraft in Western Ukraine, that thing doesn't survive.
Okay, that was my only concern, is them flying in and out of the country, that they would be at some point vulnerable because they would not be able to fly at treetop level in and out of those countries. They would have to, get up to I guess what they call the envelope for commercial craft or military craft.
No, Daryl, they would be able to fly at low level. If you're talking about supersonic, that's beyond the sound barrier. That gets tricky if you're at low level over civilian areas. But to get them out, subsonic, yeah, they make a lot of noise, but they might startle a few people. But that's about it. And during Ukrainian airspace, I think they would just fly them to wherever they need to go at low level, for sure. Can I just mention something that Peter had asked the question about the Eurofighter Typhoons, that those early ones that had been discussed for a while. I'm still unclear as to what is going on with those. As I understand it, the RAF, or the Ministry of Defense, I should say, had indicated or announced their intention to retire that batch of early of early Eurofighters. At the same time, British Aerospace had told a committee, whatever it was, of the British Parliament last year, that those aircraft could be upgraded to the latest standard, which I can assure you the RAF needs that because their Eurofighter force is extremely stretched. Then we have that other factor of them saying that they
It's a
could
budget thing
backfill
at the moment. It's hung in committee over the budget.
the withdrawal of the earlier
The upgrade.
the upgrade. So they're considering it. The MOD is considering it now.
This has been a long-standing discussion already. They're discussing the options. If they hadn't had to change prime ministers all the time, this would have been solved.
But my understanding was that the MOD did make the announcement that they were going to retire them.
The MOD does in Britain. The MOD since about 30 years does exactly whatever Treasury tells them to, grudgingly, and that's unfortunate, even with Ben Wallace in place.
Okay,
And
but there is
Treasury means in this case, unfortunately, also number 10, because the guy who has been potty and house trained by the Treasury bureaucrats is now on number 10.
Yes, that's where he came from, wasn't he? Yeah. But Peter, to your question, I think one of the things that's confusing people, and confusing me, to be honest, is that now there's been this latest comment from the British that they could help Poland backfill their fixed wing air defense that they're going to lose.
I can answer that. That's flying
Okay.
AirCap and making the commitment they usually would have had for the Baltics stationary, quite literally, and put otherwise they would circle in and circle out, and they would just put them into Poland and traverse from there.
Right. So you're talking about a deployment because on Twitter there's been some confusion. So I hear people that seem to be under the impression that they're going to give them Eurofighters. I don't think that's going to happen.
No.
Deployment. Yeah. Okay.
So, they're just reallocating the coverage and the range and the areas covered in AirCap and where they station them, and therefore you have to station them either in Poland or in Lithuania. Lithuania has the better airbase, but they don't want to fly through the Suwalki Gap, and the Poles want to have it for symbolic purposes in Poland, and whether that makes sense remains to be seen.
And this is how you expect NATO assets to be deployed, right? That kind of interoperability. They should be able to just easily deploy to a NATO airfield somewhere.
We do this every 3 months. I mean, AirCap here on the region in the Baltics changes all the time. Completely normal.
And just so people understand, when we talk air cap, a cap means combat air patrol. I'd be especially interested in hearing from Latin how air cap works in Ukraine. This is an airspace in conflict. It's not safe, and yet air cap is a way for the Ukrainian Air Force to detect incoming missiles and to protect Ukrainian cities from cruise missile strikes. Is that correct? What does a combat air patrol do? What's its mission?
It's to monitor airspace. I mean, they can do it in conjunction with ground-based radars or with an AWACS type platform. I don't know to what extent there's been any integration of, let's say, their MiG-29s or Su-27s with. Oh, I just remembered the question I had for you, Alan. So hope I don't forget it again. But to what extent, if there has been any integration, any kind of data link between the Ukrainian fighter force and NATO AWACS, which is what you would expect to see in a NATO combat air patrol, that kind of integration. What we do know is that they continue to fly combat air patrols. We see those aircraft sometimes with a loadout for that mission, with their typical load of air-to-air munitions. And we know that probably closer to the front, they're restricted to flying at lower level, which is a big disadvantage for a number of reasons. But further back, where the primary threat is drones and cruise missiles, at least the threats that they can intercept, they would probably be flying higher up once they're out of the range of Russian, with some of the Russian long-range missile systems. And since Russian fixed wing, the Russian cap is not pushing in. They've shown no indication of that whatsoever over the last few weeks, when despite some supposed announcements of increase of operations. So they're still sitting back. That's what we're seeing. That's what we're going to continue to see. and that is a very important tasking, but it will be bolstered by this infusion of MiG-29s.
Thank you, Latin. I like asking the simple questions because I think there are probably a lot of people here like me who need simple questions and simple answers. So, CAP, Combat Air Patrol. Remember that, everyone. Latin, go ahead.
Yeah, I remembered the question I had for you, Alan, because you mentioned, and it's possible you misspoke, I don't know, but you mentioned the MiG-29s that were coming in for Ukraine. You also mentioned Sukhois. So unless I've missed something, has there been some kind of news on another type being brought in?
So I thought I saw news that a couple of Sukhois were being sent in from Greece. I could be wrong about that. Axel, with a memory much better than mine, can correct me, but and I'm working off my memory, but I think that is a possibility or accurate. And does Greece have Sukhois? If you know they don't, Latin,
You're
then
talking about the 4 or 5 Su-25s, Alan. They were
No,
coming from Moldova.
I think somebody may be confusing with Su-25s from North Macedonia.
Yeah,
I think that's me. Right. I'm confusing it. You're right, Latin.
Yeah, and those were aircraft those were unserviceable aircraft. Well, back then it was Macedonia, now it's North Macedonia, operated them during their civil war in the early 2000s, and they hadn't flown. They were actually delivered last year, but I think it was the North Macedonian government just recently confirming that in fact they had been transferred. And when you see a transfer like that, even though it only sounds like only 4 aircraft, well, of course those aircraft, even if they can't be made airworthy, are valuable as to be cannibalized for parts. But those transfers typically also involve a lot of support equipment and maybe spare engines and ordnance. So it's more than it appears, and it can be quite useful. And the Ukrainians know the Su-25 inside out, and they've been using them like to death. They're just like, that force is just in use every day.
So how does an Su-25 compare to a MiG-29? Same basic plane?
No, completely different concept and design, airframe. It was designed as a low level, primarily a low level close air support aircraft, strike aircraft. It saw a lot of service in Afghanistan initially. It's a completely different, it's subsonic, doesn't have an afterburning engine, so it's slower, but it's designed to be extremely maneuverable at low level. It gets that through, if you look at it in comparison to the MiG-29, which has more of closer to like a Delta type of wing, sharply swept back wings. The Su-25 has mostly straight wing, higher aspect ratio. So that gives it, very much like the A-10, so that gives it tremendous rate of turn at low level, very maneuverable, heavily armored. The engines are spread wide apart to minimize damage to a second engine if the first one is hit by. They have a reputation, and in Afghanistan and Chechnya, there are photos, if you Google it, of Su-25s landing with pretty much like the rear quarter shot out, hit by a Stinger or a Stinger type weapon, and still making it back to base. And that's exactly what they were designed for. It's a super tough, very basic combat aircraft. It's not extremely sophisticated. It has very limited precision guided capability. It doesn't have a radar. Limited capability in low light and poor weather, but it's tough as nails, and it's been doing pretty much the same mission for both sides. That we've seen those videos of it, of launching, of lofting the rockets at enemy positions.
I can't imagine a fighter jet not having radar. But now that I hear your description,
well, it's not really a fighter; it's an attack aircraft.
Right.
Technically,
so for close air support.
Yeah, and I mean the A-10 doesn't have a radar either. They have some sensors, so does the Su-25, but they're not all weather strike aircraft. They're a little more limited. They're both they were both designed primarily to be survivable and very tough.
Peter, go ahead, please.
Yeah, you know the vegan. I mean, that's like a delta wing. It also seems to have a little canard on the front. I mean, is that a good air? Is that not great for turning because it's a delta wing, or is it? And the other thing I was going to ask is what sort of range do these fighter jets have? I know they have, some of them have drop tanks. Does that kind of limit the weapons they can carry if they're using drop tanks? And if they're in combat, do they have to get rid
Well,
of
you
the
block
drop
a
tank?
rail. Yes, if you have a drop tank, you block a rail. So
Right.
you have less ordnance space, and you have less maneuverability. So you would use that if you have to go for a very long range mission, and then you can get rid of the drop tank, do your thing, and then get out of there like hell.
Right. Thank you very much.
And a rail is what you mount a missile on underneath the wing of a fighter jet.
Sí, señor, Alan. Sí, señor.
As you know, Axel, I'm a very simple guy. Very, very, very simple. So simple, I can't think of a substitute for the word very.
Oy,
Axel,
cabrón.
he's learning. Axel, he's learning. he's getting his military thing down.
Yeah, Alan, about the Su-25, if you actually look at the way they're loaded out for the Ukrainian Air Force, yeah, Axel's right. It changes the flight characteristics of the aircraft if you're carrying a large tank, and they almost universally carry 2 inboard tanks, very large. I think they're 1,500 liter. But the Su-25 in particular has, I think it's a total of 8 or 10 weapon stations, and they only ever use really 4, 2 for the tanks and 2 for typically some kind of rocket launcher. So, but they're using them on short range missions anyways, where they're just kind of, I don't think they're operating very far from the front. We typically see them in places like Bakhmut, and they low profile, pop up, launch their rockets, and out they go. They seem to be doing it more successfully than the Russian Su-25s, because I think the Russian Su-25s are being shot down a lot more than the Ukrainian ones right now.
You know, Daryl, I expect to be commissioned after my time here at MriyaReport. And welcome up as co-host. Always wonderful to be with you.
Thanks, Alan. We'll give you a butter bar. You'll be all right. We'll stick you with that butter bar.
So, David, you've come up. Maybe you have a question, and I wonder if you are a first-time speaker. David, can you hear me? And if you can, go ahead.
All right. Hey, thank you. I've this is my second time calling in, but it's been several months ago. But I listen whenever I can. And I'm a very amateur military historian, and I served a little bit in the military myself. But I just wonder, as I think back in, somewhere in the middle of 1942, all the admirals in the U.S. Navy decided we need to stop building battleships and build aircraft carriers. And I wonder if we're all just sitting around here talking about all these expensive airplanes that we'd love to have when the Russians aren't even using airplanes in the country anymore because they're so vulnerable. And I don't know what these airplanes cost, but if they cost $100 million, for each one, can we get 100 unmanned drones for the cost of one of these airplanes? And so I'd like for you guys just to talk about that a little bit. Is have we moved on, from this? And maybe that's wrong thinking, but I'd be curious what you have to say.
Really interesting question. Latin, go ahead.
It is a very good question, and it's really kind of cutting edge at this point, far from settled. I can tell you that one thing that's really interesting among Western nations is that Japan recently announced that its army fleet of observation and gunship helicopters, I think it's a total of 3 different types, are actually going to be replaced at some point in the next few years with drones. Like they're kind of the first among Western countries to move in that direction concretely. I mean, as far as the Russians committing their fixed wing to and rotary to the battle, it depends on ones, because the Ka-52s, they're kind of, let's call it broadly, their Apache equivalent. The Su-25s, that the low-level tactical aircraft, those have been very much in the fight for quite a while now. They slowed down a bit middle of last year, but since the fall, they've really been in the thick of it and taking losses. The guys that are really sitting back are their more advanced multi-role fixed wing. They pop in every now and then. Recently, they tried something near Bakhmut, and one of them got shot down, and then they seem to just kind of pull back again. Their bomber force has sat back for the most part, and their combat air patrol has pretty much sits back. So that's partly correct, but not completely. I think there's a pecking order in the Russian Air Force, and if you're one of the unfortunate guys that ends up in an Su-25 unit, well, you're in the thick of it right now. If you're flying in an Su-35 unit, things are pretty comfortable for the moment, and we'll see if that changes. But no, the idea of drones, that is definitely something that's gonna be a thing, something to watch in the next few years.
Just one other quick question is, it seems to me like the things that are killing the most people on the front line is the Russian artillery. And how do you take out artillery? Can you take artillery out with drones, or what is the weapon? What is the best weapon to take to even the playing field, or get the advantage of taking out the Russian artillery that seems to be the big killer in this war?
Precision-guided artillery ammunition, Excalibur and Vulcan on the one hand, with proper forward clearing and scouting by drones, and of course proper multi-role fighters which can roll back the front by means of targeting those. You need also, if you can, attack helicopters as part of that, say, umbrella and that cap, in order to reach deep into the enemy territory. But prior to that, you need to be able to scout out the space so that these helicopters, as well as the fighter pilots, do not fall prey to enemy anti-air defense by means of manpads and the likes. That's what you need.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Hang around, David. Latin, go ahead.
Yeah, just further to what Axel said, and David, if you're still listening, because I noticed you're looks like you're retired or ex-U.S. Army, so you probably have some idea of the way the U.S. military works and the way they would, carry out an offensive operation, and they would always try to achieve some level of air superiority or air supremacy. And the problem for the Ukrainians right now is that they're unable to do that if they want to push forward, because their older fighters that they operate are deficient in range of radar and missiles compared to the combat air patrol that the Russians are flying. So any push in where they would try to cover ground operations and aerial operations like strike aircraft would put them at a tremendous disadvantage right away with that combat. And this is why they've been calling from the beginning for Western aircraft like F-16s and AMRAAM missile combination, which would do a lot to close that gap. That means that if they were to push in and probably at the same time pop up a little higher in altitude, they'd be on much more equal footing with, but they're at tremendous disadvantage right now.
Which is why they would need now currently different missiles. They need ATACMS in order to roll back the air defense system of the Russians and push them back further. Take them out specifically with precision strikes, force them to go further back. As a consequence, their shorter range fighters can actually move into territory and take out then artillery positions. That's how it works.
Exactly.
And it seems to me, if Russia had achieved air superiority, and they did not, but if Russia had achieved air superiority, you would be seeing a much different a tempo of air sorties along the front, and this is one of Russia's first failings in the war. Latin.
Yes, it was. You're right, and they had some success in hitting some fixed sites, like they hit a couple of radar sites. Um, it just wasn't sufficient, and the Ukrainians were fast on their feet and dispersed a lot of their assets, surface-to-air missiles, and their aircraft quickly enough or early enough that the Russians just because the Russian targeting sucks. They've shown it again and again. They they're not good at hitting moving mobile targets, and that has not changed because that's not something you change overnight. If we hear a lot of comparisons to how the Americans would have done it, and you look at things like Desert Storm, yeah, that's textbook. They did it the way that they trained for. But if you want to look at an earlier example, if anybody's interested in this sort of thing, look at the Israelis in 1967 when they preemptively struck multiple countries at the same time and essentially destroyed their air forces right away, or knocked out most of them. Now, those were not dispersed air forces, but that's kind of the idea. That's how you're supposed to do it. And technology changes, and the type of targets that you're going after and the way you can go after them changes. But that essential first strike, I mean, with the Americans, it's more than just hitting the enemy military. It's also about hitting the enemy. I hate to say this because I mean I know it's an ugly thing to consider, but if this was done the way that American doctrine really says that you need to do it because it's effective, the Russians would have been striking. They would have been striking central Kyiv the first day. They would have been trying to decapitate the Ukrainian leadership. Now I know that's a pretty brutal thing, but it works, right? Because that's if you're going to win, you got to do what you got to do to win. They didn't do that, and
You
then
know,
they instead.
just for Latin, I think the purpose behind that would have been they wanted to march into. Remember, they had the uniforms. They were looking to do a march, and if they didn't have to destroy it so that they could have their beautiful pictures, I think that's what they were looking at without destroying. Not destroying the downtown Kiev. So thinking about it that way, you may not want to do what you're saying they should have done.
Oh yeah, totally, Daryl. I totally understand what you're saying, and the thing that's always like keeps me scratching my head a year later is okay. That initial assumption of how it was going to go was pretty naive, but it always amazes me that didn't somebody at some point tell the boss, look, maybe we should have a plan B that we can quickly switch to in case that doesn't work, and they didn't, and that's the part that really I don't get. They just ended up getting ground down, and well, good for Ukraine, right? I mean,
But
this is why
that assumes that you're not successful. Remember, in their hierarchy, if you don't look good, everybody up doesn't look good. So, a defeat for you is a defeat all the way up the chain.
and it would have also required questioning the intelligence that the boss was getting and the boss's assumptions. And I don't think nobody's in a position to do that, it seems.
Two things, Latin. The Israelis destroyed those enemy air forces on the ground, not in the air, as from what I recall. And the second thing I was going to say, you mentioned as the Americans trained for their mission in Iraq, I don't think the Russians trained for whatever mission they thought they were launching into Ukraine. Americans were completely trained. Russians were incompletely trained at best.
Yeah, I mean the American it was a coalition as well, and included quite a few NATO partners and countries that were the original Gulf War, 1991. I mean that was primarily American, but to a greater extent Western and some other allies. But on the Western side, those were countries that had been practicing and preparing for years and had still not experienced the worst of the cutbacks in their military that were to come in the 90s. That capability that had been prepared for Central Europe being brought to bear in Iraq, which was tremendous. That was the first time we really saw it being put into action, and it was for those of us that remember watching it live on TV. It was just it was tremendous to see it. It was like, holy shit, what they're capable of doing here. It was just, it was awesome. And yeah, obviously I don't even know that the Russians are capable of it, to be honest with you, because that one of the things that just one factor, there's a number of factors, right? Like the hierarchy, the way that the way the amount of initiative that if you're talking about air power that pilots are able to use, the training, the number of flying hours that they actually had. There's so many factors that are so clearly deficient when we look at it now. And I got to admit, I was one of those people that pre-February 24th, I had looked a lot at equipment and some of the upgrades they were doing and some of the new stuff. And I really overestimated them. I actually thought Ukraine would put up a hell of a fight with no real prediction on what would happen after. But I'm one of those people that was just really in the first couple of weeks shocked by how badly they were doing. I remember, Axel, you were not. I spoke to you once about it a long time ago, and you seem to have been more dialed into the fact that they were not what they reported to be.
Yes, unfortunately. It doesn't help being Cassandra. No, but seriously, many people on the Western side understood what they were facing and what they were not facing since a few years. I think since Georgia. It's just that many others simply didn't want to acknowledge it because everybody was so busy with Iraq, Afghanistan, and the likes, and nobody wanted to focus on the fact that the Russians are building things which don't work and are not maintaining their army and that they are falling apart. But on the other hand, many Americans, many Canadians, many Brits understood full well what the Ukrainians were facing, both in terms of cruelty, violence, willingness to kill civilians, willingness to kill prisoners of war and the likes, after both Debaltseve and Ilovaisk, and how the Russians fought in Donbass against the Ukrainians. And they then trained the Ukrainians, which is why we have such good interaction and preparation, interoperability, and overall migration and therefore improvement of the Ukrainian army to. Anyway.
Thank you, Alan. Believe it or not, I have a breaking news and scoop from Helsingin Sanomat, the biggest newspaper in Finland, and it actually relates to our previous topic. Yeah.
Only news.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah, so apparently Ukraine has officially requested trilateral negotiation with Finland, US, well, and Ukraine, of course, to deliver the Hornets FA-18s from Finland to Ukraine. So it's official. The news source is quite reliable. So I'm still not saying that we will quickly deliver them, but let's say US would transfer some air squadrons to Finland. That would work out. That would do the tricks. And nonetheless, this might open the Sanna Marin's Pandora's box to maybe pressure Biden. Our government has quite good relations with the US, although we are a small country. So I don't know.
It just means you would have essentially an air wing of F-35s by the Americans stationed in Finland as a deployment in order to make this happen. And then you still have to train everybody on the F-18s whilst you're in conversion. And I'm quite sure as soon, when was this article out? Half an hour?
1 hour.
1 hour, okay. Jarmo Lindberg and Pekka Tovari have already answered?
No, they are proper guys and they are sleeping, I think.
Well, okay, let's see. In the morning, let's wait what the two guys say.
Exactly. I have a 6 a.m. flight to Munich, so I'm able to follow this.
That's good news, Polly. Thank you for bringing it up. Latin, go ahead.
Yeah, well, if that story holds up, big if, right? Let's wait, give it a day or two at least, and see if there's something to it. It's surprising, I got to be honest, because the Finnish Air Force is only down to 2 combat wings. They used to have 3. Only 2 of the wings fly F-18s now. Any significant, like not significant, any meaningful transfer of F-18s to Ukraine would require most of the aircraft of at least one of those wings. But like Axel said, and it doesn't have to be with NATO membership. If a country invites the U.S. to deploy, and the U.S. or another partner country want to deploy, well, nobody's going to stop them. I mean, but Finland is a frontline state; they would have to be backfilled. But it would require, if they were to do this, even one wing of their F-18s. There's already a wing, obviously, it's probably earmarked to be the first to transition to F-35. So it may involve some acceleration of that process. But you'd be talking about transferring half of the Finnish Air Force's combat capability. So, yeah, I mean, but it makes sense that if they're talking about it 3-way like that, it's because they understand that it would require that backfill, and whether it's the U.S. or another partner, that would have to happen.
They're migrating to F-35s. Only the U.S. can deliver this.
I agree with you, Axel. Yeah, F-35 would probably be the most natural thing to see.
The alternative would be, but then we have to really look into the budget, is if some of the F-22 Raptors would not be migrated out and phased out from where are they currently? Aviano, would not be phased out, would be, so to say, draw out their phase out by 2 years. That would require an act of Congress. You have to fit this in the budget because it's just too expensive. I don't know whether that would fit. That would probably cost what? Another 300 million? That's not a presidential drawdown.
Oh.
So you would have to you would need a squadron of F-22s repositioned from what is currently Aviano to Finland, because they can do the job. It's no question.
F-22s in Finland would be, I would love to hear.
US F-22s currently stationed in Europe on deployment, putting them into Finland with US pilots, maintainers, and the likes as a temporary stopgap measure until the Finnish Air Force can transition properly to F-35s. And it's the only logistical solution which is possible, because there's not enough F-35s otherwise to go around to have a full cover for EUCOM. So everybody knows this.
Axel, the most beautiful part of that scenario, to my mind, is the Russian Sukhoi pilots.
They'll flip if they see F-22s there.
No, they won't see them. The first sign they'll have is the radar warning receivers going off.
Yeah, I know. But no, if they see that F-22s are going into Finland, just imagine Finland joins NATO on the 1st or 2nd of April, not April Fool's Day. Joins NATO on the 2nd of April. We station F-22s there next day. Thank you very fucking much.
I mean, it's just, yeah, that's my reaction too, because and that's the reaction probably of some of the Finnish pilots. I know Finnish people are pretty calm, but I think they find it. No, the Russian pilots wouldn't even see them coming. Of course, I'm not talking about a combat scenario here, right? Just so everybody understands. I'm talking about any kind of an encounter. I know you actually understand it, but just I don't want people to think there's going to be combat between Su-35s and F-22s, but there will be shadowing, there will be encounters, and the Russians won't see them coming.
Oh. Raptors and Lappeenranta. That you don't know this, Latin, but there's a thing which they eat, which is super typical for Lappeenranta. It's essentially like a folded pancake with everything in it. It's very cool. It's called vetty. So When you say a raptor wrapped in latte and ranta, you mean that pancake. It fits perfectly.
So, Daryl, I think we have some hands. It's Jens, Matthias, and ATV. Jens, go ahead, please.
Hey, good evening. Let's just a few moments ago, we talked about how, a potential first strike would be to take out leadership in Kyiv, and how their first, I don't know, shock and awe seemed ill prepared. So I went and I Googled Putin humiliates spy chief, and it gives a good insight what it means to kind of speak truth to power, where you have Putin, you have the spy chief saying to Putin, I think maybe we should give negotiation another chance, and you can see him being visible, afraid of Putin. So you kind of get an idea of how intelligence might not reach Putin's ear, or may not even be, what do you call it? Truth might not be greatly appreciated. That was just my comment.
Latin, you have a follow-up, or we can also
No,
move on?
I that's a political statement, and I agree 100%. I think there was a very limited, if any, feedback loop to the leadership in the lead up to this.
Thanks, Latin. Thanks, Jens. On to more hands. It's Matthias, ATV, and then back to Peter. Matthias.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, I have a question regarding Gripen fighters. So I might be a little bit crazy, but considering if Sweden would get some NATO guarantees and possibly some sort of a backfill, and if the funding was there, if Gripen would be able to be delivered, let's say 15, 20 fighters to Ukraine, how do you see that type of fighter fit, the type of sorties and the environment, and what would that be possible? I've heard people say that it could be pretty plug and play, but I'm curious what your opinion is.
Latin.
Okay, yeah, I'll take that one. The Gripen would be, to say, it's an understatement to say extremely capable, because it is a very capable multi-role aircraft. It also has the addition of being very capable in the anti-shipping role, which I know is something the Ukrainians are interested in, for potentially something in the Black Sea in the future. But its biggest asset that they would be able to, that it would bring to bear, would be assuming it could be supplied, would be the Meteor long-range missile, which not only would narrow the gap with the Russian combat air patrol, it would close it, and it would turn the advantage to the Ukrainians if they were operating. Now, that's not the only aircraft that can operate that missile system. The Eurofighter is the other one, and Rafale. So it's cutting edge. This is, like, by Western NATO standards, this is very new tech, very new equipment. So, but if it were to be provided, that would be when I think Gripen, that's the first thing. And I'm sure Ukrainian pilots, anything that could close that gap with the Russian combat air patrol in air-to-air combat would be primary. And then besides that, it has the whole range of precision guidance and anti-ship capability that over time would be, probably too much has been made of its dispersed operations capability. I mean, it is an aircraft that was designed to it is easier to maintain in the field maybe than some other types, but they've been operating from dispersed or isolated locations with the Russian aircraft, and it may be more of a workload, but they can do it. I think in the bigger picture, following the fighter market over the last, I don't know, 20, 30 years, Saab has been consistently beaten by F-16s, whether new or used. in competitions around the world. I mean, recently they got Brazil. That was a big one. That was a good one. But for the most part, they've lost to F-16. And why Saab, maybe Axel, I know you've talked about this a few times, but why Saab is not jumping on this? Not just, of course, it would require the Swedish government to approve it, but let's say then why Sweden generally is not jumping on this as a chance to really boost that very good product of the Swedish arms industry. Is they're missing a chance. They're missing a real chance to take some of the steam out of the F-16 in the world fighter market. But they're just not doing it. Now, I don't know about internal Swedish politics and what's driving this, and I'm not judging it. Beautiful country. I visited once. It's lovely, but they're making decisions right now that if they don't turn it around. So now, as far as the first generation Gripens, it's a very big question how many are actually available, because the Swedish Air Force withdrew about half of its fleet in post-Cold War cutbacks. But that fleet a lot of it was cannibalized to support the existing fleet. And in late last year, the chief of the Swedish Air Force said that this is what I read, that coming from the chief of the Swedish Air Force, that they were looking at the possibility of standing up another wing, because they had cut back quite a few over the years, and that might require some of the aircraft they had in storage. New production, Gripen E, the latest variant, that door is wide open if Ukraine wanted to buy some going forward. But that would take time. Those are not just available.
Latin, do you think it's because of a limited production capacity? Because we were talking about something else one time, and they mentioned how they just did not have the because there was some seasonality into it and just population and they just did not have the capacity. So do you think that could be the big reason, is that they just don't have that industrial capacity to do this?
Well, really, nobody does right now, because we're producing, the West collectively is producing these types of systems at a pace that was set post Cold War. If anybody has in their mind kind of the images that from the Second World War of lines and lines of aircraft and tanks being produced, I mean, that's not what's happening right now, or what's going to happen anytime soon. So that's a big part of it. There's a big bottleneck there. And especially with Saab, that had not been getting a lot of orders recently. They have an assembly line that they set up in Brazil. I seriously doubt the Brazilian government would approve any involvement of that to Ukraine. The only other thing that can happen sometimes, and again, this is in peacetime, the French have done this, is you sign a contract on the condition that you're willing to give some of an initial batch of aircraft for the customer that comes from the active fleet of the producing nation. They did that with Rafale and Greece. But in wartime, or at least in times of much heightened tension, that's a much harder thing to do. And I don't think Sweden could consider itself a frontline state, I think, fairly. And from what I understand, they're talking about increasing the size of their air force, which is going to require a lot. It's going to soak up, whether it's new, because they are getting the new variant as well, but as well anything that they have stored. It's potentially, from what I understand, they might try to bring back to service. And I'm not clear on how many they have that could actually be recovered of the first generation that were stored. It's not clear to me. I've been trying to figure it out for months.
Latin, it seems like part of this could be settled with a buyer nation having some production capacity. I can buy it from you, but if you build a plant in my country, that would allow you to expand. You have control of the manufacturing, but I can give you people, place to a new factory, possibly, and a more diverse option as far as how you can source things for other customers. So you no longer are tied to whatever the single source that you may have in your home country. As much as they can build, you now have a secondary source. You now have secondary sources in that home country of the purchase, who may be purchasing, and that may be a way for them to expand. But we a little bit like they did with the Eurofighter. Everybody pitched in and did something. But for in the case of the Gripen, just maybe having one other country helping them build it.
Yeah, actually, you make a good point there, Daryl, because the if you look at the example I just mentioned of Brazil, right? Now that's not because Brazil's at war, but it's because it's a significant order in a country that has an aerospace industry. They have the capability to build or at least assemble aircraft like this. Ukraine is definitely in that category as well. In the case of Brazil, they did it, and there are other examples around the world of this, where they do it for economic reasons that they do that. They want the benefits of the contract to maximize their own aviation industry. No question, Ukraine has that aviation industry. They have that capability, and I think in the future, some kind of longer term re-equipment of the Ukrainian Air Force might include something like that.
All right.
Yeah, just some information there. I think you asked some questions. There's some answers. So regarding how many there would be, it would be probably mostly C and D versions. The E version is being delivered and kind of coming online into service. Regarding what the reasons might be, the Swedish defense minister got that question, like, why we're not, would you ever consider selling Gripen? And he said the reason was we're willing to send, a lot of ground combat hardware because Russia has been so severely attrited in terms of ground capability, but a lot of the Russian air capability is still intact. So we need our Gripens to be for national security. So I think that might be an indicator that it's tied to the NATO question for Sweden. So that's one thing. Regarding production capability, I think they're mostly making an E version right now. One thing to note is that Sweden's Air Force has had a significant number of pilots leave the Air Force because of benefits were reduced significantly the last couple of years, and they really just had enough of it. So I think there are aircraft available. So that's just the information I wanted to give you.
All right. Thank you, Matthias. Paulie? Oh, I thought you were raising your hand there, Paulie. Go ahead, ATV.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I had a silly technical question about missiles, and then one about the F-35 contract with Turkey. Happy to restrict myself to one question, so maybe I'll start with the Turkish one. I guess stories or ideas that the Turkish contract may be canceled with the earthquake, economic struggles, etc. Have you considered or thought about if that contract were to be canceled in the very near future? Presumably, there's a lot of F-35s that might become available as well, which means repositioning, and therefore it means freeing up resources for Ukraine. I don't know. Is that chessboard too complicated? Does it even exist? I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. That'd be interested in. Thank you.
Latin?
As far as I know, the Turkish F-35 deal was killed quite a while ago when they acquired the S-400 from the Russians. The problem with F-35 now is that, again, we're talking about production that was, nothing like what you would think of as wartime production, and the number of contracts just keep adding up. It's quickly becoming kind of the next F-16. So they're going to be. I mean, the latest one I heard of, I think, was possibly Belgium, and I don't think they're going to be getting them for I mean, there's anybody who signs for one right now for F-35s right now are lucky if they see them in 5 years. It's a real bottleneck. And I don't think anything was ever produced for Turkey. So they were they were a partner in the program, and they lost that status. And I'm pretty sure there hasn't been any resumption of F-35 talk with for Turkey since that S-400 situation.
Okay, it's possible I misunderstood. I thought they recently canceled the S-400 order, and they were canceling the F-35 order as well. But I may have misunderstood that or misheard it. Thank you.
Thanks, ATV. Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to touch on something else, aviation, which was is going to be more relevant to when the invasion stops. I mean, I've seen many figures talking about 900 billion to rebuild the country, and that there's going to be loads of people coming in to help with that rebuild. Some will be investors, some will be architects, engineers, and they'll all want to get commercial airlines into Ukraine. And that's going to be a big problem. I mean, I used to fly to East Ukraine until MH17 was blown up, and they closed the airspace, and it's been closed ever since. And then we went into Kyiv. And even to go into Kyiv when there was no kind of conflict as such going on, we used a specialist agency who got us a clearance. Instead of just filing a flight plan like we did in the rest of Europe, we had to, we were designated a route, and we had to give estimates for all the points on that route. So even before the invasion, it wasn't quite as simple as going around Europe. Now, when this stops, if Putin keeps chucking a missile every few months, that airspace is going to stay closed. And how would you use combat aircraft to help reopen that airspace? Or I'd just be interested to see what Latin thinks on that.
Well, it's an interesting scenario, Peter, and there's so many scenarios that can play out. In my opinion, from something that involves open combat, everything depends also on who controls what territory when this stage of the conflict kind of settles down. Because I think we all agree that it won't just be a full cold stop. There's going to, as long as the leadership in Russia remains similar or the same, we're going to be facing some kind of conflict. And that could go all the way down to, as far as I'm concerned, kind of urban terror and everything in between that and full combat. The scenario you're talking about sounds a lot like Israel, where they have to strike targets that are, kind of outside of their borders in much smaller space, obviously, but an ongoing threat to their people that comes from a place where they have to be constantly on guard to defend against them, to intercept them, or to strike where they're launching from. Combat aircraft would play a role in that. So would systems like ATACMS. But I think you're painting a picture there of something that it could very well happen. That could be a couple of years away, but we'll have to wait and see. Alan, can I got to get going, but so takeaways for today on the aerial front, since that's where I always focus like a laser. Potential good news on the Mirage. They're not F-16s, but they'll be useful. And let's hope that Polly's report of Finnish F-18s, I would love nothing more in 24 hours than to be able to have a conversation with you guys all about the F-18 if it starts to look like this may really be something. because wherever they get them from, if it ends up happening, the F-18 has the potential to be a tremendous boost to the force, tremendous. So let's cross our fingers and hope that something develops there, because it would be amazing.
I'm wishing on the star for you to be able to tell us a lot about the F-18s. You know, we're still looking for the F-16, but the F-18 coming into the picture would really, really expand their options, because everything that we have current, they could use. Parts are readily available for it. You have a lot of people that could that may want to come in and help out in that case. I mean, there's a lot of options when you get in that type of fighter into that situation, and you know, pilots they looking and scratch. Some pilots may be wanting to scratch an itch that they have with those things.
You know, Daryl, there are some loadouts I've seen on F-18s where they can carry, I believe, where they use double launchers on the wing pylons. I think they can carry up to 8 AMRAAMs. That's just that would increase the striking power, the air-to-air striking power of the Ukrainian Air Force. Okay, I'll leave it at that, because let's wait and see if this story has legs. We'll see if it goes somewhere, and hopefully in the next day or two we might have some more info on it.
I'm cheesing from ear to ear. Thanks, Latin. Alan, you want to say something? I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to thank Latin for his time tonight and his information. A real expert about airframes, fighter jets, what's available, how to do it, what Ukraine needs, and all the capabilities of the various jet fighters and strike fighters under consideration. So just thank you very much, Latin. Really, really appreciate your time here tonight. And I know you will be back with us soon following the Hornets news. Hopefully, as Daryl says, we'll have some updates about that in, who knows, a week, 10 days, 24 hours. You just don't know how fast news like this can move. Latin, thank you.
Yeah, Alan, you know, just to add, I always say this because sometimes, occasionally, I get people that seem to be under the impression that I was like a former pilot or something, and I'm not. Just as everybody knows, I'm just an airplane nerd who's been reading about planes all my life. I was only a private recruit in the Canadian Army Reserves, nothing to do with airplanes. But you know, it's always cool to come up and have people want to ask about these things, because you know, I've just been an aviation enthusiast all my life, but this Ukraine thing is different. It's I spend hours on my phone and on my laptop analyzing and looking at open source stuff and trying to figure out what's going on. And it, like a lot of people on here, when everybody has different areas of expertise, it's for me now it's personal, because I really want to see Ukraine win this war. And for me, it's the focus is the air power end of it and how they're going to be able to achieve something there. So yeah, always happy to come and share thoughts with anybody who has questions.
Thanks, Latin. Enthusiasm creates expertise. There are lots of us just like Latin here on this space. And I'm gaining expertise every day. It doesn't quite qualify as expertise yet, but I learn things every day here at MriyaReport. You want to learn something about Ukraine? Retweet this space, MriyaReport.org. Bring your friends here, your family here, your work associates here, anyone who has a question about what's happening in Ukraine, anyone who has a question about what Russia is actually doing. It's more than a war. It's a genocidal war. It's a war that Russia launched to erase Ukraine as a nation, as a people, as a culture. You want to learn about that? Come here to MriyaReport and listen to the experts we have here every single day. Come here and listen to the Ukrainians who are with us every single day as we are with them. You want to stand with Ukrainians? Go to MriyaAid.org. That's MriyaAid.org. Stand with Ukrainians by sending a contribution that will deliver humanitarian supplies to Ukrainians in cities, to soldiers on the front lines. Please do that. Daryl, back to you. Then we have some more folks coming up.
All right, thanks, Alan. One thing that we got sent here, and I just want to make note of it, is a Russian cargo ship, the Schwinn, with 20,000 tons of fertilizers, was detained in the Finnish port of Kotka due to sanctions. Estimated value 12 million euros. That's a lot of fertilizer. And to think that they were going to try to offload it in a Finnish port, that was, why would you even do it unless it was you had to, you were running out of fuel, or you needed stores, what have you. To me, sounds like a case that they can either embargo the ship, or they can, send him on his merry way. No channelers helping him out. Just get out the port.
What in the world were they thinking? And where was this ship heading? A Finnish port? So you're in the Baltic? I mean, what's your next stop? It's absolutely crazy.
I mean, it's a Finnish port, which means that it did not come out. It wasn't in the Black Sea or nothing like. Well, if it did originate in the Black Sea, why would it go all the way that way to Finland? But who even, when you coming in, first of all, they would know your ship coming in, right? You have to plan for this. There's no you just showing up in a port somewhere. You have to send all your information in ahead of time, and the port authorities are alerted of your coming. You have to have berthing set up for you. All these things take place prior to a ship coming in, so that when you come in and you get a pilot that brings you to the dock, all of those people, everybody's well aware of you and your ship. How it got to the port, and they find the papers, and you've been detained. I mean, now the cargo is on hold because it's a violation of a sanction. That captain had to be crazy.
Oh, it's completely crazy. Raver, welcome up. What do you have?
Oh, not a whole lot. I'm just wondering if that ship thought it was either going to sneak in under the grain and fertilizer exemption that Russia has with the Black Sea grain deal, or what was going on there. Or maybe it falsified its papers to try to look like it was part of that deal.
The other part to this is that the fertilizer belonged to an oligarch as well. Now, they must be getting desperate. Seriously. If he thought he could bring it in, I don't know, maybe they thought that they could change the names, put it under a shell or whatever, and get it offloaded and just backdoor the whole deal. But it didn't work out for him. It just didn't work out.
So speaking of ships, do we have any more information on Raccoon's Revenge?
On what, Raver?
On Raccoon's Revenge. Apparently there was a drone attack on the Black Sea fleet today.
Oh, well, I'll have to go looking for that one. I haven't seen it, so let me go look, and I'll see what I can dig up, Raver.
I saw a little news about that, Raver. Something happening in Sevastopol harbor. What do you know about it?
I do not like my new phone. So I've seen a video that shows what appears to be shore batteries or ground-based air defense artillery in a direct fire roll plus fire from a ship shooting at something on the water and then a massive explosion. What's interesting is it looks like some of the shore batteries are hitting the ship that was also targeted by the drone. Not real good fire coordination there. But there is a large explosion, but I don't know if it actually hit or knew more information.
Daryl and I will take a look for that for sure. And this happened in the night, so I mean, this happened within the last couple of hours.
I think the video is about 8 hours old.
Well, I guess Daryl and I are behind the times, but we will definitely take a look for it. And if we can't find it, we'll find someone who knows about it. And in fact, maybe Prince knows about it. Prince, welcome. Prince, can you hear us?
Yeah, I just finally finished cycling up. How are you, Alan? How are you, Daryl, Raver, Luca, Peter, David? ATV. Sounds like an all-terrain vehicle. Anyway, that's actually coming up on 24 hours old. It was yesterday evening. It would have been during what is typically my shift, which is 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern time. And it happened during that or shortly after that would have ended. Do your own time conversions because my brain can't handle that. That is very early in the morning in Kyiv. I do know that. So, and all of the pictures I've seen, all of the videos I've seen, they're very loud, but they don't show a whole lot. And the Russians are saying nothing to see here. The Ukrainians really haven't said a lot. And yeah, that you can look all day and there's only like 3 or 4 videos and pictures or screenshots of those videos showing a little bit of what happened. And it is rumored that they were the surface drones. Actually, Chuck Ferrer had a tweet about it today. I might actually be able to pull that up real quick.
So was this a strike against a ship in Sevastopol or just a strike generally into the harbor?
That's not clear. That's not clear to me. It was, I don't know if it was going towards a specific ship in the harbor or just the harbor in general. The harbor was closed for a period of time. And I don't know whether it is open at this point or not. I haven't, when when you're going to co-host in a couple of hours here or less, you spend your day looking for a variety of information and being able to talk on that. So I have a little bit of information about a lot of things. So here, this is Chuck's.
Prince, just real quick, Raver, they're saying that it was a marine drone.
Yes.
So,
Sorry, I didn't make that clear.
Yeah, it was a marine drone that they're talking that they mentioned.
Yeah, Chuck's tweet now. Maybe. Oh, come on.
Well, it will be, I'm sure.
One way or the other. It'll be either be in there once or twice or maybe 3 times if I keep going. But yes, marine drone. I apologize. I thought I differentiated because what I heard was drones and marine drones. So, and there's one video that Gunny sent me that was clearly anti-aircraft fire going up in the air. So it wouldn't surprise me if it was a combo of different drones. So, you know, I felt like since it really pretty much started happening, that it was just something we were going to have to wait and see on. I do know that it's confirmed that it happened. What exactly happened isn't clear to me. But Chuck has that tweet that I put up in the nest, and there is, I believe, a Newsweek article attached to it also. Yes. So it's not something that's hidden. It's just not real clear at this point. It's out there. It's just not real clear as to what exactly happened and if there was damage, what the damage was.
So maybe we'll get more news about that overnight. That is our hope. Luca, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think Prince already said most of it. Yeah, it seems that the general narrative is a combo attack. You know, one of those boat drones, real UAVs. Probably the Russians actually, you know, defended against it. They might have gotten some damage, but there is some fog of war there. The general narrative, though, I think what's important here is that among, you know, the backdrop, right, of like the Xi Jinping and Putin meeting, and then like putting in parallel having some, you know, cruise missiles like hitting civilian infrastructure. I think Ukraine, the general narrative there was Ukraine keeping the Crimea, you know, issue open and on the table. So this is what these attacks are. We saw one already a couple of days ago, and it's basically, you know, Ukraine saying the hell with, you know, your, you know, peace plan that wants to freeze the war. You know, in reality, you know, we're still going to shoot for everything, including Crimea. I think that's what's important here.
Okay.
So,
Hey,
go
Alan,
ahead. Doug.
yeah,
Yes.
just quick, Alan. The video. There's a video of the attack up above.
So, folks, take a look up in the nest, and as Luca was just saying, you know, the real significance of this is that Ukraine continues to be able to strike into Crimea, whether it's at the Zhankoy rail yard or into Sevastopol harbor. That's what's important. Raver, go ahead.
Yeah, something that's completely unrelated, but might end up having just as much bearing on the war is the video of T-54s and T-55s rolling west from eastern Russia. If those are actually being intended for duty in Ukraine in whatever role, that is huge. That means Russia has burned through its stocks of modern tanks that it thinks it can get ready in a reasonable time, and is now pulling out stuff that was literally, the hull was designed in 1943 and the gun in 1944.
Hey, Ray, what do you think could go wrong with this? No, and I'm being serious. What do you really think could go wrong with this? Thinking about what you know, I know what I'm thinking about, but what do you think about?
I think the Russians are in deep doo-doo. Everything the Ukrainians have for anti-tank, from simple old RPG-7s and M72 Laws, all the way up to Javelins and F3, is going to blow these things apart. The 125 millimeters on the T-64s and T-72s will shred it. The Western 105s and 120.
Yeah, Raver, you're really faint. these, what are these 70-year-old tanks the Russians are delivering to the front lines?
Yeah. And you know what, Alan? I just want to ask one question. And I just want to know, are these tanks gas or are they diesel? I mean, I'm pretty sure I know they had diesel tanks in World War II, but I'm just wondering if these are gas or diesel. Because back then, not everything produced was gasoline. I mean, was diesel. You had different. There was, um, militaries were doing what they could, and if these things were built in that time frame, it's just a wonder if they're gas or if they're diesel.
That's a really good question. My assumption is that they are simply moving these tanks from one museum to another. But I guess they will make a detour to the front line. Prince, go ahead.
Yeah, the predominant question I heard today when it came to these tanks was, when are we going to see the 35s? Which is, I guess, the even older version. So yeah, so there's a lot being said out there about that they're scraping the bottom of the barrel, and the barrel's not much deeper. And with the Bradleys and the Leopards and eventually the Abrams coming in, they're just gonna go flying all over the place. I saw a video late last night of a turret that landed in a swamp, and it's practically completely buried. Just the the barrel thing is pointing out, and it just made me laugh so hard. It might have won the turret tossing contest just for the landing. It was a beautiful picture. So yeah, no, I'm hearing people say, so when are they going to bring the even older ones out?
And why do you even have older ones? I mean, this is incredible to me. Daryl, would you get inside such a tank on an active battlefield?
No. These things, and this just shows you what Russia does. They build stuff, and if it's not destroyed or sold, they store them, and it's just for the purpose of having enough stuff that you can throw out in mass. Because you got to remember, that's what they do. They want to overcome by mass. Uh, if it dies on the battlefield, that's irrelevant. You use the shell against it. Eventually, you'll run out of shells because I'm still throwing so much at you that eventually I will reach you. And once I reach you, then you're done. And so that's what the whole idea of mass is. And so they have all this stuff. That's the reason why they have guns at the yin yang, is because every gun they ever produce, they keep. It goes into a warehouse. And
So
so
Daryl,
me sitting down in that tank, more than likely it's got metal seats. It's got who knows what it's got for a steering and brake system. I'm assuming that it's got levers for steering and for braking. As far as the gun, I would imagine if they did not have motors for the turret, you cranking that turret around. I'm assuming though, I would hope that they had some type of electric motors to turn the turret, but it may or may not. It could be old cranks. You sit there and you turn it by hand. Believe it or not, the M60 still had a manual crank on the turret. So I assume these have those as well, both for elevation and traversing. it's going to be a lot of work, and young cats are not going to be able to. These young cats that they got going in and fighting this war for them are not going to have the intestinal fortitude to man these things with any kind of precision. Again, it's going to be mass. There'll be artillery pieces. There'll be anything they can make it work for it to work, as long as
So
it's shooting around downrange.
on the M60, those manual cranks are backup, right? I mean,
Yeah,
in
yeah.
other words,
They-
this is like Russia doing military reenactment from Kursk in World War II.
It's funny until it's not, because that just shows they still have stuff. They aren't running out. They're just running out of the newer stuff.
So Gunny said 100 millimeter gun. I wish Gunny would come up. I know it's late for him and everything, but no one knows more about tanks, especially tanks that are this old than Gunny, because Gunny.
He's that old.
Exactly. This should get him up. But no, it is absolutely astonishing that the Russians would deploy such tanks. Absolutely astonishing. What I'm going to do just for a moment here, and the current news of the day is Ukraine has set up a production of 122 millimeter artillery shells, and they are already shipping these shells to Ukraine. We know that President Zelensky visited soldiers who are fighting in Bakhmut. He was not in Bakhmut itself, but he was within earshot of the battle occurring in Bakhmut. We've talked about the Russian shelling of Zaporizhia. Russians struck a high-rise residential building with missiles, and I'll in a few minutes I'll bring you up to date with casualties, but there were many wounded and more than a few deaths in this attack on Zaporizhia. There was also an attack on a suburb of Kyiv. Today, the Swedish Parliament voted to join NATO. This follows the Finnish Parliament's decision that occurred a few weeks ago. Spain has joined the European Union in supplying more than $1 million worth of ammunition to Ukraine, and that's kind of a pretty good update of the news today. Prince.
Well, I just wanted to add a couple of things, if you don't mind. President Zelensky also visited a hospital today, which I think is wonderful. It's one of the things he does. But I really think one of the most important pieces of news that you left out is President Zelensky's trip to the mini mart. And I'm not joking. You know, they must have stopped for gas, or somebody had to use the restroom or something along the way, and they stopped at like what we would call here in America a 7-Eleven, a mini mart, come and go. You know, there's different names, but just like a little convenience store with a gas station or something like that. And President Zelensky got up and walked in and spent some time hanging around the troops who happened to be there, and trying to get his own coffee out of the LED coffee machine that I don't know if I could have figured out. But you know what? One of the soldiers came over and helped him figure out how to get his cup of coffee off of the coffee machine. And he walked around and chatted with the guys, took selfies with the guys, and that is why President Zelensky is doing a good job, because he is just who he is and he does things like that.
Well, as we talked about earlier tonight, there's no leader in the world today like President Zelensky. There just isn't. President Zelensky stands head and shoulders above every national leader. And I would include Joe Biden. And I think Joe Biden is a great national leader. But no one compares to President Zelensky. After all, Ukraine is under attack. Ukraine is defending itself against Russia. Ukraine is fighting for its freedom. And from the very first day, President Zelensky has been inspiring. I don't need a ride. I need ammunition. More than a year later, Ukraine still needs ammunition. And the only rides President Zelensky is taking are to the front. To Bakhmut a few weeks ago before he came to the United States and addressed the Congress. Today, to a town within earshot of the battle occurring in Bakhmut. As Prince points out, he visited hospitals, which he's done before. And it was great to see Volodymyr Zelensky trying to figure out how to get himself a cup of coffee. It's he's just like all of us, except he's president of a nation being attacked by Russia in an imperial genocidal war. You want to step into his shoes? I don't think any of us can. I just want to go to one more hand here, Daryl. It's Michael, and then I'll call up some more speakers.
Hi, thanks, Alan. I think I need to defer to. I think Bearded was in front of me, but just a quick sanity check on your part. I don't want to go out of turn, but just want to double check, make sure it's my turn.
That's okay. Go for it. Don't worry. Okay.
Great. Thanks so much. So first off, I definitely have total respect for what Prince said, and I definitely think that's the big item. And I apologize, but had a couple questions back, kind of on the tanks, and I thought maybe Raver and Daryl, you'd have a couple of questions on it, because just thinking about these T-54s and T-55s being deployed, it just a couple of things that come to mind, just in terms of we know that the Russians have lost a lot of trainers, those officers, those specialists that train tanks. And so I'm just wondering what kind of difference, or what might be a difference between doing a T-72 and a T-55 from a mechanic perspective, from a tank crew perspective. And can you train, a T-54, T-55 tank crew now quicker, what the differences may be. And then kind of the last question I have, and Daryl, this may be for you, and that's just kind of case in point, these things are so old, and I think of just generational things. Like, I'm 6'1", my father's 5'9". As we know, people get taller over time, and I'm just wondering, are these T-54, T-55s, are they gonna maybe limit? That's going to be a limiting factor because you've got Russians that are maybe too tall, or is that even potential for it, right? So I just kind of think to myself, my father, when he was in the Marines during Vietnam, I just wonder, his equipment they had then, would that preclude, or would that, put somebody that's 6'1", would that make it a little bit more of a challenge than somebody that's maybe a little bit shorter, a little bit more of the predominant height of when these things were built? So I'll shut up, but thank you very much. Thanks all.
Well, let me say this: height will be a restricting factor, of course. Particularly if you are the gunner, you are going to be right there trying to load, and you're going to hit your head on just about everything you can think of. It's already bad enough. We call tankers. They got big feet because their feet, they put them in the wrong place, trying to be comfortable, get themselves situated in the seats, things like that. So they tend to put their feet where they don't need to be. Uh, but that's it's more of a running joke, but there is some truth to it. Um, my issue with the maintenance in these things right now, and I just brought it up on offline with somebody I was chatting with there, and it may be the wiring would be the thing that I think is going to be the downfall in this case. And the reason why I say wiring, back then you didn't have a lot of the um, you didn't have the coatings that you do on wiring as you do now. Um, you have more synthetic coatings that go around your wires. Back then, a lot of the was just rubber. You had rubber coatings on your wirings, and those can get brittle over time. They dry rot, and if they get into a situation where they start rubbing, you may see shorts, you can see fires, you can see if there's electronic controls. I mean, electric controls. Things happen that are not intended because wiring is, getting shorted, things of that nature. Um, that's one of the key things I would expect, other than just regular mechanical breakdowns due to um, the age, the brittleness, the um, uh, just um, how much was it worn before this? You sat it up and now you want to restart it. They would dry. So your cylinders may be scarred, which means they're going to smoke, which is going to give you away on the battlefield. If these things start smoking like hell, there's no way they can hide. Those are some simple things that I think would be the first things I would be looking for to happen with them.
Yeah, I mean, how do you keep a 70-year-old vehicle on the road? I mean, my brother was an expert mechanic, rebuilt a 1928, 1931 Model A, took it apart completely, made his own parts that weren't available any longer, rebuilt this Model A. It was 1928 Model A. Turned it over, started first time. Well, that's an expert at work. So that was a 1928 Model A. That is 94 years old. These tanks are 70 years old, as Daryl points out, wrapped in rubber. I've seen 70-year-old rubber. It's brittle, it's blistered, it breaks apart, and it doesn't protect anything. I just can't believe the Russians are down to this, but apparently they are.
One
So
of the other things he asked was about doing the maintenance. Uh, a lot of these motors, engines, they were really simple. I think you won't have a lot of issues with being able to maintain them. If you're familiar with the diesel engine, and more than likely, if they're using very similar engines, there's always upgrades to engines, but to a certain extent, uh, a lot of engines remain the same. A Chevy, other than the different, Chevys and Fords and all them, yeah, they get a little more complex. But when you start talking military equipment, some of the equipment you want to kind of keep basic. And I would think between the different models, you may have different engine sizes, cylinder wise, but I think a lot of the components, thinking about it in from a Russian perspective, where they want to utilize a lot of the same things for just for continuity purposes. I think the engines are going to be a lot alike, although the power differences from the cylinders and the fuel injection may be the issue that, I mean, maybe just the real differences in some of these motors. But for simplicity's sake, I think that their motors are going to kind of be a lot alike.
I guess if they're rolling out these tanks, it's just a matter of time before the Russians will roll out General Zhukov. I'm sure they have him preserved and somewhere in storage as well, and maybe he would make a difference because no Russian general has made a difference yet. So these T-55s came off the production line in Russia somewhere back in the 1960s. Not quite as old as General Zhukov, who was the famous World War II general for Russia, but pretty damn old. It's about the era of the first Mustang that Ford manufactured.
Alan, you say that again, Alan? You talking to me?
Yeah, can you hear me, Daryl? I was just saying that these tanks are as old as the first Ford Mustang, more than 60 years old. So I'm not sure Daryl can hear me. In which case,
No, I was talking into a muted mic. I said that Mustang was a lot more fun to drive, though.
a lot more fun, and I'd rather drive that Mustang on the battlefield than one of these Russian tanks. Mark, welcome. Please go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Alan. Thank you very much indeed. And hi, Daryl. And hi, everyone else. I've actually just updated Twitter and it's allowed me in for the first time for a long time. I want to thank Daryl for, I think I've just learned a new phrase. Intestinal fortitude. That's a great one. I've never heard that before, Daryl.
Intestinal fortitude?
Didn't you say intestinal fortitude?
No, intestinal fortitude.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a great one. I should use. I'll try and use that one. So this space is not just international; it's intercontinental, and it's a learning opportunity for everyone, isn't it? But I commented earlier on about these old tanks coming west. In that, I was suggesting that the Russians have been using sort of Second World War tactics. Now they're using Second World War equipment. Near enough, aren't they? But I suppose my question is around those tanks. How many crew does it take? How good is the equipment? And how reliable will they be? Do they have radios? Are they modern radios or will they be somewhat defective? Loads of questions.
Put it this way, if Motorola if they had a Russian Motorola, I think that's the only way that they communicate. Mr. Huawei may be their only way to communicate, because if you think about the old Russian tactics, there was only one tank that had all the antennas.
Exactly. So one would lead and the other sort of 5 would follow.
Yes, exactly. So unless they have all command tanks, they're going to be using Mr. Huawei or hand signals and flags.
Do you think they're going to break? Will they break? Sorry, Alan. Do you think they're going to be reliable enough to be any use at all?
Just remember this about the Russians: they don't care about the equipment. I don't think they're deploying mechanics in how we would in the same fashion. They may have some mechanics, but just remember, it's on a one-way trip. That's the way that that's the reason why they have them. They're designed for that one-way trip. It gets there, it gets hit. That's one less shell that the Ukrainians have. Beat that. The crew beat that.
That's a really good point, Daryl. One less shell the Ukrainians have, and all it's going to take is one shell. But Gunny is here with lots of tank info. Gunny.
Yeah, sorry, it'll just be a quick one because I'm at work at the minute. All right, so yeah, on the face of it, looks like T-54, T-55s. So this is a development of something called the T-44, which in itself was intended as a replacement for the T-34 85 model. So you're looking at something designed in sort of the 50s, produced up until 1962. Now, the thing about the T-54, 55 is there's dozens and dozens of variants and dozens of different upgrades, and these things were sent globally. So there are going to be a lot of them still in use, believe it or not, mostly knocking around African tin pot dictatorships, places like that. It's extremely old. It's really old. There's a guy called Nicholas Moran. He does a series called Chieftain's Hatch on YouTube. Highly recommend it. He does a 2-part tour of a ex-Czechoslovakian T-54, T-54, 55A model. Worth sitting down and watching. You'll see just what it's like. It is proper old school stuff. Steel hull, steel turret. I think maximum armor on the hull is something like 100 millimeters, 120, but it's inclined, obviously, so you'll get some extra from that. And it's about 200, 250 millimeter on the turret front. It's not composite armor. They obviously didn't have any explosive reactive armor on the front. You'll see the gun is a D10. Originally, it was a naval gun, I think. Back in the 50s and 60s, not a bad gun, actually. Got a muzzle velocity of about 900 feet per second, something like that. These days, yeah, all right, great. I do wonder about the ammunition for that gun. I think a lot of the ammunition will be defective in one way or another, because obviously stuff like cordite, the propellant in a main gun shell, does deteriorate over time. It can spontaneously combust. There have been some very spectacular and tragic instances of that in the past 100, 150 years. So they're going to have a problem with that. It's got no night vision equipment, as we understand. You'll see there's what looks like a big searchlight. That's the infrared searchlight. So it's not thermal. It's infrared, which is not visible to the human eye. You need a special receiver in the tank commander's position and the gunner's position. The problem with it is 200 meters, 300 meters, if you're lucky, range on it, and you will be visible to everyone with proper night vision equipment 2, 3, 4 kilometers away. So in terms of night fighting, it's going to be knife fight kind of range. You're not talking about engagements 2 or 3 kilometers. I have seen some extremely ill-informed people come up and say, well, at the end of the day, there'll be lots of these and they can still throw shells 4 kilometers. Aiming is optical, right? That's looking through a gun sight with a graticule and having to marry up images in the gun sight. I think it's a monocular, so you're looking through one eye. I think I'll have to check on that, but it takes practice. This is a bit of a skill, and they are not going to be shooting at challengers at 4 kilometers. If anyone tells you that, all right, just mute them, because they're idiots. They haven't got a clue. You might get about 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters out of this, and the gunnery is not going to be fantastic because the people inside them are maybe going to have done 2, 3, 4 days tank school, and then they'll be off. So will they use them in motor rifle regiments, in BTGs? I don't know. Maybe they'll use them as a form of mobile artillery. you can kill these things with an RPG, an old school RPG. You could probably put a more modern RPG through the front, actually, of one of these, I reckon, let alone a javelin or a tow, anything like that. So really, really scraping the bottom of the barrel with. What's next? BTR 50s? Yeah, maybe. Might see some BTR 152s, open-topped infantry carrying vehicles. We've already seen very old school Burdams, BRDMs, 1 and 2s from the 50s and 60s. It's a good point about the radios, Daryl. I don't know how they'll get around that because they probably pulled all the old radio sets out long ago. There were command tank variants. They will have to try and, if these are going to work in any coordinated way, they're going to have to try and shoehorn a more modern radio set in there, or they're going to have some old command variants with a radio still in place. Or do you know what? If I see arms sticking out of turrets with flags, I'm not going to be surprised, mate. I really am not going to be surprised. I think these things will just be kind of told, see that wood line over there, charge. And then that'll be it. And it will probably, the philosophy is to try and maybe use them like they use Wagner or these penal battalions. So send them first, and then maybe T-72s, T-80s will be in the second echelon. And the idea is the T-54, 455s will draw fire and then maybe use the second echelon to engage from further back. I suspect that's probably what the plan will be here, but really bad. You don't need intestinal fortitude to drive one of these. You need to have your stomach contents removed, and you need to drink a liter of vodka, I think. I mean, it's just going to be an absolute massacre. Absolute massacre. To give you an idea, I mean, these things. So these things, last one came off a production line 2 years after the old M60 first appeared in the US Army, and I think 2 years before Chieftain started coming off the production lines for the British Army. So we've gone from Chieftain to Challenger 1 to Challenger 2. So these vehicles predate Chieftain and were being built when the British Army's main battle tank was the Centurion, and the Centurion was undergoing troop trials in 1945.
You know, Gunny, I think people thought I was kidding when I was talking about flags. I think people think I was kidding.
No, I don't. No, I think flags, signal pistols, stuff like that, because they're going to have to, unless they left all the radio kit in there, they're going to have to, I mean, they're not going to be putting digital comms in there, are they? So, yeah.
No, hell no. The generators probably wouldn't be able to keep the voltage regulated enough. That's I mentioned the wiring in those things is, you know, you're looking at shorts all over the damn place with the old brittle wiring in there.
I would say these looked fairly spick and span on the outside, so I think they've probably been doing a renovation project probably for a few months now. The other thing about it is you can run a T-55 with a 3-man crew, because I think I'm right in saying the commander has battle override, and he can aim and fire the main gun through a sight that's on the turret hatch. So technically, you don't need a gunner. You just need the TC, a loader, and then a driver. But obviously, the problem with that is that the tank commander is too busy looking at stuff to shoot and not doing his actual job, which is commanding the tank.
Yep. Let's see. Let's go, Michael. Go ahead.
Great, thanks. Just wanted to come back up and say thank you very much for your answer, Dale. I had to drop really quickly because I pushed the wrong button. But also just wanted to say big thanks to Gunny, his answer on that. I think that was really comprehensive and really, drives home the fact that these are just not fit for purpose. I did want to just say, like, as far as some discussion, I apologize. Just very brief diversion about what may be next, the T-34 or whatnot, and I would just submit that what may be next, just to let you know that during World War II, the United States shipped a lot of rations over to help the Soviets, and Khrushchev in his memoirs actually said, and I can't quote it because it's been a while since I saw it, but he actually said that if it weren't for the shipments of spam, we would not have been able to feed our army. So I think what you may potentially be seeing next is cans of World War II spam out there if they're going to go that far back into their stocks to feed those guys.
That stuff, it can kill a mule.
That's intestinal fortitude for sure.
Yeah, God, I hated that stuff. George?
Yeah.
Hello, George.
Hello, guys and gals. So, just I don't know. Has anybody mentioned the cross-country speed of this T-55 tank?
You talking about bicycle speed?
I don't know. Your bicycle, yeah. One of those electric motocross bikes might actually perform a lot better. But you have any idea what the cross-country speed of this thing is?
Well, if I'm thinking about the M60, the M60 could probably top out at 25. So I'm going to think somewhere in that speed range. Because the M60 was built to combat with the T64 or right around thereof, and so I'm thinking that they, at the time that was the technology, so I'm thinking somewhere around 2025. 2020, 2025 MP 20 or 25 mph. Convert that to kilometers, if you would.
Well, I can't convert that, Daryl. DB, go ahead, please.
I guess that's about 45 about 45 kilometers or so.
Just a question. It's more maybe for you, Gunny. I mean, could it be used just as some sort of infantry support for like Wagner units or other units? And you have a couple men and then a couple of these tanks. I know this is desperation that they're doing, but just, I mean, if they're running out of stuff, anything is better than nothing. Leaving aside how laughably desperate it appears, could it just be used as some sort of support for ground troops who at least have something better than what they currently have?
Yeah, I think that'll make sense. I think what they'll probably do is they'll really basic stuff. U3, drive your tank over there. U50, follow behind it and shoot anything that moves. I keep saying, well, the Ukrainians are burning through their anti-tank missile stocks really quickly. Look, I'm seeing javelins used to kill 2 or 3 infantrymen. I do not think there is a general restrict use of anti-tank guided weapons in Ukrainian units. Not if they're using them to kill 1 or 2. I mean, someone put a Stugner into 2 stupid Mobics who were just walking back and obviously got lost. And someone put an anti-tank missile through one of them. So I don't think that's going to be a problem. I think, these probably won't be integrated into proper units. I still think that they are reconstituting BTGs with more modern equipment, and probably these are either going to be, as I say, for sort of local attacks, just with Wagner, give them a sense that they've got some kind of protection, or I mean, reference a trench thing. I was a bit confused. The Russians used to be very good at fortifying front lines. Kursk being a good example. They're going for this linear defense sort of thing, so just straight lines, which is really stupid. What could you do with these T-55s? Well, you could go back to Kursk's sort of defensive mentality where you have strong points. So you have interconnected 360-degree protected position. So lots of trenches, lots of bunkers, earthen bunkers with wooden overhead cover, firing positions, a couple of T-55s dug in, properly dug in. So just the turret sticks out, 100 infantrymen, some engineers, a couple of flamethrower people, that kind of thing, lots of wire around. I'm really surprised they're not going for that kind of defensive thing. Maybe they are for that. And the intention is to use these as kind of armored pillboxes. If I was them, I would much rather go down that line than this kind of single line of trenches, dragon's teeth not even cemented into the ground, anti-tank ditch with a berm that masks the fire of the people in the trenches, etc. So yeah, maybe we'll see them used as that, as well as just trying to convince Wagner that they've got really good armor support. Because of course these are uneducated potato munching idiots. So to them, a tank is a tank is a tank. You could probably get a Mark I from World War I and they'd think it was something modern because they're stupid. So they won't particularly realise that T-55 is, ancient.
Yeah, no, I had three theories, which is, you have a T-55, because, the Wagners move around in groups of 15 or 20, kind of unprotected with whatever they got. If you're there and there's a tank next to you, for what it's worth, it's better than if there's none. And you're right, having them next to dug in trenches as just some sort of additional cover, or potentially, whatever it is, some sort of rudimentary artillery. Having them in tank brigades would make absolutely no sense, because they would be, a Leopard would probably take out 50 of them, and then run out of ammunition. So it's really just sort of like a nuisance. But then if you're a Wagnerite and you're walking with 15 guys in a field, you're better off having one of these things next to you. I just don't know how they're going to get people fast enough to train it. And if they bring 100 of these things, they're going to bog down their logistics, because they got to fuel them, they got to do all that stuff, and it just becomes a big distraction. So it's not a good sign for them. But I mean, those are the logical ways to use it in some sort of desperation.
Yeah, I mean, the turret's rounded. It's very small. It's a very low silhouette vehicle. If you think about it, if you dug a shell scrape for it, piled earth around it, you could get away with a two-man crew. If the sole purpose of this thing is fire support for a defensive position, tank commander with his, I think his gunner's sight, the one that TC uses is binocular, and then so he controls the gun, and then you just got the loader in the turret, and that frying pan turret design, it's really well rounded, 240 millimeters. Stick some extra stuff on there, just steel, concrete, ERA, whatever you can get your hands on, and actually you would have a turret that would be a bit more of a pain, not in terms of killing it, but more in terms of being able to see it, because the rest of the hole's below ground. So I reckon that's probably what they might do, to be honest with you. I think running these things and being able to move them, say 50 kilometers, something like that, on a road march, I'm not seeing this.
Yeah, that'd be nuts. I mean, they could do something suicidal, which is use them as mine clearing devices, because their mine clearers don't work, which partly led to what happened in Vuhledar. But that would mean you'd have to have a lunatic who's suicidal, willing to use it for mine clearing. So I don't think that's a possibility. Whatever you want to call it. But I agree. I think it's just fortification or some limited infantry support, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, they have got mine clearing tanks. We've seen it, but the Ukrainians have sort of boxed clever. So I mean, that photograph, there was one mine clearing tank. Somebody killed it. The tracks are in one piece, so I think somebody killed it, probably using an anti-tank weapon. And then the boys behind kind of drove around it and then drove onto mines. And then they had an ambush left. That's why the turrets were traversed. The tracks were off on a lot of them. So yeah, I don't really work, does it? Because if you use it as a mine clearing vehicle on a roadway, you hit a mine, great, you lose a track, maybe lose a tank, but now it's a roadblock. So you drive round, and what the Ukrainians do is they put the mines on the verge as well. So you drive round the tank to carry on the attack, and then you hit a mine. And then you really are screwed, because then you've got two tanks, which are a roadblock. And that's normally when the anti-tank missile comes in, and then the artillery starts landing on everyone as they're bunched up behind, because they don't know any different. So, yeah, I think you're right, mate. I would dig them in. I'd dig them in and do a hedgehog defensive position thing. Really, really good defensive kind of bunkers, dugouts for people to take cover during shelling. And I think the linear trenches that we're seeing are probably the tripwire.
So Daryl, we have some more hands. I want to go to George.
They're going to pray for the best. I mean, they're going to pray for the best. I mean, the turret's got about, what, 200 something, I think about 80 to 100 on the sides. So that's the best way they would use these, because they're too slow to press an attack, and too slow to, and probably very finicky mechanically now because of all these years. I mean, the last ones were produced in 1981. I don't know what the upkeep, the ones that were being produced up until 1981, most of them have gone to export sales. So you're looking at something that's going to be used as as a stationary pillbox, as a hard point, and if they intertwine them with some trenches and some other maybe concrete hard points, you'd have something maybe that's defensible. But still, it's not ceramic armor. It's nothing that sheesh, even a Law's rocket will punch through that thing if you can get close enough. So this is utter desperation, just moving stuff that from there, just to shore up defensive positions.
I think that's, in a way, George, the only way the Russians could use these tanks, these ancient tanks, to dig them in as fixed artillery pieces. But who would want to operate that? I sure wouldn't. Mark, and then Jared. Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. One comment about the question of whether the new Russians today, could fit into these old tanks. According to Wikipedia, which is always right, there isn't much difference between the average height of a 19-year-old Russian in 2019, the average height, and the average height of an American, or in fact a British person. It's all about 5'9" and a 5'9", 5'10", that sort of range of height. So this, as I say, was stats from about 2019. Apparently, it's amazing. We're so much shorter than the Dutch and some of the other people from around Montenegro, etc. But I had two questions, if I may, Alan. One was simply, what is the range of these for the gun on the T-54 and T-55? What is the range of those main guns compared to, say, the range of a Javelin or equivalent? I had a second question. I've forgotten what it is.
Yeah, that's a question I cannot answer. Maybe George or Daryl or Gunny. Gunny, I think, has the answer. Gunny?
I don't think he's here.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's on mute. But he's
Yeah.
working.
Hello. Yeah, I mean, the maximum range of the gun and ammunition in use depends much on the elevation that you can get the weapon. Obviously, the higher you can point the barrel, the further you can go, and you can do indirect fire. Most tanks have an inclinometer and some kind of chart or something where the gunner can actually do indirect shoots, just using a chart or a fire control computer or something like that. But I mean, there's D10 in the direct fire roll. You can't really answer that because it depends. Are you talking night? Are you talking the day? Are you talking? Is it misty? Is there smoke on the battlefield?
And basically, yeah, Gunny, I'm really asking, I guess, is can the defenders, can the Ukrainians take them out before they get in range by using things like a javelin? Are they in any way comparable?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I'd figure maybe 2 kilometers. I think you would have to adjust onto it though. So you would fire around because it's optically aimed. So there's no laser rangefinder on this. So you're looking for a graticule. You've got your adjustable. I think there's an adjustable thing on the gun sight where you turn it to adjust the image that you're seeing, and then that gives you a range. Bang, fire around, and then you look at the forward shot, and then you adjust on. So you drop and go left, or up and go right, or whatever. So, to be honest with you, even if the gun had a maximum range of 3 kilometers, that doesn't mean you're going to be hitting anything at 3 kilometers. Quite the opposite. You're talking about a Mobic looking through a gun sight, and it will probably take in 10, 15 rounds to get on, especially if the target's moving. Throw smoke in because it's an optical sight, well, you're screwed, because if someone's put white phosphorus down or something like that, you are not going to be seeing 200, 300, 400 meters. So, I mean, the D10 was a really good gun in its day, 100 millimeter. I don't think it's got DU ammunition. I think initially they issued it with solid shot. But it wasn't a bad gun. Not as good as the 115 on the T62. That's actually still quite a good, for its age, quite a good gun. But you'll kill a Bradley with this probably. You'll certainly kill an M113. You'll definitely kill an AMX-10, and you'll probably kill a Leopard 1. But the problem is all these things fire at you. And if they're doing that from 2 kilometers and it's night and your infrared searchlight has a range of 300 meters, well, you bend over the desk and lube me up, because you are in for critical penetration. It's just going to be really bad. And that's why I think that their best option would be to dig them in, and then maybe use them in direct fire initially, and then kind of a last ditch, the infantry kind of huddled around in the trenches. Anything else? Look, if I see 5 or 6 conducting a frontal attack, then happy days. But these things don't even look like they've been modified. They got a nice coat of paint. You'll see that, but there's no laser rangefinder as we saw on the T62s. There's no ERA on there. There were no whip aerials that I could see, although obviously they're in train, so you'd probably take the whip aerials down. But no fume extractor I saw on this one. On these ones, just a muzzle brake. Yeah, good luck to them, mate.
Yeah. Actually, Gunny, your point earlier about the mines, if I can come back on that. My theory is they'll be going down the road nice and gently. The first one won't be taken out. The first one will just break down. And then the others will have to go either side, and then they'll get hit by mines. But my actually other question was, which will now come back to me, is around if they are in a dug-in role, do they need fuel to operate? If the tank is stationary, do they need actual fuel to keep the engine going at all? What does the engine serve in that context?
I think so. I don't think it's got a backup motor. It's not got a small power unit. So probably hand crank. I think they're hydraulic. I have to go back. I really recommend everyone watches that video by Nicholas Moran. It's really good. His stuff is fantastic. He proved. I mean, I think he's 6 foot, and he shows that he can load the gun in there. The loader's position isn't wonderful. The driver's position is awful. But he's 6 foot and he fits in there. TC's, the tank commander's position, looks really awful. But yeah, probably hand crank it, to be honest with you, if the engine's off. I doubt they'll they won't be keeping the engine running sort of 24/7, obviously, because one, it uses loads of fuel, and two, you generate heat. And what you don't want is a Ukrainian UAV overhead with a thermal camera spotting the heat off your engine. So, yeah, probably hand crank them. I'll have to double check though. I think it's hydraulic. I think most Russian tanks, up until the most modern, are hydraulic traverse. And if that's the case, obviously, you'd probably, Daryl, you'd need the engine running, wouldn't you, for that?
Absolutely, you'll drain batteries out big time with the hydraulics. They that pressure that they build, you need a high torque motor to build that pressure. So yeah, they're going to be running the engine if they need hydraulics. But for the hand crank, if they're dug in, hand crank will probably be enough, because if they set them up in vectors where you got a firing vector, hydraulics won't, hydraulics over the hand crank won't be that big of a deal. If you need to go a couple of inches this way, a couple of inches that way, hand crank is perfect. You'll probably be more accurate with the hand crank in that situation, because the hydraulics can float. You can stop it, and if it just drifts a little bit, you're off site. But if you're hand cranking it, you'll probably be more accurate in that sense, especially if you like I say, you got a vector and a field of fire that you cover. Now, one other thing that I wanted to bring up about these is the high track that they have on these tanks. Those high tracks would lend them very well in mud. The big thing in mud is if you can clear the track of the mud as you're moving. In other words, if the track is able to come out of the mud for any length of time, that bodes well for a track in mud, because you don't get the buildup. If the track is completely submerged, you never get cleared the track of the mud, and it can build up, and you can throw a track in the mud. But looking at these things, the high clearances on the track, reminiscent to the M60, you can clear the mud off, and that's a good thing in this case. Gunny?
Yeah, have you seen how they maintain the track link retaining pins in those, Daryl?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
There's a wedge of steel on the hole, and as the track comes round, the inner part of the track pin whacks against it, and that forces it back into position.
Are you freaking kidding me?
No, they kept that going, I think, on the T62 and the T64 as well. So yeah, there's it's just a solid chunk of metal, and that's how they keep the retaining pins in place. So it's going to be noisy. Well, it won't matter if it's dug in, but yeah, they are very, very noisy. And one of the reasons is because you get that pin smashing into the hole, which obviously as well, if you're the driver, because you're at the front end, you've got that continuously happening every second, every 2 seconds.
Oh my God. A jackhammer going down the road. Mark, you look at you started.
Yeah, I know, Daryl. It's quite fascinating. It makes you wonder what the plan is. Who's driving this? Obviously, to bring stuff across like that, it's not a local commander. It's coming from the center. They must have some idea what they actually are planning to do with them. Surely.
This is stuff you would expect to see in the May Day parades in the 70s, when they would still have some of this stuff. Nowadays, you look like you belong in a museum, and to see it run is a novelty more than it is something that it shows your energy, your country's might. Okay. Anyway, I saw Tim and Jared. You guys came up. Jared, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys got me thinking here, and I have no experience in the field of this type of thing, but with the ineffectiveness of the armor, what is the
I
point of the
think
armor?
Jared might be cycling, Daryl.
No, I'm good.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine, Jared.
Yeah, I'm just thinking with the ineffectiveness of the armor and how loud and hot and slow it is and pointless it is, other than maybe if you can get off a good shot, wouldn't you just be better off in a series of technicals or dune buggies and just racing with 100 dune buggies and dirt bikes and racing to wherever you're trying to go and try to like old school cavalry style? What is the point? And why? And also, why is this a stupid idea? That's a harebrained scheme of mine that someone would try to attack with a bunch of little technicals just moving fast?
I can tell you one thing: mines. The mines are still there. If the tank mines don't get you, any personnel mine would, and you'd just be splattered on the ground with those things.
But the mine is going to get you in the tank for sure, right?
But there's some survivability to it.
Gotcha.
The track, most of the mines, except for certain ones, are designed to take out your track. It will bust your drive somewhat, possibly, which means the sprocket. It'll bust that thing up and throw your track off, which means that essentially the tank is not going to go anywhere. He may be able to fire, but now he's still, and he's just a sitting duck. Uh, the When you're talking about, the other type, they actually have penetrators that are designed to go into the tank and explode. But that that's what you look. That's what the tank mines are there to do, just to disable it.
Thank you.
And Tim, hello, Tim. Brar, Tim Brar. Okay. All right, Alan. I lost Alan. He had an issue with his microphone. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, you're right. Well, the other thing is, the whole Doom buggy thing. You're not talking about anything that's going to be armored. You're exposed to artillery fire, all kinds of stuff. But let's getting back to reality, I guess. Here's the take home message away from these T-55 tanks being moved there. Putin shot his wad. Uh, their offensive is pretty much petered out. I don't see another one coming. And right now, it looks to me them sending that, and I believe me and Gunny are spot on this. If they're going to put those in defensive positions, then the Russians are acquiescing that all they're going to do from this moment on is try to hang on for dear life to the actual areas they've already taken. And hence you're seeing all these like fortifications being built, and you're seeing these prefab timberline trench that they're putting in. Um, just all kinds of crazy shit like that. And if that would work if we were in the 1940s. I just don't see how that works when you've got drones that can drop grenades like right onto your position. Uh, Drones that can direct. Even unguided or like just regular artillery. It doesn't have to be an Excalibur or tornado round or whatever, or what have you. But they can correct the fire of artillery and start dropping it up and down the trench. I wouldn't want to be in that trench. I understand the woods there to keep the ground maybe in the mud from crushing into the thing, but once that artillery shell hits that wood, holy hell, it just becomes, it turns it into an instant meat grinder. So anything that's in there literally gets shredded. So I'm I'm convinced that we're going to see those dropped in some kind of shell hole, shell scrape, or what that you've taken a bulldozer and you just do a scrape, and you build a hull down position. And that's where we're going to see them. I think they're just going to try to strengthen their defensive lines and try to make any offensive by the Ukrainians costly. That they expend their manpower and their more modern equipment, and then they fight for a stalemate, so so they can get some kind of ceasefire. I think that's what this train load of T-55s is saying. That's just my guess. I could be wrong, but we're soon going to find out.
All right. Thanks, George. I see that Alan has put up Chuck's map. You want to talk about that, Alan?
Sure. I'm back. Thanks for being patient. So yes, I put up Chuck's 3 maps from today: Bakhmut, Avdiivka, and Kremna. And it's probably a good thing to review. Have you taken a look at them?
I'm just looking at them right now. I saw you pop them up there. I am just looking at them now. I wish I had an overlay so I could see the difference in the maps from one day to the next. That would help with this.
I'm the same. I wish I had an overlay too. But just, I mean, to take a look at Bakhmut, because that's what everyone is focused on. Chuck shows you just exactly where President Zelensky was earlier today. I guess it's accurate. He was within the city limits of Bakhmut, but within earshot of what's happening in Bakhmut. I think the important thing that Chuck points out is that Russian attacks were repelled today. They were repelled in the north. I think that the real action, as Chuck will tell us tomorrow night on bullet points, is in the south, right along Korsun-Skogo Street, which runs through the center of Bakhmut, intersects with the H-32. I love hearing Chuck talk about the H-32. But he will do that for us tomorrow night. There were significant Russian losses again today in Bakhmut, in Kremna, in Avdiivka, approaching 1,000 casualties. But I would suggest everyone take a look at the maps up in the nest. And then if we move north from Bakhmut and take a look at Kremna, again, Ukrainians are breaking up the attacks by the Russians. These attacks are constant. That's the other thing that Chuck points out. In Kremna, Bakhmut, Avdiivka, these are around-the-clock attacks, and Ukraine is repelling all of them. There are losses on both sides, but the losses of the Russians are significant. It's just important as every day goes by, there's no significant gain or advantage that the Russians find. Not even in Avdiivka, which has become an extraordinarily hot spot on the line of engagement. All you have to do is take a look at the map Here is another place the Russians think that they can surround. We'll just have to wait and see what the Ukrainians have prepared for them, because in every one of these locations, Ukraine has prepared killing grounds of the Russians as they attempt to advance. What are you seeing, Daryl, when you look at these maps?
Okay, in particular, Bakhmut, in the south, like you were saying, several days ago, looking at the map, I guess it was from Monday, you could see where the Russian line of contact was up near the H-32. You look at look in that same area today, that line has moved well back from the H-32 in one spot, and then the Russians have now went for that little point that was the thumb, which was in the crust of the thumb there, and they are fighting there now, which means that they've stopped extending their battle outward, and they look like they want to concentrate closer inward in this case. And so that's why that road that you were mentioning, that's why that fight is, you seeing that battle right there. The other day you didn't see any action going on in that area, and now today you're seeing that action take place, and where they had made gains before, they're no longer fighting in that area. Well, they may be fighting, but the line has moved well back from that point. So that's one area that I can really see a difference in the line. Let me go to the other one, because that was the first one I looked at. Now in the north, on that map, hold on, let me get back to the map here. The north, now you can see the Russians in this case in Bakhmut up near Kaflika, Kalinka. That area it's steady contact. They're doing the attacks, but it inches a little bit forward, but it's not much. In the last 3 days, it's pretty much in the same area. But there is a little bit of movement on that side. But from the south, you're not getting it. They are not that thumb looks like it's been amputated somewhat on the bottom.
So I think up in Kremna, Chuck would talk about the forests and contact in forests. And I know he would say rifle squads can't see far forward in forests. So all we can really say, because there is a news blackout, fighting in Kremna, in Bakhmut, in Avdiivka, intense. But we should also point out, President Zelensky would not be close to the area of operations in Bakhmut if the Ukrainians were not securing this city in a way that we will probably learn in the next couple of days.
Yeah, wow. Alan, I was looking at this map is at 2345. Wait a minute. Let me look at the map again, because I was still looking at that map. That's at 1945. And I was just trying to look and see which map he had posted just recently. And that one is at 1545. Okay, so he had an expanded map at 1545 before the map. It came out before the map that you have now. I was just trying to see why I saw a difference in those two maps, but this one is the later map, and it's not as big. But forests, those dense forests are not something you want to be just walking willy nilly in. It provides a lot of hiding spots. It provides a lot of opportunities um, for incursions into behind your lines, because you know unless you are you have a man behind every tree. um, they may be walking in a line through the forest, but if you have gaps, it doesn't take much for people to get in behind you in a forest, um, especially if it's getting near dusk or early morning. There are plenty of shade. That's those forests over there. If they're as dense as I think they are, they're dark even in daylight, and you can really think that something is there and it's not, or nothing's there and you see a shadow and you not think anything of it because it may just be a bush. And so you get a lot of that type. You can get a lot of incursions behind the lines like that, and that's not good. I'm sure the Russians have learned their lesson plenty of times going into that forest.
And in a forest with a little wind working in the treetops, all your senses are working. You are looking as intently as you can. Your ears are open to every sound, and the sound of the wind through a forest can distract you, make you see things or sense things that aren't there. But Daryl, Snuff is here. Snuff is in Ukraine. I want to hear from him. Snuff, go ahead, please. Snuff, can you hear us? Well, we will circle back to Snuff as he's able to connect to us, and his connections could be problematic. As I say, Snuff is in Ukraine, and we'll see what he has for us. But I did want to post Chuck's maps up in the nest. This is, thanks to Chuck Ferrer, we are able to keep track of what's happening on the Ukrainian battlefield as much as we can. There is a news blackout. No one knows a lot about what is happening in Bakhmut or in Avdiivka or even in Kremina. So that's why I put the maps up in the nest, just for everyone's information. Interpret them as you are able to, but Daryl is an expert map reader. Snuff, are you with us?
Alan, don't do that to me. I can read a map, but no, experts. We're all experts until you're not.
Yeah, well, I've never asked for directions, but you know why. If I were in Avdiivka, believe me, I'd be asking for directions, but I'd be asking a Ukrainian in the best possible way I could, and that wouldn't be easy for me because I don't speak Ukrainian. I'm just going to make one last call out to Snuff, whose hand is up, but I think Snuff either can't hear us or doesn't actually have a connection.
Too funny. It is very late in Ukraine right now. It's getting on to 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. Well, no, it's about 4 o'clock in the morning there right now.
And I know Snuff has to be up early. He has things to do. He is a drone operator in Ukraine, and just speaking of drones, Daryl, one of the really interesting things I've read about happening in the Ukrainian armed forces is they are really investing in drones. They're going to create 60 drone units with operators, separate commanders, but it means that every single squad in the Ukrainian army is going to have a drone or two, helping them see where the Russians are, helping them see forward what the next step in the battle will be. It's a really significant development, and I think it's going to happen pretty quickly.
That it will. That it will. I see we got a couple of hands up. I see Whiskey is coming up to talk to us. And we got Sussex. Is Sussex going to make it? Yep, they made it. Hey, Whiskey. Good evening.
Hey, Daryl. Was Sussex before me? I actually just came in right now.
Nope, you cat up first.
Okay, yeah, I was hoping like Snuff was still up on the channel because, speaking of drone related, I wanted to kind of hear his thoughts on the current little lightweight drone project I've been working on. But if he's not awake, I don't have to bring it up. But or if you guys want to hear about it, I can tell you about it. But it's up to the space.
Well, you already here. Why don't you tell us about it?
Okay, so I've been as you know, I mess around with drones quite a bit. But I've been actually working on a new little project. I was looking at trying to come up with design a really ultra lightweight, small, cheap drone that could have GPS on it, compass, and actually fly autonomously. And what I came up with was a small 26 to 29 gram, depending on what size battery you're running on. But basically a small 26 to 29 gram drone. So it's about 1 ounce weighing drone, smaller than the palm of your hand, that can actually fly for about 7 to 8 minutes, depending on the conditions. And it can fly to predetermined waypoints. So it does not require any radio input. It has video on board. And what I was looking at trying to develop to do with this was to give scouts or guys on the ground a way to look forward about this has about a 4 kilometer total flight distance based off of the battery time, and with a total flight time about 7 to 8 minutes with, I wouldn't say HD quality video, but it's about, it'll give you probably about a good 720, maybe 1080 p resolution. And I wanted to see if Snuff actually thought that might actually be something useful. And by the way, this is all built from off-the-shelf, readily available parts, like I've always preached. And the cost of each one of these units, which I deem as disposable, is under $200 US. And very easy, very lightweight to carry, very easy to control, and yeah, just thought that might be interesting to some of you guys. Can you hear me? You guys are quiet.
Sorry, Whiskey, we were quiet. Yes, we can hear you. I don't know if Snuff is with us. I'm going to make one more call out to Snuff. Snuff, if you're with us, say something. Put your thumb up. Whiskey, I don't think Snuff is with us, but he would be really interested in your question because he's all about the use of drones on the battlefield, as you know.
Yep.
That's
Like
amazing on the prices, though, Whiskey. What you're able to do with that amount. That's not very terribly expensive for this.
Yeah, just even given the chip crunches and stuff that we've been going through, if you know the components and the parts and the sourcing and know how to kind of blend them together, you can actually put together a pretty compelling piece of equipment for very cheap. And this is something that we have not, as far as I know, in earlier conflicts, we have actually not seen. Um, this being done, and it's just a new wave. It's a new tech wave or whatever. Maybe not so new to some folks like me that have kind of been in it, but it's just interesting nonetheless. um, uh, what something like this gives, because it's so cheap and disposable and readily available, is it gives you something to see. um, like a good friend of mine has said, it gives you something to see over the hill, what's in front of you, without actually exposing anybody's lives to it. And if you lose it, who cares? It wasn't $2,000. It wasn't, it wasn't a big investment, and it's not giving away your current location so that there's counterattacks on you. This is just something you send it. uh, it gives you a bird's eye view of what's happening over the horizon, over the hill. um, and if you lose it, you lose it. Who cares? You have another one, and it's not you're not laden down with heavy equipment to carry, to have this capability.
Hey, Daryl, Whiskey, I want to welcome up Yehuda. Yehuda, do you have something for us?
No, just coming up and I'm burning the midnight oil with you a bit.
Well, tell us what I know you have your sources. What have you gleaned from the battlefield? Anything? What have you gotten?
No, I just got on. I need some more time to go through all the important stuff. So I can, if anyone has any questions, I can start going through some of my work here.
Okay, that sounds good. Sussex, please go ahead. Sussex, your mic is silent.
No?
Yep, I can hear you, I think.
Okay, yeah. Hello, everybody. I just want to say hello and hello from England. I just, it's really 2 a.m. here. But respect to Alan and Daryl and everybody else listening to this. I was wondering though, like my concept, with the Western world, I was asking you and you American guys, what's happening in American concerning about the GOP? Can you talk about that? You know what I mean? Because isolationism, it seems to be taking over in America in some way in foreign policy on the right. And I was wondering if you guys can talk about that and why is that? Is it? And it's been 20 years since the Iraq War, and I was wondering if you talk. Just be like, because with foreign power, stuff like that.
Sussex, as an American, I can tell you exactly what's happening in the United States in terms of foreign policy.
And can you talk about has the Iraq War played a part in what's happening now? Is neoconservatism still there?
No,
and that sort of stuff.
no.
Thank you.
Yep, no, it really hasn't. The Iraq War is in the past. The Ukrainians defending their nation is what we're dealing with today. And I'll tell you what's happening in Congress. If there was isolationism moving forward in the United States, you would see it happening in Congress. But in the House, there's a bipartisan effort to release F-16s to Ukraine. And in the Senate, and in the House, all the ranking Republican members, or that would be in the Senate, or the chairs of committees in the House, these are all Republicans, are urging the Biden administration, the Department of Defense, to provide cluster munitions to Ukraine. That doesn't sound like isolationism to me.
And Alan,
Uh,
you might even
yeah,
say it seems, contrary to what some people thought in the spring before the midterms, there, that senior Republican leaders are trying to be more pro-Ukrainian than Democrats. Kind of looks like that, doesn't it?
it does. And in fact, it not only looks like that, but there's so much Republican support for Ukraine in Congress that they are almost taking the lead in supporting
In
Ukraine.
fact, in front of a committee today, Anthony Blinken, I always call him Abe Lincoln because I just can't say the name. It doesn't roll. Anthony Blinken, Anthony Abe Lincoln. Anyways, Anthony Blinken, um, he was asked a question by a ranking Republican, and it was pretty funny. He said, "What happens if Putin comes to the States?" I assume he means if he goes to the United Nations. Will we turn him over to the ICC? Which is pretty clever. And it was his gotcha moment for Blinken, and I think Blinken blinked and maybe twice even. And he said, "Well, yeah, I have to look at the laws because it was a strange question to ask." And then he had to say, we're not really a part of the ICC, which is an understatement. It's either you're in it or you're not, and they're not signed on to the Rome Statute. But it is interesting that you see even Republicans going and saying, look, aside from all of the ballyhoo, the ranting and ravings of certain fringe groups from the Republican side, which are met in equal number on the fringe groups and the Democratic side. But people thought that maybe there was going to be this big divide, and I suspect that cooler heads have prevailed. American politicians, especially senior ranking ones, are privy to all sorts of special intelligence, and that's nonpartisan intelligence. And especially if you claim to be the party of the army, the military, and you espouse those beliefs, when you have nothing but oodles and oodles of information from really sophisticated, in fact, the world's probably largest intelligence network and military intelligence network, sitting you down and saying, cool story about your election, don't care, here, this is what's going on with Russia, and this is what'll happen if we don't do this, this, and this. And guess what? That works, because that's why and some Republicans who actually didn't appear to be supportive of Ukraine to the degree that they should or they ought to be supportive, have all changed their tune. And the ones that had always known, like McConnell and Graham and others, are just saying the same thing. They're like, this is the fight of our generation. And if we don't stop this, this will lead to conflagration. Not stopping Russia from annihilating a country in Europe in 2023, that's not the end of it. It's just the beginning. And I don't want to sound like a doom and gloom guy, doomsayer. My head's not on right. But there might have been people, and I'm not saying it's World War III, but there might have been people in 1939 that thought the Anschluss and the Sudetenland, or even invading Poland, they might not have thought that would be the beginning of World War II. I bet you no one was calling it World War II then. But I guess what most of the sophisticated and responsible adults in the U.S. Congress have said is we can't let this be World War III. And so, ironically, there are those who say that if we help Ukraine, this will be World War III. And then I think the real answer is that if we don't help Ukraine, it most certainly will be World War III. Thanks, Alan.
Yeah, there's a majority in the U.S. Congress. Just to reassure you, Sussex, there's a majority in support of Ukraine, both Republicans and Democrats. All the significant chairs of committees in Congress, in both the House and the Senate, all the ranking members in the Senate, they are Republicans. All the ranking members in the House, they are Democrats, support more help for Ukraine. It's that simple. There's no shortage of support for Ukraine. In fact, the Gallup polling organization has found no decrease in support of Ukraine among American people. It is over 60%. That's as high as it gets in agreement in the United States. We have a lot of hands now, Daryl and Yehuda. And so I'm going to go to George, to finance, and to DB. Then we'll make one more call out to Snuff. George.
And Alan, before they answer you, I will say I just went and I did. I put up two of the maps where I made the comparison. One on the first one I did at Divka. That one is from the today and the 19th, and then the other from let me see which one from Cremena. That one, the first one on the right is from the 19th, and the second one on the right is from today, just so people can get an idea and look at the maps head to head, and you can see the changes. There are changes to the map. It's just that they don't really. I mean, you can see the Ukrainians making gains in certain areas, and the Russians. You know, you can see the attacks, but then you can see where the attacks really have not moved the ball very far. So just for everybody to take a look, I just want to do something like this so that it's not an overlay, but at least you can look at them side to side and compare what's going on there. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Daryl. That's good intelligence. George, go ahead.
Yeah, two things. One thing, really quick, on U.S. politics. All right, in Congress, whether it's the House or the Senate, you're going to have a very small minority of kooks. All right, and I'm just going to call them kooks. They're on both sides of the aisle, and they're going to be what I like to call the Putin puffers, and they are what they are. They are very vocal. That's why I don't know how they get elected, because they never pass any laws. All they do is just spew their nonsense. They are very local, and crazy gets amplified, especially on social media spaces. So they get amplified a lot more than they should be. Their voices are insignificant in the long run, because especially in the Senate and in the House, there are people on both sides that are ardent, very vocal Ukrainian supporters that know what it means if Ukraine loses, especially when you look at other countries that are looking at this war besides us. It's also China, because China, if we allow the Soviet, just like Soviet Union, if we allow Russia to win, then China can have open season on Taiwan. So we don't have to worry about it. They're vocal, but that's it.
Yeah.
They just like to talk, to hear their voices and spew their nonsense. But and then that's it. It's nothing for us to worry about moving forward. Uh, and the ones that are really starting to come around to pushing for Ukraine to get the things that they need. I want you to look at some of their names, because they get certain intelligence because of some of the committees they're on, these senators, that other senators don't get. And I think one of the things that's driving their push right now, and to make sure that they're vocally and known to be supporters of Ukraine, because they know what the hell is going to be discovered when the Ukrainians liberate Mariupol.
Yeah.
And that'll be the end of the anti-Ukraine bloc in the United States. They're going to have to go crawling back under the fucking rock.
So the thing that's really important to remember, and I'm just going to interject, speaking of people hearing themselves talk, I'll do it for a second. The more I wasn't so disturbed, even though I'm not American, but as an outside watcher, looking in, Republicans being slightly more advantaged in the last midterm election. You got to remember that's a party that prides itself on the military and pro-America. I'm sure most Republicans just listen to whatever their names are, the Margarine Lady, Green Taylor, and Boebert, or whatever, and all these people who are flapping about Ukraine, and they're basically, by omission, that they're basically saying we support Russia and China, and there isn't a Republican, worth their salt that would say, I'm going to take the side of Russia. Whether I hate Biden, so we're just going to go with Russia. That's a non-starter. So it was never really. I'm going to brag again, speaking as a foreigner to America. Never was worried about the Republicans coming around because there are no other options. I almost feel name only. I'm always shocked that there's actually more shame name only. I'm always shocked that there's actually more shame on the far left, because it's generally a position that some people on the far left would take anyway, pro Russia or tankies or whatnot. But there's no excuse, and George nailed it right there. What's going to happen when they find out that they have evidence of disappearance and the murder of 100,000 civilians? What are they going to do then? What's Ocasio-Cortez? Sorry. Cortez gonna say, what's Marjorie Taylor Greene, and then the other people who say these weird things, they'll be silent, because who sides with genocide? Who thinks that's a good look? Yeah, 100,000, at least 100,000. No one does, and unfortunately, that's what it's going to take to get to get 100% agreement. Thanks, George. Sorry for interjecting there, Alan and Daryl, and just for your information, Daryl, another message came in. No, Daryl is not single. You got to stop with the good-looking pictures, Daryl. Thanks.
That's good. That's good, Daryl.
I know you ain't getting those messages, so I know he's kidding here, so don't even think about it. But anyway, thanks, Yoda.
And so, Daryl, we should go to Prince for a mic check, because like a lot of Android users, she's updating her app and just testing. Is she here or is she there? Prince?
Yeah, since I'm about to co-host, and actually it's not an Android this time, it's an iPhone. But I believe the issue was that my internet provider installed an automatic VPN, and it's the first time I've rebooted since they did the upgrade on the network. And so it took my phone a minute to configure the VPN. So as long as I'm working, that's all that matters. I just wanted to make sure.
You're all good, Prince. I can't wait to see you to co-host.
Thank you very much.
With finance, who is next? Finance?
Thank you. Also, Ramadan Mubarak to our many Muslim friends. And yes, I've actually seen a picture of Daryl and his family, and he and his wife have like 1,500 kids. So mazel tov to them. He's not just taken, he is probably pretty busy. As far as the politics go, as usual, I will keep this only as it pertains to Ukraine. The popularity of Russia in the Republican Party has been around 10%, which is in a democratic society incredibly low. Abortion is less. Pro-life Democrats, which is rare, are more prevalent than there used to be pro-Russian Republicans. It turns out that changed. That this was one of those issues that changed when Trump came to power. That only moved up to 30% pro-Russian Republicans, which last I heard was around where they are. Yes, there are more isolationism in the Republican Party. It is still not a majority. We still have bipartisanship, as has been pointed out by Yehuda, who looks in from the outside. Far more recently, it's been very nice to see the Republicans gaining their legs by attacking the Democrats from the right. They're going to disagree with the Democrats. For those who are not American, as your accent suggests you are not, Sussex. We have a very partisan system. Our two parties agree on mostly nothing. And when they do start to agree, they tend to like to find a way to disagree and argue about things because that's just what they do. So we're going to take this as a given. That's also why I try to avoid American internal discussion, because those of us who agree on it take our cue from our politicians, and we just argue incessantly over these things. So now, instead of having just a handful of nut job voices, or frankly, they're the more 30% voices who make, if not blatantly pro-Russian arguments, more somewhat, isolationist arguments that are around not supporting Ukraine. Again, you see this on the crazier left. They're smaller, but they do exist. The tankies, people like Ben Cohen, who founded Ben & Jerry's, who donated to a pro-peace group, which is a pro-appeasement, let Ukrainians get genocided group. Like, those are lefties who also support the same crap. But those are smaller. Either way, yes, that is the spectrum. I understand why when you're outside, you're like, what in the world is going on? Thankfully, it is still a majority of Republicans that are supporting Ukraine. It is one of the only issues in all of our politics that our politicians actually agree on and can get you a bipartisan ovation. I'm pretty sure our politicians can't even all agree that their mothers love them right now. So it's pretty amazing that they agree on this. I like it. I'll take it. We actually have a number of both Republican and Democrat supporters and co-hosts here. So yeah, don't be concerned. I am aware that you might hear a few more voices on the right than on the left saying this. Yes, there are a few more. It's absolutely not a majority. And it's actually quite nice to see the Republicans getting, for lack of a better term, their sea legs, which, in his credit, Lindsey Graham has always had since 2022, of really attacking and being very militantly aggressively against Russia. And that's sort of, I think, the normal hope I would want to see in our politics, right? The contours of which being a left-leaning pro-Ukraine party that is pro-Ukraine and hesitant to maybe give them everything. I disagree with that. And our right-wing party being pro-Ukraine and, their debate should be more along the lines of like, should we give them the bomb or not? Which obviously I don't agree with that, but I agree with pretty much giving Ukraine everything else. So it seems like some of our politicians are moving back towards that debate. I was hoping they'd have originally, which again, hats off to the hardcore, longtime Reagan Republicans, many of which are in office, many of which are in our Congress, who have never stopped having this kind of discussion, despite that there are some very loud people on the right, and there's not just a couple. Obviously, the two craziest are the loudest, but there are some more mainstream ones. Even Kevin McCarthy has said a lot of things that have made me insult him in very colorful terms in this space. But no, as of right now, still has bipartisan support. One of the only things we have it. I'll take it. I hope that keeps going. We're going to keep supporting Ukraine here, regardless of which idiot politician decides they like Russia. And, I want to point out that supporting Europe against Nazism the last time helped bring us out of the Great Depression. And as our economy gets worse, it'd be really good if we fired up the munitions plants, built some ammo, sent it to Ukraine, and that would help us get us out of the current recession.
Yeah, finance. There are no Reagan Republicans left in the Republican Party, and there are none sitting in Congress. Doesn't make any difference. There are independent thinking Republicans in the Senate and in the House, and we have them to thank for support of Ukraine. Remember, Ronald Reagan was president 40 years ago. I think that was before you were born. Lexicon, please go ahead.
I was born under Reagan. Thank you very much.
Oh my God. You were born under Reagan. I was at the March Against Reaganomics in Washington. I was a grown-up. So, yeah, good to hear you all. I spend my time checking out what I can find on YouTube, and so I really like the interview of Ben Hodges, our great friend, #1 Ukraine supporter, getting it across to structures in America and in NATO. I was, in fact, didn't realize when I watched the interview was a day ago, and it was done on Silicon Curtain. This guy, Jonathan, is his name, Fink, English guy. And I learned at the beginning of it that Hodges is actually retired General Hodges, a advisor on logistics to NATO. So it's good to know that he's not just out there in the wilderness speaking up for Ukraine, but he's actually got a position in NATO, and that's a good one. So, of course, he sticks to the message, and the message is that we got to get the F-16s or whatever else to Ukraine and the ATACMS. But I think it's a very worthwhile interview to publicize and ask friends, whether they're in NATO countries or wherever, to take a look at, because he makes the really clear point that, Ukraine would have been out of this situation if we'd had the faith in the willingness of the people and the skills of their armed forces to do the job and get through with it. I look at this stuff because it helps me get arguments. I've been writing a response. Some friends of mine, for God's sake, sent me an article by this person named Chris Hodges, Yehuda, Axel, people probably know the guy. This is a guy who shows up on RT, for God's sake, and cites people like Max Blumenthal's Gray Zone. So he writes an article about how proxy wars, it'll be the end of Ukraine. He's real sympathetic to Ukraine, and he writes a string of references to various what he calls proxy wars that the great imperialist American behemoth has waged using small countries. So his article is, filled with select cherry-picked and irrelevant.
Yeah. So, Lexicon, do you believe this?
No, I'm writing this article to tell my poor friends why this is such poppycock. So I'm just saying that items like the General Hodges interview on this silicone curtain item are a very good reference for people. They're like up to the minute right now. And another one that I just thought this evening, that reporting from Ukraine, this fellow has a nice, very brief summary of the battlefield today. Today he focused on Avdiivka, and you really see the dynamics of the operational workings of the Ukrainian military against what Russia's trying to throw at them rather unsuccessfully. So I really recommend those two items at the moment as really helpful references for people. They buoy you up at the end of your day, and they're really worthwhile.
Yeah, Lexicon, Ben Hodges is going to be back with us here on Maria Report very soon, and I'll be sure you know when he comes
Wonderful.
back.
Well, the guy is the
Yeah.
best. He is on message and he is working hard. He must do 3 interviews or more every single day, because you'll find him. You just get your TV on the YouTube and you will find him all over the place. And his stuff is up to date and strong and concise. He's a marvel.
And he's strong and concise right here on Maria Report. And this is an opportunity for me to ask everyone to retweet MriyaReport.org, so you can be sure you come back and listen to experts like Ben Hodges. He's a military expert, but we have historians, cultural experts, humanitarian workers on the ground in Ukraine, and Ukrainian voices themselves, first responders like our friend Roman at a fire station in Kharkiv, like Chef Zelenya, and so many others, members of the RADA.
Genya, no L. Hate to break your flow, but let's get his
Chef,
name.
Chef, no, don't break my flow. Gotcha. Chef Zhenya. Chef Zhenya. Thank you, finance. Damn it. I'm going to make you go fry onions. But just retweet MriyaReport.org. Go to MariaAid.org. Make a contribution. Send humanitarian supplies to Ukraine. Send medical supplies to the troops on the front line. And Whiskey, you had your hand up. Then we'll go to Abdullah and to Sussex. Whiskey.
Hey, thanks, Alan. I was going to say originally came up to further the talk about drones, but it seems like the conversation has switched. So I'll happily drop down if there's nothing else. Anybody wants to talk about that?
Well, stick around, Whiskey. We'll see if Snuff has a connection, and if he does, I think you and Snuff can have a great conversation.
Yes, I do.
Okay, Snuff, go ahead.
Well, the bad news is that I'm just quoting some from previous speakers. The bad news are that guys, third world war is already on.
So, Snuff, there are a couple of takes on that. The way I look at it is we are finishing the Second World War. And once we finish it, by enabling Ukraine to defeat Russia, there will be no Third World War. This is just
No. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for interruption. I meant the war when the whole world is united against evil. What? What the fuck was that? That's what I meant. Jesus.
Don't interrupt, Sussex, or you'll be dropped down, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Prince. I think it was Provo, and as Prince says, no interruptions. Snuff, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. This was the bad news. Good news is that you know they are old T-62s. They burn very good. I mean, within using precise and modern ammunition, you can handle everything. So at the moment, well, I would say regarding my just my very first intention, I would say that this is kind of kind of combination of the World War II and World War III. And what I mean is that to someone who uses all the methods of World War II, another one uses the methods of World War III. And as I told you before, in my very first presence in this space, the past never won the future. This is it. And another good news. You guys probably you were checking about the news about our crazy idea to bring drones to Ukraine with the band and so on. So we did it. And they are on the way to Ukraine, and I really hope they already next week. Today's yes. I hope that already next week they will participate in fight.
From what I've heard, Snuff, there will be a drone with every squad, if not two. And you know about that. It's incredibly important because you know what drones can do. They can look over the battlefield and deliver intelligence. They can deliver munitions, loitering munitions. They can take out Russian forces, Russian tanks. It's going to be a really big breakthrough for Ukraine.
And even we had even situation when we forced to bring using the drone. We brought to the position battery for the radio.
So communications, yes,
Yeah.
very important. Without communications, drones can't do their job.
Without communications, army cannot do that do its job. I would say like this: communication is first. Is very first. Is very first. It's extremely important.
So Snuff, I want to move on to some more hands, and then shortly I'll be dropping down, and a new co-host will be taking my place. But I want to go to Whiskey, who's also a drone guy. Whiskey, go
Oh,
ahead.
Hey, thanks, Alan. And hey, Snuff. We talked a couple days ago. How you doing, brother?
When I hear a question like this, I wanna answer always having a bad, killing some Russians.
Yeah, good times, brother. Okay, so I want to give you some info on some tech that I actually been working on that maybe you might find interesting or not. And I'd like to,
If it's not sensitive, you're sure it's not sensitive?
to tell you the truth, I'm not sure. I'm an independent that actually works on this technology and just like feeds it forward. So,
So you know what, Whiskey? I think you and Snuff should communicate together, not on the space.
Yes, that's what I meant, because this info it can be pretty sensitive and
yeah, I'm
yeah.
pretty plugged into what's sensitive and not.
Uh-huh.
So if you want to have an offline conversation on this, I'll be more than happy to give you the information that I have. But I'm just trying. What I'm doing independently is trying to give you guys the best equipment that I understand that you need, and I'm developing all this on my own dime. I ask for no donations. I ask for no money. I'm not in this for that. This is just a personal vendetta against Russia.
Yeah. Okay.
So I have friends on the ground that are already providing resources. In any event, I have a new toy that I developed that I think you might actually find interesting. If you want to
great.
talk about, I'd like to hear your feedback. It's cheap. It's cheap. It's carryable by a number of guys. It doesn't require any training and stuff like that, and it gives you a little bit of an advantage.
Great. Let's talk about it. And what I was going to say about donations, and actually, what was it? Why I mentioned that our drone project is successfully, because I wanted also to thank the audience of the space, because it wouldn't be I wouldn't say that easy. Uh, it was very helpful. It was very helpful. Thank to the space. And regarding donations, many people, they experience just the same problem. They donate, but always they donate like we call it to make warm the whole planet. I mean, when you make a fire, and it's pretty big, but it's not enough for a few for a whole world. So they make donations, but they do not see results. So they just stop. Uh, you better put your donations, I would say, precisely to something. For example, you have you know someone from from some unit, or
Yes.
yes, someone from some unit, or you know that unit is unit needs some any tool. You better donate. People always want to see the result. That's why donations became so slow within the year, because they go to those organizations of those big organizations of fundraising. They are buying something. They're buying something in crazy количество, господи, quantity.
Yeah, no, I'm looking more to provide you with some unique toys to give you guys a
Yes,
little bit
yeah.
of a little bit of an edge.
This is just about the whole audience. If you guys, you think that if you want to donate, if you want to, for example, just an example. We had here we had a situation with our project, when we had to find the money within a very short period of the time, and it worked. And very soon people will see it on the front line. But when yep, I would say, I would say donations mostly sighting, aiming. Precisely. How do you call it? When because anyone who makes it wants to see the part of his own uh, participation in this something. We had, for example, back in 2022, but it was more, it was kind of I would even call it kind of fun, when Canadian veterans, they sent the money for us to write messages on the shells which we were shooting, and they were absolutely happy when we see the message that they exactly like they asked, and when it flows up, and when the voice with love you bitches, you know, they were totally happy.
Well, I think beyond that though, like I think it's just like in the background scenes, working together with brothers that are actually trying to liberate their land from these genocidal assholes. I don't think you need actually. I don't think you need any public recognition or whatever else. I think you just can actually, if you're a sane human being, you can just actually get behind your Ukrainian brother and actually help him out and just be like, here you go, I have a new toy for you to play with, and yeah, I'm you know, if I see a smile on your face using it, I'm good, and we're good, and you know, the rest of the day can move on.
You know, when the smile on my face, if I'm using it.
I'm gonna hook you up, dude.
Got it. And just join up another join up other ones, developers, guys, all the guys which want to help, just don't know how, you know. For example, just an example, another example for extended antennas. We need tripods, just tripods. But these tripods, they need to be heavy. This is professional cinematic or photo tripods. For example, someone has something like this at home and has no idea how to use it, or maybe he never used it, or he already forgot about how to use the camera, or and so on. But this is another way to help. Or you wanna help, you can just find another one just like you, and buy a Kevlar vest, because I always said, and I will always be saying, artillery war must be during artillery war, every soldier must have body armor vest, which is made of Kevlar and has a big space of protection. And you can just buy it on eBay and send it to Ukraine.
If somebody does want to do that, we actually have a couple people who are friends of the space who do send equipment to Ukraine, and we'll make sure that it gets with receipts to a unit and a commander who will take pictures and make sure that it's going to the right place. Constantine is one, and I'm sure if we can contact Ryan, who works with Renegade Relief Runners, that he would be more than happy to make sure that a needing soldier is getting armor to save themselves. So please, if anybody does decide to do this, we do want you to do that. We are happy to put you in touch with people who do this exactly to make sure that you're getting it done in a way that has receipts that will get taken care of. Also, two quick things before we go to our multiple hands. One, between snuff and whiskey, who's got frogs? We really want to know. It's like a question I'm getting. And I'm curious too. Who has frogs?
I got the goddamn frogs, Dan. It's back in that season.
You
All
got
right,
the
whiskey has pet frogs.
Pet frogs?
Nah, like I live in the fucking mountains, so we have we have these Sierra frogs. They're like
I see. I
it's the
see.
frogs that you hear on it's like movies and stuff. These are the frogs that they record their voices because they're very known frogs. Problem is I got these and I got the goddamn Canadian cobra chickens around here too.
No, we got pigs.
Yeah,
From
but do you have
from the north. From the north.
do you have the Canadian cobra chickens? Those things are
No,
fucking annoying.
no. I'm those these actually we call them dog pigs. Dog pigs. From the northeast. I mean that country. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Anyway, hit me up, dude. You and I have a lot to talk about. I want to talk about ground-based spoofing. If you get a chance.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen.
Thanks again.
All right, you take this offline. If you do have drone questions in the audience, please ask them to Whiskey and Snuff. Both of you would make a great conversation. I believe my order of hands is John in Sussex. John, fire away.
Hey, thanks. And I've been dying to ask this question. So, guys, if it's a stupid question, just let me know, and I'll just take it for what it is. But it's really two. As it relates to drones, so I'm not a drone guy. I'm not overly experienced in them. See the kids playing with them. I see you guys using them really well and blowing things up in Ukraine. So I Googled, and so there are drones of different sizes, different carrying capacity. I understand some drones that are made on a mass production scale for agriculture use seem to have 6 or 8 propellers. Are those actually
they called octocopters?
Are they viable for you guys? Are they so big that they
Absolutely.
get shot down, or are they still really usable?
They are very viable. They are extremely useful. But the problem that they are pretty expensive.
Understand. Yeah.
And also, the problem is that this is not, regular commercial drone, and the skill of the pilot must be pretty high to make this bird do its job the right way.
You just don't hand it over to a guy and he picks it up in 2 seconds. He's got to practice and practice and practice.
Yeah, these drones that you described, they can bring, for example, 2 120 millimeters mortar shells, which can be dropped on the enemy.
This gets
behind
to
the
why
lines.
I started looking at them, and tell me if this is the crazy idea that's useful or not useful. Does it even make sense to even maybe, instead of a mortar round, maybe carry 1 round and it's an artillery round, and you just simply drop very precisely? You don't have to wait for that. I need a round out. You don't have to make that call, and you could just drop it as needed because you know there will be something where that drone's going to.
You mean to use precise shell like Excalibur?
No, that would be a waste of an Excalibur round. But if you just simply used a standard artillery round and just dropped it from the drone, say there's a
No, this wouldn't work.
No,
this wouldn't work. Too many details.
That's okay. That was
there
why
is
I was
there
asking.
is there is a type of a bomb that can be used on the drones, and it's pretty funny that this bomb was developed back in back in 1942, I think.
Huh.
And 1942, yeah. It was used on assault aircrafts called IL-2, which
Yeah,
were
Russian.
most
So you're just using the Russian stuff against
yes.
the Russians, huh?
No, no, no. Ukrainians use Soviet stuff against the Russians.
Well, that's what I meant. Yeah, the Soviet
they
stuff.
they
against
were
the-
they,
okay.
they was it they were most massive, most massive in production, aircrafts like IL-2. They were produced in just in terrible quantity. This is most massive aircraft of Second World War. And in 1942, the bomb was developed, which weights is just 1.5 kilogram.
Oh.
And yes. And every IL-2 brought a container, with 48 of them.
So did it explode, or did you open it up and drop off?
They did. They were absolutely delighted after first usage.
Huh.
So when you see, for example, when you see couple of tanks, when they were actually made for neutralizing enemies' vehicles. So
Can I chime in there for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so Snuff, as you know, I told you offline, or I mentioned to you offline, that we're working on a couple of these agricultural style heavy lift drones that dropped 82 and I think it was 110 or 120 millimeter mortar rounds. As far as my understanding, what I was getting from the guys on the ground was, we had to equip these, and I'm not trying to give anything away. They're loud. We had to change the tactics.
They're loud?
They're loud.
They're loud.
Yeah, they're very loud.
Engine noise.
I know engine noise. I know how to solve it. I can show you. I can show you our I can show you our bird, which is on 150 meters. You already don't hear it.
Okay. So the birds that I'm sending over there this month, there's 2 of them. They're going over there at the end of this month. We had to equip these with. I'm not going to say it on the goddamn space here. We had to change out the tactics of when these things actually were used to basically give them a fighting chance to last. So going back to John G, your question about using these, yeah, they are relative. They are useful, but the tactics have actually changed. The equipment that you need to have on board have changed a bit.
Sorry, I got these goddamn frogs
Yeah, I live in the
croaking in
mountains
the
too. You
background
just
here.
I got
It's
my
okay.
window
It's
shut
not
so
their
you can't hear
fault.
them. I got tree frogs.
Yeah, sorry guys. Sorry guys.
Speaking of loud frogs, I must interrupt his co-host. This night, we actually have people who compliment the frogs like me. They appreciate them. And so we're taking submissions for naming Whiskey's frogs because so many people have noted them and their excellent noise and contribution to the space. I think they're croaking Slav Ukrainian. So,
Well,
no-
a year ago, finance. A year ago, this time a year, I was on the space, and these goddamn frogs were giving me trouble speaking on the space. So going back to Snuff and John
wait,
G's.
no. Give me a moment. Not only am I taking on this, anyone who donates to Maria Aid with a submission, I will call your frogs by their new names. If they donate to that chat. So that's our donation for the night, is to name your frog. Now, please.
Okay, thank you, brother. But anyway, going back to John G and Snuff, thank you for Snuff. Thank you for spending your time. It's early o'clock in the morning for you, but John G, just go back to what you're talking about. Yeah, those octocopters, hectocopters that Snuff was talking about and that you brought up. They are very relative, but there's just different operating conditions to which
Absolutely.
they need to be outfitted to provide the longevity of their
Understand.
usefulness.
But can I ask one quick
so-
one last thing as it relates to these the 6 or 8 octo or hexacopter, whatever? So
yeah, please go ahead.
A really big threat to Ukraine are the Shaheeds and the medium and long range missiles coming in. But Ukraine has a long lead up to that. They know for a while that there's been a launch and there's a rough period of like 30 minutes to an hour that they know they're coming. It seems like what I've seen on Twitter. Would these be useful if you could push them to the edges of Ukrainian border or lines or to the shore as like a first layer of some kind of AD? If you could put like something like a small air-to-air, like a Mistral missile, right, which is apparently 1 meter, and I think it weighs less than 20 kilograms if I remember what I read.
You mean to send something like this explosive to the Russia?
No, so as like a caliber missile might be coming in from I'm assuming they come in from the Black Sea or from Russian airspace across the border into Ukraine, right? If you had people who in their role as air defense may have these quadcopters, or sorry, these octocopters, if you could fit a small air-to-air missile on one, you could, and they're relatively inexpensive. I understand that these little French.
I understand. It all depends. It all depends. It depends on which device we are talking about and what kind of shell it can bring, and so on. But in general, yes, it's this is something we need to talk about. Let's say.
There's actually technology that actually can track incoming rounds. We're not talking about radar. We're talking about microphones and such. Going back to intercepting the Shaheed 136, I believe you're talking about, John. Is that correct?
Yeah, whether it's intercepting one of those Shaheeds or an actual missile, I was just assuming if you have a layer that's that far out and exposed, right? Because you're not going to put a Patriot battery out there or any other battery that far out. If people with drones on that outer perimeter, that could just, okay, in 15 minutes I need to be at like 300 meters, and they just mess them
Yeah.
up in
So
waves.
okay. So there's a couple different technologies that's actually out there. Stuff. If you want to chime in with us, please.
No, no problem. By the way, the very first, I'm sorry, the very
Yeah. Go ahead.
first three shaheeds, they were going from the sea, as in my city. The very first attack of shaheeds to the on Ukraine was from the sea, and they were flying just over my window. And the funny thing was that it was just like 10 minutes after I went home after the operation of liberation of Kherson.
And so there's there's this other technology too that's actually available, that can actually track, it's a radio frequency. It's basically, it can track,
No,
can
they
try
fly.
and
They fly in silence.
but the Sheeds put out a very specific, uh, frequency of what their propellers and their motors actually put out, right? Snuff.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So there's a microphone technology. Unfortunately, we haven't seen this dispersed, as far as of what I can see, used in Ukraine currently. But there's actually a technology that can actually track, that propeller signature and motor, uh, that external combustion motor signature, that can actually track, triangulate on that and actually figure out where it's coming from. And if you put those sensors far enough out, it comes back to feeding into command and control. What are you going to use to actually take down those shaheeds? Are you going to use, local air defense, local air alarms? Are you going to, send up things like the drone, like the sledgehammer? Are you going to send up Ukrainian born drones, like I think it's the Frontier, and such? We talked about this 3 months ago when we were trying to solve this problem. Um, there's been a lot of time between then and now of how you can actually do this. What we have, I believe, what we've come to is, ground-based, or gun-based artillery that can zero in on us, and that's the German. Is it the guards? Correct me if I'm wrong. I mostly work in the electronic drone space, but for those of you that know the more of the heavy artillery ground-based units, correct me if I'm wrong, but what do we got going on here?
So you want me to tell what are we going to use against them?
No,
No,
I don't want you to give away.
It sounds like an off-space conversation. Right. Yeah.
I would. I can answer. I can answer. We will use all our forces and means.
Snuff. Out of
thanks,
curiosity,
guys.
given that you are an excellent Twitter presence, have you you're commenting on the explosive capacity of some of these older Russian tanks in the field? Do you perchance have taken any pictures of that? One of the things we love most here, if you've
from above,
exploded any of these, yeah.
Yeah, that one was good. By the way, it was made with thermobaric grenade.
Thank you. Oh, also the first donation has come in to name Whiskey's Frogs. So donation one, thank you very much for donation, Maria Aid. They're the Slimy Yard Pimps. So yes, the Slimy Yard Pimps are currently who we're hearing in the background. I don't make the rules. I just call out the names as I see them. The gentleman made an excellent donation. Thank you for donating, MriyaReport. The slimy yard pimps are helping finance tourniquets and drones for the Ukrainians, both armed forces and civilians. Civilians don't need the drones, but they definitely need the tourniquets because, well, as we know, Russians don't really delineate between military targets, civilian targets when they shoot weapons at the Ukrainians. So they might be saving civilian lives, but I think all of our listeners are okay with that. So please donate on to Maria Aid, and you can hear me call whiskeys frogs, all sorts of ridiculous names live on air, as long as they are at least somewhat appropriate. Back to you. I believe I had a hand up, and I just lost whoever's hand was up.
It was.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it was ground there.
Okay, yes, Ground, you're up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. So sorry to jump topics, but just the events from earlier today. I've been having one of those days where I just can't let go of it. I'm still so angry. Because I saw where President Zelensky had posted that photo of the high rise in Zaporizhia this morning, and then I came on the space to ask about it because I wasn't finding much information online, or I went to BBC, couldn't find anything. Alan gave me some helpful information, and I believe he said, I was hoping maybe Prince, or maybe somebody that knew about that particular incident earlier today. I think that Alan said that it was a ground to ground missile, and I was wondering if anybody here knew about that. I had some questions about the particular weapon that was used to hit that building.
I actually did not track exactly what was used to hit that building, as far as what kind of missile, because I was busy trying to catch up on everything today. But yeah, it was a very direct and very tragic strike, and I believe last I saw the death toll was up to 8, and yeah, so it was not a good thing for that to happen there. And see, now my friendly listeners start sending me messages saying it was a ground to ground attack. I just don't know exactly what kind of missile was used for that. So I apologize. I don't
Yeah.
have more information. I'm not really a big military person. I try to follow things as good as I can, but I don't have the right
Well,
answer. I'm sorry.
oh, thanks. And I had there was another incident today, but I see that Whiskey has his hand up, and I was wondering if he knows anything about that incident, or maybe not.
No, I
Oh.
I just have frogs.
Okay. Well, if I can just really quickly, the other, so whenever Alan was explaining that to me earlier, he also told me about an attack that was outside of Kyiv, and when I looked it up, you guys, it was a residential building of a high school. So, it's just one of those things where it really just sits with you. I'll be thinking about you a lot, Snuff. I just, there are just those days where it's really infuriating. It's just so deeply unacceptable, and it's just really hard, to have to try to accept it. And I just really feel for
You know
the
what?
Ukrainians that are actually having to deal with it.
I'm sorry. You know what?
No, you're good.
What is weird is that you are absolutely shocked by hitting the school, but we here already just it became kind of normal.
Yeah, I can't believe that, but it does make me think about the drama theater in Mariupol, and it makes me think about
Of course, and
maternity hospitals. Like it's
Mariupol.
just like who.
Mariupol is my personal pain because just a year before invasion, we made the music video there, and I was walking a lot on Mariupol, and I was just surprised how cozy, how beautiful, and how nice this city has become since 2014. Within the 8 years, Mariupol became really nice. It became really nice and cozy. You know, the city you want to live in. And by the way, my commander, he had a flat there.
I certainly hope your commander gets it back. I would like to note briefly that
No, it doesn't exist anymore.
well, he can. That doesn't mean he can't get it back. We're gonna pretty sure that Ukraine's good at building things. Last I checked, there's lots of people with that skill there.
No. He said when it happened, he said, "Okay, I have no flat in Mariupol anymore." I was like, how did you notice it? Someone recognized your sofa on the yard. He said something like this. Just during another shelling, and his house was destroyed. That's how it happened.
That's hard. That's hard. And by the way, Sniff, I'm glad to see you today. I didn't see you at all yesterday, and I was thinking about you and hoping you were doing well. So it's good to see you. So it is Groundhog Day. I couldn't remember the entire thing. Um, so yeah, I'll look for some more information on that, and if I happen to find something, I'll say it out loud. But right now, I don't have anything on that specifically as far as what kind of weapon it was. You know, at this point, we know it was a weapon, and that Russians don't pay attention to what kind of building they are firing a missile at, and they tend to fire them more at civilian objects than military objects, and we never get used to it. It's always hard, but we support.
Do you know that? Sorry.
Just give me just a second, Snuff. We know that
Okay.
we're here to support Ukraine, and Ukraine is doing everything that they can with all of their might, with all that they have, to kick the Russians out of their country. So I'll see if I can find more information.
They were using even chemical weapon in chemical bombs in Mariupol. They used it. They used it pretty sneaky way. They were bombing the area with the chemical bombs, and then after smoke went out, infantry came in. They do not have rules, you know. They do not recognize any rules, any traditions of the war. Just nothing. You cannot even imagine what 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 we are dealing with. Or, for example, they were using special multi rocket system which fires were the thermobaric. Imagine thermobaric thermobaric missile, and they were using it hidden the village just to burn it just to burn it to the ground.
I think that this calls for. I have two submissions for the new frog names. One of them is in honor of the Russians, actually, and it's the venereal bump jumpers. They think you have Russian frogs because they're the venereal bump jumpers there, Whiskey. The other one is actually too happy to name at this current time, so we're going to keep the conversation going. Welcome up to the space, Nancy.
Thank you, Finance. Yeah, the one thing that I want to add, you know, and Groundhog Day, you raise a good concern on what's happening in Ukraine. I think many of us here have learned that the only way to cope with that as an outsider, you know, like Snuff says, their country is dealing with this and these acts of terrorism every single day. Many of them don't ever hit the news to the scale that a large apartment building will in a large city. But far from the borders, there still is harassing shelling and harassing gunfire that destroys homes, destroys property, destroys animals, and kills people on a daily basis. I follow news not as regularly as I had in the past, but I'm still following news out of the Sumy region, which is still far away from the fighting, but close to the Russian border. And it's ridiculous, the disruption that occurs so far away from the military. And what I've had to do is take the advice of everyone in this space and take that shock and that dismay and that empathy and turn it into action. What can I do to make a difference? And usually after those moments is when I find my most effective letter writing and phone calls to my congressmen and to my senators. And that is, you know, it really boils down to what can you do to take that emotion and drive it toward something positive and affirmative to support Ukraine. And I'm a pacifist by nature, so for me to sit here and say, give them everything they need and give it to them yesterday, and, you know, to call my congressman's office and say, you know, that stuff that they're talking about, the cluster munitions that, you know, honestly, a year and a half ago, yeah, get rid of them all. They're horrible things. You know, they're just designed to kill lots and lots
Cluster
of people.
munitions, my favorite ones.
Yes, exactly. Because what you guys, Snuff, are dealing with is waves and waves of just masses of Russians being thrown at your positions. And, you know, as a civilian, the closest thing I could equate it to would be, what kind of weapon would I want in the zombie apocalypse? And it would be something that would rip them to shreds quickly. And those are things I would never have considered before the full-scale invasion. But as a civilian, you know, those are the things I learn here in this space, and understand that horrible as those things are, there are places where they're both necessary and appropriate to save lives of civilians fighting for their existence. And that's, you know, just the message I want to give is these stories are horrible, but this is where we've got to stand and harden our stance and position and look at how do we turn this into, or turn it from sorrow into action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There is something I wanted to add regarding civilians and refugees, which were forced to leave Ukraine. Um, in Europe, for example, I think I already told this before, but anyways, when I see another fundraising for refugees or something like this, you know, this is uh, this is uh, uh, fighting with consequences, but you need to neutralize the very first cause. So you may you may provide any Ukrainian refugee outside of Ukraine, which was forced to leave Ukraine, with great blanket and hot soup or something like this, but it doesn't make Russian tanks burn. And as I already said, Ukrainians which were forced to leave Ukraine, which are very many of them are in European Union. Not so many, but they are in US, and you know, the difference between those refugees and refugees from, I think, any country like Syria, for example, is that they really want to get back home. They do, but before it does, we need to get those bastards out. So again, the main message was about not fighting the consequences, but fighting the main cause. So don't buy blankets, buy weapons.
Thank you, Snuff. I would say that all things are needed. I mean, I know Constantine was working on ear defenders, or as we jokingly call them, earmuffs for artillerymen, so they're not going to be deaf after they fire off varieties of artillery day in and day out. But your point is well taken, and certainly we are not thinking that this is only for the non-military aid is the only way to go here. We are big fans and supporters of sending and supporting significantly increased military aid to Ukraine. You often hear me joking that I'm the chief spokesman for the Atacams brand cigarette company, but that's on a very serious note that, you know, clearly we should have gotten Atacams to Ukraine.
By the way, I have a comment regarding artillery. May I?
Go for it.
Do you know that cannons of some howitzers which we received, they were not ready for such intensive fire?
Yeah, we had heard. Yeah, it has been reported that Ukraine has definitely sent many more rounds through the various armaments than they were either designed or prepared to be used for. That
Yeah,
has
they were designed or prepared to shot, for example, 2,000 rounds, but this is the quantity which Ukrainian artillery needs to shoot maybe in a day.
from one piece.
Yes.
I didn't realize that. I knew it was high. I didn't realize the number was quite that high. And I was aware that that Ukraine was finding ways to extend the life of the barrels to 5,000 to 7,000 rounds in many cases, and as well as the decentralized and highly effective machining being done to keep stuff in service, despite it not particularly being how anyone would organize it to be done. But if you could tell us a little bit more about this, I'd love to hear it.
A little bit more about what?
Just so these howitzers you're saying need to sometimes shoot up to 2,000 rounds a day. Their barrels were only designed for that. We've heard that they can go to 5,000 to 7,000 rounds. That's what's being reported in open media. So how is the UAF dealing with this problem? Right. I love the logistical questions.
Changing the barrels. You need to bring you need to
what's the how are they keeping enough barrels around?
Again, I didn't hear you.
I said, how are they keeping enough barrels around to change out?
Who? Russians or us?
You all.
Sorry, no comments.
All right. Yeah, no, fair enough. If that's a sensitive one, we're going to skip the question. Feel free to tell me whenever I ask something that's a sensitive one. I know we've had a lot of really interesting discussions around how we had a tanker on who's been in charge of a tank. He's been a officer of a tank group since 2014, and before that, he was an officer in your military. And he's saying how when something breaks, he was having local machine shops keep some of his tanks in working order on the front, right, against all sort of odds or any normal military doctrine, right, because the amount of time it would take to get it back to any sort of centralized repair operation, or God forbid it's so damaged it needs to go out of country or to the really serious repair operations, that's just too much time without a key piece of equipment for him. And what he'd found was he had literally local machine shops, obviously didn't say who, but there's local Sergeys and Ivans and in Ukraine who are citizens who he just takes his parts to where something breaks down, and they just work through the problem and keep his tanks up and running unless something's really, really broken. And I was just absolutely shocked. I was wondering if some of this was going on in the artillery section as well. That's what I was hoping to hear about. Obviously, I don't need to hear about any of the sensitive stuff or the details. That would be a problem.
I was absolutely shocked with what I saw back in December of 14 on airfield of Kramatorsk. When I saw a vehicle which was made like Frankenstein.
Yeah, we know Frankenstein's monster.
Frankenstein. His back was from one vehicle, and his face side was from another one, and it was going. It was it was dealing with reality. I know the real heroes. By the way, we used to call the heroes all those guys from I don't know, from newspapers and so on, but the real I would say war makers. We call them you call them rednecks. We call them tractors. These are usual guys, just which that make very hard and very dirt job, and it is absolutely impossible to fight without those guys, which are. I'm still trying to make them famous. or you know, for example, who is a real hero? Someone who came somewhere with the rifle, or the real hero is driver of the truck, which drives the truck with full of ammunition or full of gas, for example, gasoline. Just imagine, behind your back is the 10 tons of gasoline, and you need to bring it, and artillery is shelling, and just one frag, and you don't exist anymore. So who is a hero?
You will certainly hear no arguments from this party, Snuff, and you know, we do appreciate, and our sincerest respect goes out to all of the people enabling the Ukraine war effort, whether they're formally in the service or not. You know, certainly lots of things. You know, everything from 70-year-old men picking up Molotov cocktails to, as you point out, drivers, you know, driving ammunition and gasoline through hazardous fire. Right. I think all of that's part of the same effort to try to win freedom for your country, right?
Yes, absolutely. You know, even so, you know, inconspicuous person like a cook, for example, he's very important, because when guys come back from the mission, they need food, and they need something to eat, and it's absolutely needed someone to make his job good, and regular cook is one of them. People just, you know, society used to think, used to imagine the army as the, you know, just a bunch of guys with rifles and tanks, maybe helicopters, maybe aircraft, but they have no idea how many people are behind them, and how necessary they are. For example, for aircraft crew, which can reload it, which can repair it, is just as important as a pilot. Again, those guys which repair, you know, I've been a witness of just fantastic things when they repaired something that looked absolutely dead. And or for example those guys which are responsible for communication, which make wires between the trenches. You cannot do anything without communication, which make wires between trenches, which adjust everything regarding retranslators and so on, which make radios work. I can say you definitely, especially in 21st century, you are nothing without good communication, without good connection with other units. You are just you are just useless. It can bring also of course it can bring to friendly fire, by the way.
Yeah, wait, what can bring friendly fire? I didn't quite understand that last statement. What are you saying? Brings friendly fire, stops friendly fire? What are you referring to?
I mean that communication systems, communication systems, connection systems. I mean radios, Starlinks, satellite phones. They are extremely important in modern war. And what I was saying about friendly fire, it was about that one unit may not be informed that they are in front of the friendly unit. That, for example, that this I've been in a situation like this when the building was already it was already clear. I mean, it was let's say liberated. But infantry guys, they did not know it, so they started to shoot. No one was killed. Luckily, no one was killed. We were able to connect to let them know that there are friendly units inside the building.
Can you talk? Is that something you can talk about? How that's done? Is that to if that's security sensitive? Tell me. But if not, if that's just more basic.
It's
he's not a military guy. I'd love to hear about it.
It's typical stuff. For example, imagine or just imagine that you have a mission to clean up the tree line, okay? And behind this tree line, there is a building, and in this tree line, there are enemies, and behind this tree line, there is a building with friendly unit. And when you are firing with something like 12.7, it will definitely goes to the building too. So you need connection. You need to communicate with each to another to make sure that you don't make any friendly fire.
Yeah, no, 100% huge issue. This one, even as a non-military person, I know. We've had unfortunately some of our more famous people who didn't make it back from Iraq and Afghanistan were killed by friendly fire, at least in one case. So it's just a known problem, and that's one of the reasons why the best way to avoid friendly fire is to, if you can avoid it, not be in war. So hopefully y'all win soon, so that there's not people having to shoot at Russians.
Friendly fire will exist as long as wars exist.
Oh no, for sure. I don't. Right? Look, I on this space, I like most co-hosts call for peace, and we call for peace by calling for the Russians to return back to Russia, and calling for them to return the Ukrainians back to Ukraine, and then we can hear what else the Ukrainians have to ask for peace. I think that's our basic starting peace views here at Maria Report. Everyone has a little bit different, but that's sort of the starting discussion here. I hope you'd. I'm curious what your view is, since you were very close, sadly, to the line of conflict. What does it take for Ukraine to hopefully these guys will be sent home one way or the other. It seems to be by force is the only way they're going to go home right now, right? That's what you're, I guess, feeling or seeing every day. Is that a fair way of putting it, Snuff?
Again, please. Didn't hear you.
Sorry, I'm a terrible American to understand. For
you're not English.
No, I am not.
Thank you.
If you're not,
I'm sorry if someone from England is listening to me, but is when I hear English accent, it becomes just kind of torture for me to understand. Sometimes it's okay.
One of the only English speakers I can't understand are the Scots. I love the Scots, but for the life of me, if it gets thick enough, I can't understand a word they're saying. Yeah. So no, I'm saying, what's your view, right? What makes Russia, finally decide that it's time to stop having, their entire next generation of men, and the last generation of men, given who they're dredging up now, die in front of you?
You mean what makes them send more and more troops?
What would make them quit sending more and more troops?
Well, what will make them quit? Interesting question. I think if they will be very busy very busy inside of their own conflicts.
Well, a year ago, people were saying that was impossible, but at the rate they're going, I think that's going to be more possible at some point.
Hey, Snap.
Yeah.
Is it? I put one of your videos up in the nest there so people can look at it when they come in. You do some amazing video work, man.
Thank you.
But yeah, finance. Well, and I know you've done videos for Boombox, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you did the music videos for them. Finance has the name Finance because he likes to talk about money and all that stuff. And I think he has something he wants to share with us tonight about maybe oil or banks or all kinds of various other things. So is it okay if we let him tell us some stuff he's been waiting to tell us, and then we'll come back to you? Is that okay?
Or come back to me, you mean right now or in Twitter?
No, just in a little while. Like hanging out with us.
Prince is asking for a topic change.
Yeah, can we talk to finance for a little bit about money, and then we'll come and talk to you some
Yeah,
more
we
about
can talk. We
drones in
can
New
we can
York?
talk about money. You will notice very. I think you will notice very many interesting things.
Well, yeah, finance is going to tell us some stuff, and then if you have questions or things to say with that, we'll get into it. But let's let finance tell us what he wants to say about it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, no,
Thank you.
normally I don't actually force a topic change or even ask for one or get requested one, but this week there is actually financial news. We're having a financial news week. But before we talk about finance, I must say that there has been a second donation, though he is no longer here. Whiskey is currently going to bed with the Jolly Jumpers. The Jolly Jumpers was the other name that somebody donated to Maria Aid to request that the Whiskey Frogs be named the Jolly Jumpers. That's an excellent name. Thank you. You know who you are. To all of our listeners who donate and would like to name Whiskey's Frogs ridiculous names. Certainly, we will keep this up as long as y'all want to keep donating. That said, yes, we have economic news. I will start not in the U.S. I'm going to start in Europe. Well, I don't know what you call it anymore. Maybe Asia, or just call it Russia. So obviously, Xi visited Putipoot in Moscow. The best reporting I've seen on it, besides that they came out with a joint agreement where they both agree that they're jerks and that they like disinformation talking points. The basic feeling is that Russia and the Russian elites and military and Siloviki didn't get anything they wanted. They were hoping for weapons commitments. They didn't get any. They were hoping for, trade, higher trade commitments, or or more willingness to invest into Russia. They didn't get that. They did announce that they want to build the Siberian Power 2, which is the pipeline from the natural gas that currently is in the area that they used to send to Europe, and they want to build it from that area all the way to China. That used to be 80% of their gas export revenue. Now that's zero with Nord Stream blowing up, and a little bit went through some other pipelines, but they've lost 80% of natural gas revenue, and that was because of basically the embargo and the shutdown of natural gas to Europe. However, building that pipeline all the way across Siberia, as the name would indicate, from even a further distance, would cost, I think the estimates are $20 billion. It's $10 or $20 billion. It's an insanely expensive pipeline project. China didn't even offer to fund it. There's a very interesting argument over whether Russia would prefer China fund or not prefer China fund the pipeline project in Russia to get it there. In either way, where Russia gets experts that will walk into Russia to build it is now an open question. Whether they have enough and enough money, if China's not giving them the money for it, isn't, and though that they 100% agreed to. Makes most of their money on trade of lower and middle complexity, industrial products, right? Things that you can build. Think cheap clothing, sunglasses, basic consumer electronics. So everything from phones to laptops. What they don't make is the really high-end machine parts. That's not a big part of their economy. But because of that, unlike Russia, they're much easier to replace in the supply chain, because anywhere in the world can happily build a factory, right? Bengal, Mexico, Canada, the US, lots of people in all these places would love to build factories, employ people, and sell stuff. But
you can't actually make oil appear in the ground where it doesn't exist already. And so China actually needs to keep a lot of its trade ties unless it wants to get a lot poorer really quickly. Now, there's a possibility it does that, but it's certainly not about to do that today, even when they went to visit Russia, and they both agree that they're jerks. So that happened. No major commitments from either side. There were the rhetorical commitments, but we didn't see any, agreements to send arms. They didn't say they wouldn't. Still possible. We have already seen Russians purchase something from a Chinese defense contractor. It wasn't directly arms. There is some rumors that North Korean, the supposed North Korean ammunition that they purchased may not have been North Korean. There might be some smoke there. Either way, they're not a major arms exporter. The biggest problem they're doing in the actual military supply chain is their consumer grade optics, because that's what's going into the refurb Russian tanks. But they're not discussing putting more in. So that's a part of the economy now. Moving to the U.S., I only tell the U.S. economic news when it's big economic news. But unfortunately, we have that today. So the Federal Reserve has decided to ignore that we failed Credit Suisse in Europe, Silicon Valley Bank, and Signature Bank in the US, and First Republic Bank is looking like it might fail, and a whole lot of other medium-sized banks are shaky. And they have raised rates yet again, quarter point raise this time. The market had thought after all the bank failures that they wouldn't do this. While they did raise the rates, the market responded. While the stock market was predictably down, strangely, the bond market responded by having longer-term bond rates go lower instead of higher, which is to say that the bond market is pricing a bigger, more inverted yield curve. That's a very technical financial thing that basically means the market thinks that a recession, and a bad recession, is coming. The Fed thinks they're fighting inflation. The way they calculate inflation has a very long lag time to it. In more recent inflation news, housing just printed down for the first time in 11 years. If housing prices are going down, arguing that we have high inflation might make you look a little silly. And so certainly some of us, please see me, think that this was a horrifically bad move, and the Fed has its head firmly planted up its tuchus. This is me and Primus, who is also a finance person by profession, sending each other memes about just how hard we're going to take the beating. And it's along the lines of the beating will continue until morale improves. So that is the basic overall economic news, particularly awful in the US. And the economic news out of the summit is that Russia wants to build a big, many, many $billion expensive, somewhat technically medium complex, very high for a pipeline, medium overall for the oil space project to get more oil and gas to China. China did not agree to fund it yet, and they may not be able to get the experts yet. That is the broad overall financial news, and we're going to go to Anda, who might have a question.
Wait. I have a quick question, Finance.
Oh, you can jump in
There
the
is,
queue in front of Anda.
then I can bug her about coffee. But no, what I was wondering is they do have an existing LNG pipeline from Russia to China, don't they? It's just additional pipelines that are still being built. Correct? Can you hear me?
Is the question, are there major pipelines being built?
No, the question is, there is one that already exists for LNG, correct? And they are building additional ones.
There is already one LNG pipeline that goes from some Siberian LNG fields to China. It is a massively large, very expensive project that already exists, and it does pump some LNG through a pipeline to China, but it can only get gas itself is literally what it sounds like. It's a gas. So if it's not in the pipeline from when you get it out the ground to where it's going, you can't get gas from somewhere else. Their biggest fields aren't where that one starts in Siberia. They're way, way further closer to Europe.
hence why those pipelines didn't originally go towards China or India or anything like that. They went to Europe. So they're suggesting building a pipeline that doesn't just go from the Siberian fields that go to China. They want to go hook up their other major gas fields to the Chinese market. And that's going to be a massive new pipeline.
And that will cost a whole lot. Thank you.
20 plus billion. Like, it's like the numbers were eye-watering, even for me, who's used to eye-watering finance numbers. I'm like, holy cow, that's a lot of capital investment. It's a metric F ton is how much that costs.
Yeah, I was talking with somebody the other day, and they were under the impression that there were no lines that went from Russia to China, and I started looking into it because I was curious, and so it's just a weird little thing that
the Siberian power exists, but you can't get more through it, so they can't increase it, right? Like, they have some LNG liquefaction facilities to turn some stuff into liquid natural gas, but they don't have anywhere near enough to replace everything they used to send to Europe. And that's 80% of their revenue in oil and gas of natural gas is just non-existent right now because their old buyers and them had a real nasty divorce, right? We send our condolences to Olaf Scholz. He and his longtime lover Vlad broke up. He's still trying to get over it. But like all people who got out of a toxic relationship, we're hoping he's coming back to his senses, right? He's playing with his animals, the leopards, right? But that divorce on the Russian side has resulted in them not having someone to sell their gas to. To give you an idea of how much gas we're talking about, that's 4/5 of Russian revenue of natural gas just buy. So that's a lot. I don't know if the total volume is a little less because there was some price difference in there, but just to give you the scale is that huge. So with that offline, they need somewhere they can send it and sell it to, and building liquefaction facilities. Those are even more expensive to get that kind of volume built, and even more technically difficult. And you need the ships, which are, unlike oil ships, not just buckets. They require more. They're higher tech. They're more. It's a higher tech ship that transports liquefied natural gas than transports oil. Which, as I pointed out, an oil ship can basically be a bucket with an engine on it, and that will transport oil, and it will work. If it's a bucket with a top and an engine, you're good. But with LNG, you really need more specialized stuff to do it safely and not lose your LNG. Does that answer your question before we go to Anda?
Yes, it does. So good evening, Anda. Good morning. I hope you have your coffee. Good morning.
As her ridiculous furry thing says, Anda has a question.
Good morning. And yes, I do have a question. And water is underway. So I'm sorry. So the question is, I have two questions actually. First one is related to the banking system that you mentioned earlier. If you can explain why is it bad? So why is it bad the fact that they raised the interest? Why is that? How it affects the market? Why is that bad in the context of inflation?
Okay, so one, I'm saying that the context of inflation isn't there right now. That inflation is coming down from, albeit the highest level it's been at in my lifetime. I was born right after Volcker started crushing inflation in the early 80s, so it might date me to pretty close, but no, it's the highest it's been in like 30 to 40 years. And it's coming down from that level though, right? So we were at, I think, 8 or 9%, and now we're down to, I think the last print was 6 or 7, 5 to 7%, and it's dropping. And when you have a price decline in housing, that's a sign that it's dropping much, much faster. The way we calculate inflation tends to be on a lagging, a backward-looking basis.
And there are certain things that are harder to value that are just slower to catch up. So when you see a housing price drop for the first time in 11 years, that's a sign that maybe inflation is slowing drastically. So one, I don't think there's the heavy inflation. What had caused inflation was something called the bullwhip effect. But really it was, that's a fancy way of talking about all the supply problems caused by COVID. And so much different parts of the economy around the world and supply chains shutting down and some stuff coming offline either permanently or for many years. And that caused a lot of different prices to go up. When you have a supply side inflation, raising interest rates is a very blunt tool that only affects demand, right? So if we have inflation like we started having in the late 90s with the tech boom and bubble, then you have general demand caused inflation. And if you raise your rates, you lower your overall demand, you can, and that's sort of the right tool to deal with that. But if what you're looking at supply side inflation, and the only way it can get inflation down is to cause a really massive recession, if not worse, to deal with the problem that, especially in the supply case, there are better tools to fix the problem of what's causing your prices to rise. For instance, in the case of energy, more energy sources can deal with your inflation very directly, right? Even investing in energy can often help. So it's one of those weird cases where like spending money on specific things can often help more than just raising rates and cutting spending. Only because like if you have huge bottlenecks in your economy, that can drive price increases in many, many aspects. We have an undersupply housing shortage basically, because after 2008 financial bubble, so many mortgage lenders and home builders either went out of business or reduced in size a lot, and we underbuilt for a long time, and we're just considering starting to catch up right before COVID hit, and then everything shut down again. So there's a lot of everything building on it. So new construction shut down. Already last year I saw real estate agents just quit work for a while because mortgage rates tripled. So a lot of new housing just didn't happen. So you're looking at a market where as interest rates rise, the thing that it pressures the most is new housing activity because it makes it harder to get a mortgage. And it pressures the banking system because it makes it harder for anyone who borrows. And if you raise rates a lot, it will pressure banks directly. And we've raised rates a lot and quickly. And the reason it pressures banks directly is that systemically, pretty much all banking models borrow short term, right? You give them your deposits, and they lend long term. So they make loans. And as a group, yes, there's loans that change with interest rates. But as a group, if you add them all up, a majority of their loans don't change the amount they bring in when rates change. So if that's 10-year loans, if rates really increase quickly, then those loans can go underwater because they're paying more for depositors. They borrowed short term, and the amount of money they bring in doesn't change at all, and that causes them problems. So if you're having a huge banking stability issue, and banking stability issues can, unlike a lot of other industries, really easily cause, if you have financial destruction, it's very easy for that to spill over into lots of other parts of your economy, more so than in other industries, because of the nature of how everybody sort of uses their bank to process payroll, to get their loans, so everything from paying your bills to getting your loans to just doing the pipelines and boring parts and everyday financing of business. If you shut down the financing aspects, you shut down huge amounts of industry that isn't related. Whereas if, say, manufacturing has a bad day, that will hurt the jobs in the places where that's concentrated, but it doesn't necessarily shut down lots, healthcare at the same time. But if everybody's bank has a problem, then you wind up having problems with small and medium businesses getting loans in all industries. So raising rates while we are having a very clear banking crisis And while a large number of mid-sized banks are on shaky foundations because especially commercial loans is a huge risk, and other parts of their loans, anything in their safe portfolio is in trouble if it's longer duration, right? So it's called duration transformation or maturity transfer. There's a few different terms for it, but basically they lent long, they borrow short. That's the entire business model of banking. So when you keep raising rates really quickly, which they've done, right, then that causes more problems. And in this specific case, they rose rates until stuff broke. So we're already breaking things. And normally you would pause once things start breaking because you don't want it to get worse, right? And deciding that you're going to raise rates into a recession and that no matter what, you want to liquefy everything because you take some sort of weird moral view on it all. That is literally how we got the Great Depression and sort of general bank failures. So it is possible to break things worse. And whatever consequences we're going to have is if the Fed's, going to dig their heels in on this path of action, it's going to make whatever recession we're in significantly worse than it would have otherwise been had they paused or stopped raising rates. I do not know if that made sense to you or not. If not, please ask questions. I'm happy to explain it differently.
So, if I understood correctly, raising rates stops inflation when the problem is demand, but not when the problem is supply, right?
Right. Raising rates slows down your broad economy. It doesn't fix supply problems. So for raising rates to fix inflation caused by supply, it needs to cause a recession. Just that's the gist, right? And in this case, raising rates after things are breaking in your economy, especially your financial system, especially if it's breaking in a way as a result of really aggressive rate raising for the last year, doing it in this specific context is as horrifically idiotic as I could come up with, right? So there's a reason why I was tweeting with very non-space allowed language all day to other finance individuals who are agreeing with me. And as I said, our basic view is the beatings are just going to continue until morale improves. It's going to be hard to hear somebody who I think knows finance well suggest that Jerome Powell has a clue what he's doing at the current time.
Thank you. That really helped. And I will explain you why. Last time when we had recession in 2008, there were some people coming out and saying, and I promise I stop about this. And I have a question for Snuff actually about drones. So last time when we had this problem of dooming recession, people said the worst thing that they did was not raising rates, right? So it seems to me like they're applying.
When was that said?
In 2008 to 2009, because they started raising rates in 2009 after the recession hit, right? So we had rates here.
We were raising rates in 2007 here in the States. I don't remember the whole timeline
Okay. So this is why I asked, because back then they said, at least here, this was the reason for which we hit recession, right? And they compared that with the 70s, when in the 70s the banking system raised the rates, and it kind of slowed down the problem. So this is why I asked, and it really helped you kind of put it into context for me and made me understand why it's bad for the banking system. And yes, I know if the banking system goes down, it's not pretty. let me put it this way: it's not gonna be pretty. So yeah. So thank you, finance. Like really. And I have a question for Snuff actually, about Ukraine and about drones.
Yes, please.
So I've read that there are some drones made out of paperboard.
Paperboard?
Yes, they are. I can send you the link. So, so
Go ahead.
So apparently they are the production company is in Australia. The paperboard is treated in order not to break easily under rain, and they have like 3 months, 1 to 3 hours flight capability. So I was wondering if you ever used such a thing.
No, never.
And if
Made of paperwork, which can fly within 3 hours.
They said 1 to 3 hours. I don't know, probably in sunshine. But I will send you the link on them. And what's reported, at least here, is that Ukraine gets 100 each month delivered. So I don't know.
The Ukraine gets them from who?
From Australia.
From Australia.
Yes.
And
So,
okay.
I was wondering, I wanted to know if you ever saw one of them or know anyone using them.
I already want to know the same too.
Okay, so I will send you 2 links. They are
so I can order.
So you can read about them. Yeah, if you want.
No, sure. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, send it. The problem about those supplies which are being sent between ministries. I mean, ministries of defense, for example. The problem is that it takes so long time to make it happen. This is why we prefer to use how we call it horizontal connections. So it's much. I wouldn't say it's much easier, but it's much faster to have somebody abroad, to have somebody in Canada, for example, like we had Boombox, who can bring drones to the front line within a week. When it comes about officials supplies, it usually takes weeks and months to negotiate, and then weeks and months to finally receive something of it. And don't forget that you always need operators for these drones. You need to teach them.
Yeah,
That's why I was asking, right? Because I know you're training.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it. I wouldn't lie. I've never seen it. You know, the funny thing is that Ukraine became kind of you know, drone. I don't know how to call it. Drone field or something like this. The whole bunch of many different drone production companies are trying to make business in Ukraine, and you know, just hundreds of them, and I always can hear new names and new systems, and everyone says that his aircraft is much better than another one, and so on. But what was really useful, and what was really effective, and I could see it on my own. I mean, from supplies like this. These were switch bands from US.
one thing I wanted to, I know she sent you the information on those drones, but you use like copter drones, right?
Pardon?
You use like helicopter drones, right?
No, not only fixed wing drones too.
Oh, okay. 'Cause these ones that she's talking about that are made out of cardboard, like a box, those are fixed wing ones, and they go a good distance, and they're like kamikaze drones. They're like use them once or twice and throw them away, so you can attach something to them and blow stuff up, and they're not very expensive.
Not very expensive is how much?
I can't remember. I think it probably says in the article. Do you remember, Anda? I'd have to look one up.
If it's more expensive than 2,000, it doesn't make sense. I can explain why.
Okay, yeah, I'll look
Because
up how much they are.
here in Ukraine, for the same amount, we can produce the same. I mean, regarding how effective it will be, we can produce the same thing. For example, those octohopters we were talking about just recently, we are building them just here. We just buy the parts, and then we connect everything together, and like we say, go. The problem of those production companies, drone production companies, is that they have prices for Western market without understanding that they are dealing with Eastern one. So what is not expensive at all, for example, for some special unit in somewhere, I know where from.
I'm
Yeah,
from
I was gonna.
Romania. I'm from
Go
Romania,
ahead.
and this is from the US. So I
Uh-huh.
know what not expensive means for me and for you. I do understand what you say when you say um, not expensive for us is way cheaper than what's not expensive in US.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Because, for example, the front line is full of trucks, full of vehicles bought in Europe for donations, or some units just made fundraising to buy a vehicle for a unit, and some prices were pretty impressive. Like, I drove a car. It was from England, and it costed like 450 pounds. Okay, $500.
Okay, are we going somewhere with this stuff? I'm curious. You gotta we call it a junker, right? You gotta
Yes, it's junk. This is junk. This is junk, because when you buy a car for such an amount, you must be prepared that you will spend for repairment like in 5 times of the very first amount.
But sometimes you cannot afford to buy a new one at the full price. Basically, that's what happens. So it's like a loan. You buy.
It doesn't make sense to buy it for full price, because it can be shelled and burned the next day. This is consumable.
Exactly. Hang on here. Aaron came up, and Aaron put his hand up, and I know Aaron's from Australia, so he may have an idea of the cost. So let's see what Aaron has to say.
I'm not exactly sure on the cost. I heard they're about $300 each, but we're not selling them to Ukraine. We're donating them, where Ukraine doesn't have to pay for them. They just get
Oh,
to
really?
throw.
Oh, really? Tell me where to take them.
I don't know where to take them. They'll be delivered somewhere, I'm sure. But
DM me.
Yeah, I'll just let you know that you don't have to pay for them. So it's just something that we'll add at some stage, I guess. Yeah, that's about it. But they're about $300 to $500 each. I think there's about, I can't remember how much, $33 million worth of them. So yeah, I'm not sure how many. 100 a month will be supplied. I guess the thing is, it doesn't matter if they're
Are those the trucks, like pickups?
No. This is
No,
this is the
drones.
drones. They're the drones, the Australian drones.
You mean
Yeah,
drones?
they're impregnated with wax, the cardboard, to make them weatherproof. But because of the price, they're a consumable that doesn't really matter if they I guess it's just if you've got some soldiers and you want to check out, you know, something a few K away, you can just send it up there, and if it gets shot down, it doesn't really matter because you can just go grab another one. But I mean, 100 a month isn't a lot, is it? It's. Hopefully
Yes,
we can
but the
ramp that up
problem,
and
but the
send more.
problem, I'm sorry, but the problem of these drones is that they are not stable. I mean, in comparison with the, for example, commercial drones like Hotel, DJI, and so on, they have no IMU system. So this system this system does make them stable in the air, even if you don't do anything. With the drones you are talking about, you must have control on it all the time. These are FPV drones, actually.
Okay.
These are FPV drones, and
But they still help, right? So they still help Ukraine.
drones always help. Drones help Ukraine when they just became available. They already started to help Ukraine.
I'm looking for something to put in the nest about him. Can you?
I will send you the DMs. I will
Go
send you
ahead.
the links. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you very much, Snuff. And Aaron, thank you for sending them. Really appreciate it.
I think they're an interesting idea. Let's see what Tony has to say. I think I saw that Tony was from the land down under too. Maybe I'm wrong. Go ahead there, Tony.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you fine.
Okay, I'm coming up as a listener here. I'm getting cut off. Maybe I've got the Android bug. I don't know whether Aaron addressed it. You said before that you were talking about the cardboard drones, Prince, that they're kamikaze. I've put a article that Nick brought up also just in the chat in the room here.
You're English.
No, Italian Australian. We spoke last time, Sergey.
I tell Australian.
Viva
Sorry.
Italia, viva Ukraine. Yeah. So I got cut off. Aaron, did you speak about that? Our cardboard drones?
Yeah, I
Sorry?
mentioned it's $33 million worth, and I think we're providing 100 a month. I'm sure the factory should be able to ramp that up if it's just cardboard, but yeah, and you can put about 3 to 5 kilos. You can carry about
3 to 5.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
I don't
we
know
spoke
if you
about
can put a.
Sorry,
go.
Aaron.
You go.
Yeah, I just saying that we spoke about this last time, Sergey, with Nick. He was saying that they go about 130 kilometers and they're more for reconnaissance, but they come back and they're covered with a wax. And then we got off the discussion because we were talking about fixed wing, and you were saying fixed wing, it's harder to manage or harder to drive. But
Sure. It's more complicated.
yeah. But I put the article in the chat here. They're not disposable prints. They're reusable. But you can use them, I suppose. Sergey, he's the king of the drones. He can tell you. All right, I just wanted to clear that up. Cheers, Aaron. Cheers, Prince.
Hey, no problem at all, Tony. I appreciate that. I saw that they can be used a few times, but they're not something that's going to last you for like 6 months probably. They're going to be, something you use for, maybe 2 or 3 times, and then you're probably going to have to recycle it. But so I think that's what I was thinking. If I've taken it up 2 or 3 times and know that it's not in the best shape and I might not be able to use it again, I might try to use it as a kamikaze drone. I don't know. We'd see. It just, it'll be interesting, I think, to see how Ukraine ends up using them, because I think they will have some very inventive ways to figure out how to make these things work the best way possible for them.
You will be thrilled anyways.
Just
And you know what?
make the videos and post them, Sergey. Yeah, make your
Yeah.
videos and post them so we can see what you're doing with the Australian drones. Also,
Oh, I don't have them. I don't have them. Send them, send them directly to my unit, and I will show you what we can do. You should understand the system. What is being sent to officially between ministries of defense. It goes from Australia, and then it goes to Poland, and then it goes to Ukraine, and then it in the Ministry of Defense, someone is sitting and thinking, well, how will we share these drones between the units? Oh, I have a God and son and God in that unit. He will receive 100 of them, and another one will receive 20 of them. Like this. It's kind of joke, but it's not. It's not joke as this. Let's say everything which goes with vertical. I call it vertical. Which goes with bureaucracy, which goes with ministries and so on. It takes it takes a huge time, just huge time. When we started with my guys, when we started to build drones in field conditions, and Canadian company contacted me regarding building those drones for us in Canada. Simultaneously, a guy from ministry contacted them regarding the same aircraft, our aircraft. So now imagine they made three first test aircrafts, and we received two of ours. We received them in 3 weeks, and that one which came through the ministry, they received it in like 4 months or something like this.
can I just ask?
Yeah, go ahead. I was reaching for the mute button, but go ahead and ask Tony.
So, Sergey, what you're saying is, you're having problems getting drones from your end. It's the bureaucracy in Ukraine or Poland or because I just assumed that once it gets to Ukraine, the government there knows of Sergei, Mr. Snuff, and all his great work, and that you would get those. Let's just say the Australian drones, the cardboard ones. Is that a problem?
I don't think it will impress them.
You won't impress them, or okay? Can I just say that your ambassador here, Vasily, he's very proactive. He was even at the air show that we just had a couple of weeks ago here, and took pictures with the cardboard. Has taken pictures with the cardboard drones, and even tweeted about it. What if he was going to come to the space to speak, but then he got advice from Ukraine that he couldn't, but he's been very proactive. Do you want? We'll mention something to him. I'll mention something to him here, saying that you guys aren't getting these drones, or where are they going, so he can pursue it.
No problem. No problem.
Okay.
If we can manage, if we can manage, the problem.
While you think,
sometimes there is a problem with the unit that receives those devices, because it can be received by the unit which is not trained. So imagine, for example, just simple infantry unit, or I don't know, artillery unit. They receive the whole bunch of drones. Okay, so what we're gonna do? And another question, very sensitive question.
Yes.
You say that they can bring from 2 to 3 kilograms, right?
The other guys did. I'm not stating that, but I don't know.
Okay.
They
Anyways,
can carry. I can't remember exactly how much they can carry, but they can carry a bit. Probably a good.
Yeah.
Probably a decent explosive that you could rig up and drop on down there.
There's the article's in the thread here. I don't know whether you want to pick it out, Prince, and put it up in the nest. I don't know.
So, what I'm actually what I'm actually heading to, to provide them with explosive, which will work with them, exactly with them, and which will be safe for operator. I don't think you want to you want it to explode just near the operator, right?
No, of course, that's a bit like no training for the Abrams or the
So
for the tanks. Yeah.
Every let's say project or conception of this, the question number one, it is not about weight. It is not about how many kilograms it can take. The question is, what do we put there, and which explosives technician needs to make special shells for them, because in reality it is all it is all IAD, improvised explosive device.
But you've obviously got that covered, haven't you? Your squad.
Sure.
Can I just say on the ambassador thing, I'll get in contact with him because we had a bit of a discussion. Because I think maybe if you spoke to him in Ukrainian, it's easier for you. And he's a very, very nice guy. I'm nobody in Melbourne, and he was mailing me. So I'm sure that he'll, if you can speak to him, he can probably speak to someone in Ukraine and make the logistics of it, that you get the drones, and listen to what you have to say also about the training and stuff. He's really good. I'd be very curious. So I'll pass on your details to him and tell him about the difficulties that you're having and that you haven't seen any Australian drones, and then he can take it from there because he can push more buttons than what you or me can. Yeah.
I actually, well, I can't recall if I saw it. Maybe I saw some of them, but didn't know they're Australian. But again, you cannot give it just to a rifleman. You need to give it to someone who is trained.
Yeah, I
who is
understand what you're
prepared.
saying.
Yeah.
I'll raise those concerns also. Where are our Australian drones going? Why aren't Sergey and his squad getting them? And he raised issues regarding the need for training of these drones, and that squads are getting them untrained. So he's see how you go with him, if you can hook up with him, and then you can speak your native Ukrainian. It's probably easier.
No
But to
problem.
make him understand,
DM. Don't forget DM me first. You personally DM me just for me to know.
yeah, you need to follow Sergey.
Uh,
You need to follow me like I follow you. So
I think I already did.
hang on. Yep, I can see the mail thing there, Sergey. I can DM you. Yeah, I'll DM you his details, and perhaps then you can DM with him, and he'd even probably call you on a mobile phone. Yeah.
Yeah.
The more
that
the
would
more
be
higher,
glad.
yeah, the more higher up people you get working on it, because I think drones are gonna have a big part in this, in finishing this off. Yeah, in helping use drones seems to be the way to go. On top of the Abrams and Bradleys, and
I
of course,
told this many times already in this space. Within very first days of full scale invasion of Russia, I was running around and buying drones from the people, and they were looking at me like at nuts, just like at fool, like what for? How can it help?
yeah, I think
Now
this is,
people finally realize.
yeah. Well, I'll do what I can do from my end, Sergey. I've played lottery, $8 million jackpot tonight. So if I win, I'll donate some to you.
10%.
This is very
Right.
nice of you.
All right.
I'll let you go. Other people might want to ask a question. Cheers. Good luck, Sergey. Break a leg. Break a leg means good thing, not a bad thing. Yeah.
Means good luck. It means good.
No. You should say another way. We here say be bad.
Be bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Good on you, Sergey. Bye bye. Thanks, Andy.
Bye.
Thanks, Spring.
Bye.
thank you very much, Tony, for coming up. And thank you, Snuff, Sergey, for all the help and information. You're lovely people. You're listening to my lovely voice. This is my 2 weeks voice. I don't know. I'm going on 3 weeks, so probably is gonna be my voice. We'll see. I would kindly ask you to share and retweet the space. Let people know we are here. Let people know Sergey is here. That we are talking about drones. We are talking about Ukraine. And we are talking about the help that is being sent to Ukraine. And we are here 24/7. And we will be here until Ukraine wins and rebuilds, probably.
No, you're here for a long time, guys.
We are planning for long, so yeah.
Yeah. Don't think it will end soon.
We will be here.
You promised.
We promise and we deliver. We are a team of volunteers, but we have our backs. So we help each other as much as we help Ukraine. And I think that's the key to success. That's something that actually I saw a lot during this war. Solidarity, people coming together, help being offered with open heart. And actually I love that part. And this is what we are doing here, basically. As I said, we are all volunteers. So in our spare time, we haven't won the lottery, Tony, yet. So we are doing this in our spare time, right? So for example, I'm in Romania. It's 6:30 here. I'll be co-hosting for a couple of hours until
Bună dimineața.
Bună dimineața. I will need to learn. I promise to learn until tomorrow how to say Bună dimineața in Ukrainian.
You can learn it right now.
Okay.
Доброго ранку.
Dobrovank.
Доброго.
Dobrovo.
Доброго. Го.
Vo. Dobrovo.
Novo. Go. Like G-O.
Dobrogo.
But say it softer. Доброго.
Dobrogo.
Доброго.
Dobrovo.
Oh, much better. Доброго ранку.
Thank you. I will try to practice until tomorrow. So thank you. You haven't slept all night, so you're pulling what the Americans call an all-nighter. I hope you can work tomorrow.
I hope so too.
So I was actually missing a lot of stuff, and I saw that President Zelensky was in Bakhmut. Last time when he was in Bakhmut, there was a big push. Am I correct?
I don't remember.
I don't remember too.
It was right before you showed up in the United States with a surprise. I remember that. It was in December.
Yeah, so I'm hoping for something special in the in the next days, to be completely honest. I'm hoping for that. I'm and also I like the fact that he's going on the front lines. I know it's dangerous, but I think it's really important for the guys on the front lines to know that they are not forgotten, especially in Bakhmut, where things are so dire for so many months. So
100 of trucks of supplies are more important than arrival of a president. I'm sorry for being so frank with.
well, we
I
hope
think that makes complete sense. Sorry. Go ahead, Anda.
we hope for the trucks, but sometimes it's important to show leadership, and I think the fact that the president was very visible helped Ukraine be visible at the international level, and thus Ukraine got the help that they got until now. So it's not
Yeah,
perfect.
this is first of all, this is his obligation regarding according to Constitution of Ukraine. Secondly, main decisions regarding all the war operations are being made in chief in command.
Yes, I, I totally understand, and you are right. What I was saying was not about the war maneuvers.
Mm.
It was about the support that Ukraine got from outside. So part of that support is because he did his job well. That's what I was saying.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's true.
All
Yeah,
right.
it's true. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Um,
It's true.
I
But
have a
honestly, when I hear something like, "Oh, he's so nice that he didn't run away," I say, "Oh, come on."
people actually expected that. So it's not about nice, but it impressed. It showed something about Ukraine, right? And about Ukrainian men, because he represents you at the international level. So he put up he showed that Ukrainian men are not running away in some way or fashion. So it's true, and guys in the space know that I am not usually impressed by words, right? Because words don't matter if you don't back them up with actions.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
So this is why I'm usually reserved, but I liked the fact that he went on the front lines. I have to say to you this. I know it's not enough. I know. Uh,
But well, okay, go on, please. Go on.
but so I know it's not enough, and I know Bakhmut needs a lot of supplies and a lot of men, and armament, equipment, right? Um, but I'm happy that he at least went there to see them. So um, at some point, and I will tell you why. At some point, there were rumors, um, not only on the internet but at international level, that Bakhmut is being forgotten, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this move, the fact that he went there, shows the fact that he didn't forget about the fighters in Bakhmut. Um,
Yeah, he reminds about it.
exactly. So
But
that's
from the military point of view, this is not um
enough.
no. I didn't. I wouldn't. I wanted to say another word. Rational.
It's not.
Rational. I'll tell you why. Because it's a good thing to go there, but it's not rational if you will be killed there.
It's not safe.
It's not safe. Yes. And I must admit, I was not his big fan before full scale invasion, but let's say he showed that he has balls.
Once.
Yeah. Not only it's not only about him. Like I said, he is portraying Ukraine, right? He is showing that everyone in Ukraine has guts to face off the enemy, that you are not afraid to fight for your country. So I had another question, actually, because you are in the army, and maybe you can. I have questions for everyone, Sergey. So um, that's kind of my thing. So
Go ahead.
So one of the questions was about ammunition. Some of the drones that you use, right? They are just for reconnaissance, but some of them, I suppose, they can carry ammunition.
Yes.
The question was, is there enough? How do you enough ammunition? um, do you feel that there is a problem? Because I see a lot of um, reports, a lot of newspaper articles about more ammunition needed in Ukraine.
I'll answer. I'll answer two questions in one. We need more drones and need more ammunitions. We need more anything.
All right. So we will push for more.
Just like I say always here in this space. Give us weapons and we will do the rest.
So the other day I read a story that, well, I guess I watched it more than read it, that I really appreciated very much. And it has to do with drones. And I was curious if you heard about it. And they've made a documentary, and it's called Follow Me.
I know. Yes. Friend of mine made it.
Did he?
Yeah.
That is so cool.
Vasily Kruchak.
Do you want to tell the story of what that is, what it's about?
This is the story about, to be brief, this is, I actually told this story, but in another context here. This is the story about a civilian car with pair, I mean, husband and wife, which were shot by Russians, and husband was wounded, and Ukrainian drone operator, he observed the area, and then he tried to make her follow the drone to Ukrainian positions, because Russians were just in a few hundred meters. And then he decided to bring it back and put a piece of paper on it with the sign "Follow me." And she followed she followed the drone. She finally got to Ukrainian positions, and simultaneously, almost simultaneously, Russians, they took her husband, and they probably thought that he's dead, and they just threw him from the road, off the road. And after that, he was found and recovered, and he is okay. He's okay now.
But that's a way that a drone saved a life. If they
This is
hadn't been
this is
seeing,
this is one of thousands. The way how drones saved the life.
and that is just a cool story. And yeah, I hadn't seen it. I guess it had come out a little while ago, and I hadn't seen anything about it. And so I saw it on a big news channel. I saw the story on CNN the other day, and I just thought that's got to be something I got to bring up on the space at some point.
Yeah,
So
I
people
think
know.
DM me, please. I think he already posted it in his Facebook.
Well, I have a link to the video. I have a link to
Uh-huh.
it.
Uh-huh.
I'll put it up in the nest here in a minute.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, take a look. It's pretty short. It's not boring, and just tells a story, like how they try to there is a funny first part of a video when they were trying to communicate to that lady using using drones movements, like like yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. But this is cool story, yeah. Yeah. I recall. I recalled when I told it. Uh, I recalled when I told it, when somebody in the space told the story that Russians, which wanted to surrender, they didn't know where to go, and the Ukrainian drone arrived with a piece of paper saying "Follow me," and just brought them to Ukrainian soldiers.
That is really cool too. I remember hearing about that one. But yeah, this was a husband and wife who were going back to try to get more family out of the area, and they came across some Russians, and the Russians opened fire on the car and hit the husband. So yeah, and then it was the drone that led the wife to safety, and the Russians came and checked out the husband and sort of threw him in the ditch. But of course, once she got to the drone operators, they were able to go and get the husband and help him. So it's a very cool story, and I did not watch the entire documentary. I just loved it. I loved what I saw so
Well,
much.
it's pretty short. It's pretty short.
It is.
It's like 25 minutes or so.
Yeah. It's like maybe a half an hour, and maybe it's because of where I live, but it was yeah, they had the Ukrainian voices rather low, and it was saying English words for me so that I could understand it instead of having to read subtitles. Anyway, I see Iona's up. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, and hello, Sergey. I
Hi.
asked you the question about, how to surrender, about the prisoners, how to surrender, and I remember you telling this story, and I thought how amazing it is that the drones can save lives, not only, kill Russians. The drones can save Ukrainian lives in so many ways, and I was wondering if you can tell us in which ways you are using the drones, because we know that you are using them to do reconnaissance. We know that, for example, I read how you use the drones to correct artillery fire, and I was wondering if you can tell us more. And I'm so glad you're here this morning and that I'm awake at this hour, which I usually am not.
Well, different ways. It depends on mission. Depends on mission. It's artillery correcting fire. It's reconnaissance. It's just observing. It's by the way, this is pretty interesting. I mean, for me, personally, missions like this are interesting because they are kind of complicated. When you support assaulting group, so for example, when village is taken by Russians but is being liberated by Ukrainians, assaulting groups are how do you say it? I'm sorry, I'm just, my brain is not that good. Not that good. Some this at that time.
Like you can send the drone to scout?
It's no, assaulting group goes along with the drone, so it kind of escorts or
So it makes them follow them.
No. He goes a bit further. He goes a bit further for them to know what's going on there. And I remember during the trainings back in March in 2022. We had a training with the village assault, and I showed the team leader how actually now he can use how actually now he can see the battlefield, and how actually now he can command. Because in the past, if you are officer of the team, you need to go with the whole team. Now he had 2 radios, and he had 2 operators, one on the right and one on the left, and 2 groups were coming in. And when the training was finished, I asked him, so what's your impression? And he said, wow, it was like I played Call of Duty.
I remember you saying it was a lot like playing a video game.
Yeah,
It was.
Video game.
Yep.
Exactly right. Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted you, Anda. Go ahead, Anda.
It's okay. You corrected me. I should add it that
No.
that this is video game, because
No,
he
I'm.
was controlling 2 platoons of his team, using just 2 radios, and seeing the whole what's going on, and it was much faster. Most important thing for me, in case like this, was that now he cannot imagine how to act another way.
Yona?
Yeah, so you know that everybody's heart now is with Bakhmut, because we are seeing the fierce resistance that Ukrainians are doing there. And I'm wondering if you can use drones in urban combat, because in an open area you can see far, but in a city, even if it's partially destroyed, there are a lot of things that are hidden to the view. And I was wondering if you can use drones like to go ahead 50 meters and look right, left on the road, and people advance after that. And I remember also that a few months ago I've seen a video with a drone, a small quadcopter, that was inside a building, going up the stairs and looking, to see if there are Russians hidden there. And it was
Good pilot.
amazing.
Good pilot.
Yeah, and I was wondering if you can tell us more about this kind of things, using drones in urban combat.
Absolutely possible. Absolutely useful. But I would add some details. It should have it should have thermal camera for night observing.
Night vision?
Yeah, night vision. Because for example, in the day you can use one, and which is less expensive, and in the night you should use another one with night vision, because otherwise it's it's not useful. And referring to the question, when were mentioned that drone which was inside the building for urban warfare, I would say that at least every unit, not every pilot pair, needs to have small one which can be brought to any window.
Like to go and look inside the buildings.
Yes.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yes. We could even see. We could even see. I don't remember what it was. We could even see wires of mines. It was because of the sun, but we could see wires of the mines just on a low altitude. When you fly on a low altitude, you can see the wires, so you understand what actually you are dealing with.
So you can spot mines and go around them or diffuse them.
No, we can tell special people.
Give the information further. Yes, look.
Yes,
Work
yes,
as a team.
yes.
Not you per se, but
Yes, those people with the special patches on their uniform. I loved this patch very much when I saw it first. There is a um, there is a soldier sapper explosive specialist.
yeah. Who goes?
And he had he had a patch. He had a patch on his uniform where was the guy? I think it was from the movie that Lock Stoker. The guy in full ammo, not in full ammo, in full body armor and so on, and he was running, and Patch said, "If you see me running, run with me."
It's not good, right? If you see
No,
him.
it is good. It is good. You better run with him.
All right. Thank
It's
you.
sort of funny. Sorry, Anna, go ahead.
No, it is funny.
It is. I just wanted to ask Joanna to speak. I see her hand up.
Yes, you are talking about mines, and I remember that I saw in November an article about a Ukrainian teenager, 17 years old, that received the prize because he developed an application in order to find mines with a drone. You know, an application that could locate landmines and send the location, and then the sappers, the team that could demine the fields could find them very easily. So it's amazing the power of innovation in Ukraine, and yeah, it's. I just wanted to say that a teenager, while he was sheltering in the basement, developed an application that can help hundreds of people and help with demining Ukraine, which we know that is a very big problem right now.
You know what really amazing for me? Really amazing for me was when we came to headquarters of reconnaissance of one of brigades, and I saw I saw a bucket full of tennis balls. Tennis balls, like you play tennis.
Mingi de tenis, Iona.
Oh yes, I understood that.
Yeah.
I was just waiting for the continuation.
And I asked a question, and what the hell is this? And there was a girl, which looked like, we say, we call him Oduvan. In English, it will be in a second. You must know it. Dandelion.
Yes, the yellow flower, fluffy.
Yeah, yes, dandelion. So we were when I don't know if you are using such an expression, but we're using this about someone which looks very sweet, very nice.
Yes, we
So
use something like this in Romanian.
we
Like a
call
dandelion.
we call it a girl dandelion. And this dandelion girl, she came over, and I said, and who loves tennis so much? And she, with her naive smile, he was like, how to use? For burning. I said, what? And it turned out that those guys, they managed to make napalm.
Oh, so the tennis balls were like explosives?
They were not just like explosive. They were filled with the special uh, special liquid napalm.
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 Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys would call it.
Hello,
here.
Vietnam.
Exactly. It's a sort of an explosive kind of thing that they used in more like in Vietnam in that era. I had a coworker who built a new house, and we made a joke that, oh man, oh yeah, my coworkers and I was gonna bring the bucket. Another friend was gonna bring the laundry soap, and another friend was gonna bring the gasoline. And you put that all together, and it makes napalm.
Exactly
So we were
right.
gonna.
Exactly right. In if you do right quantity of each component, if it will do napalm. Yeah.
Yeah, and so we were joking we were going to take that to our friend who just built a house as a gift.
But they managed to fill those balls, those tennis balls, with napalm, and After that, they were putting their mouth. You know what it is? Mouth, move, mouth. Okay. Very very small bottle made of glass.
Like
vial.
a vial. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Like you can see in the hand of the doctor, which is going to hit you. And it was this little bottle. They were with the special liquid inside of them, which made napalm explode. So I saw that Dandelion girl, which says, how you don't know to burn them.
But is it legal? Is it allowed to be used? I thought it was banned. This is why I'm asking.
Is it legal to use phosphorus on the infantry?
No, it's not.
Is it legal to use mines? I mean, human mines.
Not to. I know what you're meaning. Not to hide them in cupboards in when you retreat in order to maim children. I know what you mean.
And also it's not allowed to use, for example, chemical weapons.
Yes, I think that is correct, but I think there are some nuances to that. I'm not 100%.
But this is all what they are using.
I just checked, in fact, and napalm is illegal against civilian targets, but its usage is legal in the war against military targets.
Thank you.
It's all interesting stuff.
Thank you.
Learning
Now we are protected by law. You cannot even imagine how many things about that were made, how many handmade things here are being made by just some specialists.
I guess the need drives everyone to give their best, right?
What drives everyone?
So there is an expression in Romanian which I tried to translate. When you need something, you mobilize yourself in order to obtain that result, and being threatened.
Which result you are talking about?
So I was talking about the Ukrainian army. And the results are the inventions that were created, right? All the stuff that Ukrainian soldiers brought on the front lines created, right? Like drones, which are created. They were not created in Ukraine prior to the war, but they are now. Correct?
Correct.
there are some equipments which were tweaked or modified in order to suit the need of the soldiers on the front lines. And other nations are learning from Ukraine at this point. And this is because the soldiers needed something else, right? They needed more, better, faster, more efficient,
And
right?
more effective.
Effective, right?
Yeah.
Tony, welcome up again.
Hi, Enda. Look, I've just called the embassy here and explained. It's just to the first person who answered the call. I couldn't get through to anyone close to Vasily. She was pretty
Dawn, you?
receptive about. Yes. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I just heard someone's called my name. So I just wanted to say probably the best thing, Vasil's very passionate man and very receptive, a really good guy. Sergey, you need to get his Twitter and maybe send him a couple of tweets in Ukrainian to have direct contact with him, because the lady at the embassy wouldn't. I don't know whether she understood, because I mentioned that Vasil was going to come on the space to talk, but then he was advised that Ukraine officials in Ukraine advised him not to. When I told her that, she turned around and said to me, "Well, if he refused, then he refused. That's nothing we can do." I said, "But I'm just that's before. I'm talking to you about problems with logistics, about the drones and proper operators not getting them if we can speak." So they weren't so. I couldn't get past the gate. Let's put it that way. So it's up to Sergey. If you can tweet the ambassador and explain your problems, I'm sure that he will respond to you. Okay, Sergey, I'll keep trying from here with email and other stuff.
Tony,
Sergey?
thank you. Tony, I think he fell asleep. I apologize. And I don't. It's nothing to do with you. What time is it there, Anda?
7:20.
Yeah.
So it's 7 in the morning, and I think he's been up all night.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Don't take it personal.
DM it. DM. Send him a DM or send me a DM if his DMs are closed for you. And I'll reach out and I'll tell him to write in Ukrainian.
I've tweeted. Yeah, I've tweeted to you and Prince in the chat here to remind him to add the ambassador. Pretty frustrating when you can't get past the gate. You know what I mean? But beyond the gate, there's a good guy that will listen to you. But I'll keep trying. I'll send him an email, and because they wouldn't want that to get out, that there's so much publicity about these great Australian drones, but they're not being seen, so they wouldn't want that to get out. So I'm sure my email might grab his attention if it gets to him, and not to that lady. She made me feel bad, like I was on my knees. I said, we're just a group of people that, want this to end. We're trying to help, and there's a lot of professional people on the space. and there's a drone operator who's just hasn't seen not getting drones, and I want to put him in contact with Vasily. She listened, but then if he refused, and sort of like cut me off. But anyway, keep trying.
Thank you, Tony, for everything you do, and for your passion, for coming up
Yeah.
to speak.
Okay.
Really, thank you.
No worries, guys. Keep going. We all want this to end. Cheers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cheers.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right. So, apparently we had a really interesting discussion about drones with Sergey. And Prince had already asked me about my coffee, which actually is cold by now. Uh, but it's better than yesterday. So that's a good thing. So I was wondering, for instance, I haven't been up here for sometimes. What's new? What's besides the fact that President Zelensky was in Bakhmut, what else is new in the front lines? Did we see the Bradleys arriving? Did we see some of the tanks? Bloke, you raised your hand like really fast.
Well,
And take it up.
just because I wanted to give my respect to Zelensky for visiting Bakhmut, you know, uh, I don't know how many leaders I can count on my hand who are that connected to their soldiers and their people. I think that was brilliant. I think he's a brave man. I think that it means everything, to know, to. I mean, you tell me, Sergey, but does that mean something to you when the leader of your country is willing to risk his life and go to the front lines in Bakhmut? And, despite the fact that everyone, all the Russians are out to kill him, and he'll go there anyway to show solidarity with you. Is that meaningful to you?
Look, Steph fell asleep.
Oh,
So
sorry.
okay. It's okay. But he actually didn't he was not as excited. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but he was not that excited about it. And he actually didn't go into Bakhmut. He met the Ukrainian soldiers fighting in Bakhmut, close to Bakhmut.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It's close enough,
exactly.
Yeah.
And yeah, and the rest of the stuff that Zelensky did, because everybody saw Bakhmut today and focused on Bakhmut. There were three other things that really caught my eye today that Zelensky did while he was traveling over in that area. He visited a hospital to visit sick and injured people. And then he went to, I switched screens for a second. Come on. Then he went to Kharkiv, and he handed an award to the mayor and called it declaring it Hero City. So he acknowledged Kharkiv as Hero City, and he went and presented that to the mayor. Now, these are all wonderful things that he did. Three very good things that he did. He visited soldiers from Bakhmut. He visited people in the hospital, and he gave this award to the city of Kharkiv, which we know has been through so much.
Yeah, I mean,
But
like sometimes, people categorize politicians as, being aloof and indifferent and, not connected. And Zelensky is showing the precise opposite. He's showing someone that is, connected, cares, and is able to put his own life in danger if necessary to prove that. And I think it's incredibly important, and it shows, it's a sign of solidarity between the leadership of Ukraine and the people who are fighting. And I think that Zelensky's leadership is phenomenal. I'm really impressed, and today that impressed me. That was
well, I wasn't done.
oh,
I,
sorry.
I have one more thing that he did. That's okay. That's okay. The one more thing that he did is actually my favorite thing. I mean, these other three things are fabulous. But the last thing that he did today is, you go to a gas station and there's a convenience store attached to it, just a little shop, a mini mart, like a 7-Eleven or something like that. He went into one of those. It was like they were driving home or something like that, and they needed to stop for gas. And he went into the convenience quickie mart, and there were a bunch of soldiers in there. He was taking time to talk to them, to take photos with them. One of the cutest and funniest parts were he had a hard time figuring out how to get this LCD screen coffee maker thing to work. And one of the soldiers came over and helped him figure out how to get his cup of coffee. But he took time even to take a selfie with the employees of the store. And out in the parking lot before they got going again, he was still talking to the soldiers and taking selfies and pictures with them. And so that to me was, I mean, the other things were fabulous, but that interaction that I saw on video from that convenience store, just a little mini mart, was, amazing. He went and he got his own coffee. He figured out how to make it with the help of the soldiers. But he's a man of the people. He's not, more important than everybody else around him. He just is with them. He is one of them. And he's proved that in so many ways. Go ahead,
Well,
Blood.
leadership matters, right? Leadership absolutely matters. If there wasn't that type of leadership, Ukraine wouldn't muster as many people, right? Leadership matters, and just enough respect, right? Like, I don't know what else to add to this other than saying I really respect him as a leader, and I'm sure Ukrainians do as well. And this is why the Russians are so fucked. Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to swear, but this is why
10
the
bucks,
Ukraine
10
will
bucks,
win.
10 bucks, right?
Yeah,
10 bucks per swear.
yeah.
That's the.
To Maria Aid, I will donate. Um, but I mean, there's no comparison. There's this feeling of solidarity with the people, and that they are fighting the good fight to liberate their country. It is so clear, and that clarity of message will see Ukrainians to victory. I believe in that, right? Yes, there are resource questions and so forth, but this is a critical point. Uh, you know, just imagine yourself as someone who's fighting, if you have faith in your leadership and you have faith in the mission and the solidarity of the people around you, you're just going to fight harder, right? And I think it makes a difference. And I have enough respect for Zelensky for displaying that courage and that leadership. I think it makes all the difference. And it has since the beginning, On the third day, when he said, "We're here, we're here with you, we're not going to leave," um, I think that was critical. I think that was the turning point in the war, in a way. Not necessarily militarily, but in terms of strategically being able to win as Ukrainians. So it just impresses me.
What we mentioned earlier was also the fact that so leadership matters within the country, but it also mattered outside the country, right? It mattered how Ukraine was portrayed outside the country, how they were perceived. This was one of the things that we discussed with Snuff earlier, with Sergey, right? So the fact that basically you see who Ukrainians are, less from the regular people, because you don't meet them. You see more from their leaders. So having him as a leader portrayed Ukraine as, I don't know how to say this, a country worth fighting for, right? A people worth being helped, because they fight so hard. You cannot leave them fighting. You need to. It's kind of compelling for everyone to help. I wish it would be more compelling for some, but it is what it is. Things are moving. That's important, and we. This is one thing that I learned from my grandmother, to give thanks for what you have. It's really, really important to recognize what you have. It drives you forward overall.
Oh,
And
gratitude
Ukraine
is
has.
important. Yeah, gratitude makes people happier. There have been psychological studies about that, and if you can be grateful, it just helps you in life.
Well, but even going back to the Maidan Square, I mean, I always go back to that for me because, honestly, a year ago, I didn't know very much about Ukraine. And it was just, something that was happening for the first couple of days, and I wanted to know what was happening, but I didn't have that connection like I have now. And a friend of mine on Facebook, just her Facebook message was, "Winter on Fire. If you haven't seen it, you have to see it." And so I did. I went and found the movie on Netflix and watched it. And I just sat here stunned. And my words were something along the lines of, well, Vladimir Putin definitely didn't watch that movie because these people will not give up. There's that watching that movie and seeing the way that this country came together to fight for what they wanted and what they needed, blew me away. And the more I learned, and hanging out on this space, and my heart is Ukraine now. It's I know way more about. I wouldn't have been able to find Ukraine on a map at that point, but boy, I can find it now. I can follow it all the way from my house to where Ukraine is on the map. So anyway, it just the togetherness that this country has to fight for their freedom and to fight for what the country as a whole wants, no matter what the circumstances are. I knew that this was going to be something that was successful from the beginning. And you know, to me, if anybody has any doubts, go and watch that movie. And I asked Gina, the journalist from Canada who works for a Catholic publication. I asked her the other day if um, if the International Criminal Court charges made a difference to the Pope, and she hasn't. She doesn't know. She didn't know at that point. And but what I had seen was the Pope had a special screening of the documentary that follows up Winter on Fire. It is the sequel, and I can't remember the name of it, but he had a special screening of it. And there was a picture of the Pope kissing a Ukrainian flag and sitting next to a Ukrainian official in the Vatican after watching this movie. And I was just, how could you not? I know his job is different than the rest of us. His calling is different than the rest of us. But how could you still say you need to talk to both people in this situation when you're going to talk to a war criminal and you've seen what has happened and you've been exposed? I just don't get that. You know, I try to comprehend it, but it's really hard to comprehend. So anyway, I sort of went down a garden path there, but I think you get where I was going. Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
absolutely. Sorry, I
go ahead.
had my mic off for a moment, but I just wanted to agree with you, and thank you, Prince, for vocalizing the things that we're sometimes afraid to say, or we think it sounds corny and stuff like that. But these are important values, and they're the reason we're here. And they bear repeating.
Well, and I think that, we have so many listeners at different times, and we have people who listen to recordings and things like that, and expressing my feelings and my thoughts and my experience um, may hit one of those people and make a difference for them. But the other thing that I was going to talk about that I had here that I was just thinking about is I find it very interesting that so it's happened in drips and drabs. But now 2 days in a row, Russia has returned children. I'm interested to see what happens today for Ukraine. Um, to see if I'm curious to see if this starts returning children more than they have been in the past, because for me, it is today. There were, I believe, 17, and yesterday for me there were 15. So that's over 30 children returned in 2 days, which I realize is just a teeny little drop, but at least it's something. and I'm curious to see if they start returning children more frequently in the coming days, to see if there's been some kind of little light bulb that went on that makes them,
Well,
that
it's
is
either that or
making
go to
them,
jail, right? Like, you know, at this
well,
point, it's either don't get me started.
well, he's gonna go to no, he's gonna go to jail anyway.
Yeah,
He, returning the children now doesn't erase the fact
yeah,
that he took them.
yes,
Returning them is fabulous. It's what should be done, but it doesn't change the fact that the crime was committed. So
yeah.
anyway, Tim, I think you want to
This
get
is
in
one
on
of the
this,
few
and then
things
I
that
don't know.
gets me absolutely livid and, blind rage, at times. But yeah, carry on, Tim. Maybe I'll just drop down for a while. But I just wanted to say how much I appreciate.
Sorry.
Um, no, I just want to appreciate my gratitude to you for working hard, you and Anda, and everyone who works so hard to keep the space going. Um, I just have gratitude and you know um, respect, and thank you. And I'll drop down now for tonight. I don't have much more to say, but um, I really love listening to you guys.
Thank you, Bloke. It's good to have you up the last couple of nights. Tim, go ahead.
Good evening, Prince. You sound very tired, so I'm going to try and replace you very shortly. Um, could you clarify, please, what you mean by returning children? Returning them from where to where?
From Russia to Ukraine.
Okay, so these are children who have been kidnapped from Russian-occupied Ukraine. They're returning them to Russian-occupied Ukraine, or they're handing them to the Ukrainian government, or how does this work? Do you know?
No, to Ukraine. To Ukraine. Let me pull up this story really quick here.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem. No problem. Because they have been stories the last couple of days. Um, a beautiful picture of a child, a young boy hugging his father's neck. These children were from Kherson and Kharkiv regions, were displaced into occupied territories or Russia during the occupation. But after the occupation, the Russians refused to organize the return of them. So yes, they have been actually returned to their parents in Ukraine, and they will be getting some rest and recovery and some help for some severe